Jack, can you chop us down a bottle of water, please? Or should I put it in there?
Big 10 overs, these. So, leave something a bit early. Swing around a bit. Hendricks has been great. Well, he dropped out the championship, hasn't he? I think he took 4 wickets in his first 5 games, averaging over a point. So it's been a great side. We kind of forgot about it.
Yeah.
He's come back in for this and been outstanding. Really sharp. Yeah.
More help with some lower order runs.
Muttering about conspiracy theories and Simon Graves as injury cover and then missed the game against whoever it was after Gloucestershire. Oh, Notts, yeah. Graves even though he got hit by Durham, which was cool.
So we've got Harry Finch playing, released by Sussex a couple of years ago. Signed him for this competition last year. We had no batters at all. We had 11 the entire T20. Last winning 11 was done. So they had umpteens expedition internationally. Kept him exclusively for the competition, and then because of injuries on top of that, sort of signed him up midway through this competition.
So he's just got a sort of short-term whiteboard contract.
Basically,
Okay.
the end of the contract, end of the competition, and got 42 in the win over Yorkshire and 45 on Friday night. So. Yeah, it's been
Going in after Steele.
yes. So he batted 6 in the Yorkshire game when Steele was playing. Specialist batter and upset.
Signed Joey. It's a weird business because it looked like we were going to sign him here. Everything was all set up. And he came in and he kind of got a bit injured. He had a couple of games when he didn't do anything. Got a bit injured. And the next thing he was down. He said, I know a lot of the chemical lads, so he's just although he's from the sort of legislative school
Enough time to do something.
Hello. Hello, mate. Smashing. All good. Great. We'll crack on then. Thank you. Brilliant. Feel free to text rather than call in future. All right. Cheers.
2 minutes before he's on.
Yeah. Switch. At least it reminded me to switch it on to silent mode. At least they're out. It's not the weekend. Isn't it cricket on? Well, good morning everybody, and you're most welcome to join us here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for ball-by-ball commentary on the Royal London One Day Cup quarter-final between Leicestershire and Kent. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Local Radio, BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester. In this case, Ben Watts and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. And the news from the middle we can bring you is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. It's welcome return to Grace Road after an absence of a number of years for Kent and of course for my colleague Ben alongside me. And Ben, good morning to you, and let's hear the news on the Kent side.
Yes, so the Kent side is unchanged from their victory over Lancashire on Friday night, or Tuesday in fact. I've lost track of what days the week is, to be honest. They beat Yorkshire on the Friday to give themselves a shot of getting through. Grant Stewart hit a 6 off the last ball of that match. Then they had to beat Lancashire as well and hope other results went their way, which they did turn out to do in the end. And Kent, the 11 for that one, Compton and Everson will open the batting. Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper, Joe Denley captaining the side, Alex Blake, Darren Stevens, Harry Finch, Grant Stewart, Harry Pobble, Hamidullah Kadri and Nathan Gilchrist.
Usual format, so we both have sort of fairly regular updates. You'll hear me doing them for BBC Radio Leicester on the stream. That's unavoidable, I'm afraid. Ben will just disappear for a couple of minutes every now and then to update BBC Kent. The Leicestershire side, there is a change, and quite a big change as well. An enforced change. The captain, Lewis Hill, was hit on the hands when he was practicing in the nets yesterday, and as a result he is unable to hold the bat properly and therefore has dropped out of the side. And at the very last minute he was hoping against hope to sleep on it and it would sort of be a little bit better, and he did have a practice in the nets this morning, Lewis Hill, but it wasn't right. So they have called up Sam Evans, the red ball opener, and he has come straight in to the side. At the moment he is scheduled to open alongside Nick Welch, with Rishi Patel at 3, Louis Kimber at 4. Scott Steele is listed at 5. They may alter this batting lineup. Vian Mulder, who is captaining Leicestershire in this game, at 6. Aaron Lilly at 7. Harry Swindles at 8. Ed Barnes at 9. Bjorn Hendricks at 10. And Chris Wright last man. The two umpires for the game are Neil Pratt and Mark Baldwin. There is a little guard of honour, all waving rainbow flags, emphasising the message that cricket is very much a game for everybody, like all sports, of course. And we can also tell you that we are set gloriously fair. There is barely a cloud in the sky up here in the East Midlands. We had a lot of rain yesterday. We had a good 2 hours of very hard, heavy rain, as a consequence of which the outfield, the players would be delighted to have found, has softened up. It was really rock hard and has been rock hard, like all the outfields, like so many of the outfields. 1 or 2 exceptions actually. Remarkably lush, I always think, and Derby, which is never a great drying ground, was reasonably soft underfoot, but it has been like glass here, well, like concrete here, and like lumpy concrete as well, but it has just a little bit of give in it as well. And there may be, as a consequence, a little bit of moisture in the new pitch that has been cut for the game. It has been cut, for those who know the Uptonsteel County Ground, on towards one side of the square, the west side of the square. It's not right over there towards the meet, of course, and towards the Uptonsteel family stand, but it is on that side of the square, so it is a slightly shorter boundary on that side of the ground, the west side of the ground, as we look to the sort of southwest from up here on top of the pavilion where we are perched. Players are now out in the middle. It's going to be Bjorn Hendricks who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes. The South Africa international pace bowler has played just the 1 test, and he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, just bowling a few gentle looseners to his South Africa international colleague Mulder. 2 slips in
Looks like Aaron Lilly and Louis Kimber alongside Harry Swindles. Behind Joey Everson, who has appeared here at the Uptonsteel County Ground already this season a couple of times in Leicestershire colours. It looked as though the Foxes were going to sign him on a permanent basis from Nottinghamshire, but he's ended up going to Kent, where he has friends. So Everson, former Notts and briefly Leicestershire all-rounder, is on strike as Hendricks is in, bowls to him. He leans forward, pushes firmly out towards mid-on, where Evans, unexpectedly to him, drafted into the side at the last possible minute, fields at mid-on, and there is no run. There will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester before too long. Ben has already nipped next door to update BBC Radio Kent. The men out, third man and square leg. Nick Welsh out at square leg, as Hendricks is in over the wicket, slightly squares up Everson, thick outside edge along the ground all the way, rolls quite slowly down towards gully. Rishi Patel, who's made that sort of backward point slightly squarer than that, almost on the 45 position, something of his own, took 3 catches in the previous game. Leicestershire beating Durham, had to beat Durham in that game, did so slightly nervously by 2 wickets, as Kent did against Lancashire. 2-wicket win for them. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Oh, huge day for the Foxes. The news from the middle is that they have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. A little bit of bad news before the start. They lost their captain, Lewis Hill, who was hit on the hands, batting in the nets yesterday. Unfortunately, he tried again today. He couldn't grasp a bat properly, so Hill has had to drop out. They brought in Sam Evans to open the batting. Evans is at mid-on at the moment because, as I say, Leicester have chosen to bowl first on a glorious day down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Bjorn Hendricks has opened the batting for them. He has yet to concede a run. Just 3 balls have been bowled. Kent are 0 for 0. In goes Hendricks and bowls slightly short to Everson, who is on the back foot defending that one, dropping it out into the offside. Rolls gently out towards Vian Mulder. Kent in their quite smart Royal London Cup kit, lighter blue shirts, navy trousers. Leicestershire in bright red, almost orangey red shirts with green, lime green sleeves and lime green trousers, white and green sort of flashes on the shirt. Sounds a bit of a mess, but it's quite popular, doesn't look too bad. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Forward goes Everson, slightly tentatively, thick outside edge again, slightly angled back. He's in control, he's got head right over the ball, pushing it out towards Steele in the covers, or slightly wide of him towards point. Steele had to move to his left to field and did. Looking around, the trees barely stirring around the ground. Look as though they're grateful for the drink they had finally yesterday. They've perked up a little bit and they were looking a bit droopy the other day. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Good length delivery on off stump. Half forward goes Everson, blocking it out into the offside. Hendricks on the mark from the very start. Starts with a maiden. No great movement though for him in the first over. Ian Mulder at the toss said, thought there might be a little bit of moisture still in the pitch. And best conditions to bowl would be early in the game, but the sun is fairly beating down now, so certainly the wicket, which is pretty good. It is not a hybrid pitch. They've used the hybrid pitch in the last 2 games, the Foxes, or a hybrid pitch. There are 2, I think 2, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and there was a little bit of nibble in it from time to time. Scores were reduced as a consequence, but this is a grass pitch. And the grass pitches here at the Uptonsteel County Ground tend to be pretty flat. Chris Wright is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Compton, who defends off stump, pushing it out towards Lilly. Lilly is now out in the covers, just one slip for Chris Wright. Certainly bowling to the left-handed Compton. In essence, he'll be looking to swing it in to Ben Compton. Wright has been, I mean, it sounds daft to say, the revelation of the Royal London Cup as far as Leicestershire are concerned, but he wasn't certain to start it. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Compton tries to flay it away. It was there to be hit, but this early in his innings mistimed it, didn't get anything on it, and it went through to Swindles behind the stumps uninterrupted. 0 for 0 continues to be the score. 8 balls into 8 legitimate deliveries in. Now Wright wasn't certain to be in the sort of Royal London Cup setup really, but he has come in almost forced in. In he goes and bowls very wide outside off stump. Umpire Baldwin looks at it, but Compton let it go through, and so does umpire Baldwin. He's standing at the Bennett end. Neil Pratt is standing at the Pavilion end in the first innings. Now, just to finish the point about Wright, as I say, he wasn't sure to be in the setup. He was in the end, and he's been the most economical of the Leicestershire bowlers, 3.76 in the 72.2 overs he's bowled in the competition. In he goes and bowls to Compton, who is pushing forward wide of the diving Lilly at extra cover out towards mid-off, slightly wide of Ed Barnes. Barnes has to move to his right. Compton immediately saw that was going to be the case and called Everson through for the single. Kent up and running, one without loss. Wright has gone, and he's picked up 15 wickets as well, which is a pretty nice bonus, and has more than justified his selection, the veteran seamer. Ben is back alongside.
Yeah, good start for Leicestershire. Maiden first up from Hendricks, and Compton will just look to ease himself into the game. He's never in a hurry when he's out there in the middle. If either of these two will be slightly more aggressive, it's young Joey Everson,
who waits with bat raised as Wright is in, bowling very straight to his former club colleague, briefly, who plays it back down the pitch on the onside. Barnes, the Yorkshireman, runs into field, and there's no run.
Yeah, Leicestershire supporters won't need too much of an introduction to young Joey Everson, of course.
No, they didn't see much of him, in fairness, so he sort of came and went quite quickly, a couple of games, and then he got a niggle and couldn't play. In goes Wright and bowls to him. He's hit him on the pad as he looks to work it into the leg side. Swindles begins the roar of an appeal, but sees that it's going on down the leg side. Wright didn't even bother. He takes his cap and sunglasses from umpire Baldwin because it's the end of the over. He waves at the Pavilion, wants a drink taking out to him at, where's he going to go down to? Third man. Because at the end of his over, he's conceded 1 run, and after 2 overs, Kent are 1 without loss. We were talking out there down at the bottom with John Mallett, the club photographer, and Dan Nice, the director of cricket, and that there's sort of been a bit of a reassessment with in the Royal London in 50 over power plays. You actually don't need to go too hard too soon anymore, and it's almost more important to preserve wickets and have plenty in hand going forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's something that, the more wickets you have in hand as it goes on, as Hendricks is in, bowling to Ben Compton. 1 slip in play for the left-hander. Played away defensively by Compton. Was looking to steer that into the large gap on the onside for a single, but just batted it straight back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, it's certain batters almost approach it in different ways. You do get some guys who it feels like they're batting as if they're out there for a T20 and really trying to get on with things. Ollie Robinson, if you see him early, the Kent number 3 will look to do that. But someone like Ben Compton, as he faces up to Hendricks, turns this into the onside for a quick single. Comes through for the run. He'll just look to anchor the innings, really. Even if his strike rate is 60, 70, 80, look to just gradually up it as the innings goes on, but he's quite happy to sit in early doors. And Kent did actually lose a couple of early wickets against Lancashire in their last group game, and thought they might
struggle as a result, but they do bat quite deep with Finch, a specialist batter, at 7, Grant Stewart, all-rounder, at 8. This is a short ball which Joey Everson sways out of the way of. Allows it through to Swindles behind the stumps.
Ballooned a bit, didn't it? It looped a bit. Suggests that there isn't too much pace necessarily in the wicket. Hendricks gets it through usually at a fairly decent leg, but unless it was a slower sort of bouncer, but I don't think it was. I'm not sure he's got one in his armoury.
Slightly shorter boundary on the one side towards the keep, as this one is attempted to be tucked away into the onside. Pitches outside the leg stump. The meat, that's the one. I've been here for a few years.
I like the keep. I quite like that. The castle keep, something like that. Sadly,
it's the meat. I had to remind myself. Yeah, because I didn't do the match here last season in the COVID adjusted leagues and etc. But a number of trips when the two teams were in Division 2 a few years ago. I remember snow at one point. It's snowing and the Kent fielders went out in woolly hats.
Yes.
As Hendricks is in a bowling. Sunnier day today and an outside edge. Wide of the first slip down towards third man. It was deliberate enough in the end from Joey Everson to get himself off the mark.
Lancashire have won the toss and chosen to field at Blackpool against Nottinghamshire, who've made a decent start. They're 25 without loss, coming to the end of the third over.
So 3 without loss, Kent. In this third over of the match. Hendricks, the South African, sweatband on his right forearm and bowling left-handed. To the left-handed Compton, who just nudges it into the onside. There's a sweeper out on the deep square leg boundary. So there's plenty of room just to tuck it into that gap. Run a quick single. He moves to 3. And Kent to 4 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, Everson and Compton just worked it nicely there, picking up singles. No great evidence of movement as yet. We aren't directly behind the bowler's arm. We're at, well, when the bowling is from the Bennett end, we're at third man. Around about third sort of slip, third, fourth slip down, that sort of area. So we're having to glance at the stream, which hopefully is working for everybody this morning. It seems to be working for me, which is usually a good sign. Right. Is in from the Bennett end, bowling to Compton, who leans studiously forward to that delivery on middle and off, pushing it back up the pitch towards Barnes at mid-off. Hendricks calls to his teammates from down below us at third man. Do you like our kit this year?
I do like it, actually.
It's a little bit busy, but not unpleasantly so. A one-day kit.
Yeah,
Or they were a London kit, I should say.
green sleeves and trousers.
Right is in outside off stump. Looking to leave is Compton there, and it bounces perhaps a bit more than he thought it was going to. Actually got loads of bat on it and dropped it out towards Silly Point. A late decision to leave, a little bit too late. A little bit fortunate that it wasn't an inside edge, but as I say, ended up hitting fairly close to the middle of the bat. Applause from Mulder at mid-on, the new captain. Right is in. Compton outside off stump, just leans back, steers it nicely down through the gully, down towards third man. Takes the first one quickly, just in case, but Hendricks has a pretty good arm on him, gets his throw away, keeps it down to a single. Kent progressing in singles at the moment. Compton has 4 off 10 balls faced. Everson playing himself carefully in, has 1 off 11. He'll be keen to make an impression. Jerry Everson, familiar territory, not just obviously because he's played here, but he went to school in the not so very far away over in Stamford, where Dean Headley's the cricket master. In goes right and bowls to him down the leg sides, and the appeal for a catch behind, but I think just in the hope that it might prevent umpire Baldwin from signalling wide. persuade him it flicked the thigh pad or something. It didn't. Umpire Baldwin does signal wide, the first extra of the innings. Pitch already almost looks to be changing colour. It's been out in the sun obviously for a good couple of hours now. As right is in, bowls in the air, but it's going to lob short of Barnes from Everson on that occasion. Again, that does support the contention. It just might be still a little bit soft. It did perhaps stop on him a bit. Chipped by Everson out towards mid-on. We saw a couple of dismissals along those lines against Durham back on Tuesday. Ball just stopping, but as I say, that was in the hybrid pitch. Right is in, bowls edged through second slip stroke third slip down in the air, down towards third man and takes the single. Everson, so a little bit of movement there for right. It's a bit too short and wide from his point of view. Everson able to semi-steer it, but I think it was a finer edge than he would have liked, and it was in the air. Kimber, though, didn't move. He's standing quite wide at slip, probably standing at second slip, to be quite honest, and it went fairly well wide to his right hand. Left-hander Compton now on strike as right is in, bowls to him, tucks him up a little bit with an in-swinger, but plays it well, closes the bat face on it, drops it around the corner. Evans has to run around to field. Compton takes a single and keeps the strike. 4 overs done, 8 without loss. Kent. Compton has 5. Joey Everson a couple. Pitch, as I say, not quite doing as much as I suspect Leicestershire would have hoped by now. And it feels to me, Ben, that this could be a sort of, you're going to need 300 really to have something to bowl at.
Yeah, he talked as well about having the shorter boundary on the one side. Leicestershire having played on the hybrid wicket, which is more central the last couple of matches, but this one's shifted across and this one's turned away by Compton into the vast onside. I think about coming back for 2 in fact, but it's well fielded in off the rope by Sam Evans out there. And so just 1 run taken, which, yeah, that shorter boundary one side you would have thought would potentially suit the Kent middle order once you get to, say, Alex Blake and Darren Stevens, who targeted the shorter boundary really well actually in the game against Yorkshire on Tuesday.
That would have been the lime tree side of the ground, I imagine, would it?
It was indeed, yeah. Towards the retirement apartments. This one's flicked away into the onside, but without much bat involved. It was bat pad really, and dropped away. Hendricks fielding in his follow through.
The sort of format for Leicestershire has been that Hendricks has bowled 3 or 4 overs up top, sometimes just 3, and then a middle spell of 3, something like that, and then a couple at the end. So I would imagine that is what will happen, happily. Ben Compton's bat goes through the gauge. Still can't get over the fact that Durham lost 2 points for, what was it, Durham?
Yeah,
Derbyshire. It was Derbyshire, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Derbyshire.
Here comes Hendricks past the umpire, driven hard down the ground, straight up towards mid-on where Ian Mulder, the skipper, does the fielding. Yeah, it feels incredibly harsh.
Ludicrous. Matthew McKiernan, wasn't it?
Yeah, one individual having brought out the wrong bat. And
well, he just had too much tape on it, apparently.
Oh, really?
And so it didn't go quite through the gauge. They took 2 points off. They said it was a strict offence and there wasn't any choice about it. But
because it had too much tape on it. So it wasn't
made
like
it just too thick to go through the
like
gauge.
the bat was
No?
particularly chunky. Deary me. Here comes Hendricks. Turned away into the onside by Everson again. Big gap on the leg side with just mid-on and short, fine leg and deep square. So happy to just nudge it in there for a single, and Kent moved to 10 without loss. Everson 3 of them, Compton 6. And
all singles.
Steady start, yes.
Thus far.
Which Leicestershire will be pleased with.
Yeah. I'd like it, as I say, just like a bit more movement, I suspect.
Hendricks bowls to Compton, defends it back down the pitch. I think the only thing you would say in that regard, if the pitch isn't going to do a lot for the bowlers, and if it is going to be flat, is that with it baking under the sunshine in the first part of the day, Leicestershire will then know what they need to chase. Kent's bowling attack has struggled on flatter wickets. They've had a little bit of help for them at Canterbury in the last couple of games, whereas they had one at Beckenham, which is always rock hard and absolutely flat as anything, and Hampshire, of course, through automatically to the semi-final, as this one's turned away by Compton for another single into the leg side. Hampshire got almost 400 on that batting first. So that just shows you that the Kent attack sometimes, when the pitch is a little bit flat, struggle, albeit that Denley has come back into the team since then and has been very effective with his leg spin. But Kent 11 without loss after the opening 5 overs now. 3 from Hendricks and a couple from Chris Wright.
Yeah, Leicestershire had a sort of similar game at Radlett, where it is always flat. Some of the club pitches are better, you sometimes think, than the first class pitches, and Radlett's always a very good pitch, and it was a sort of 350 versus 350 close on game. Right to continue from the Bennett end is into Compton, outside off stump, pushed out into the offside off the front foot. You heard the call of no from Ben Compton as he saw it going more or less straight to Aaron Lilly. Wright tends to bowl a longer spell up front, but we shall see. It's a sort of different situation for Mulder to manage. He looks to be quite a proactive captain. He's chatting away there to Wright at mid-on. I don't know whether he's captained a side before, probably at school, Vian Mulder. In goes Wright and bowls outside off stump, nicely steered almost off the front foot by Compton, with it angled back down through the gully down to Hendricks at third man. Takes his 1. Content to do that, these two openers just working it around. 5.2 overs, 12 without loss. Compton 8 off 16, Everson 3 off 16. More and more coming into the ground now. Certainly not a huge crowd yet, but hopefully will fill up throughout the day. So a good few Kent followers have made it up the motorway in time for the start, as Wright is in to the right-handed Everson. That one just come back a fraction. It was straight anyway, and Everson on the back foot waited for it, dropped it out into the offside. No run.
I guess it's one of those things where it is such a quick turnaround from the end of the knockout stage to this eliminator match. So some people obviously can't necessarily book days off work or whatever. Kent probably wouldn't have been expecting to get through, having been pretty out of the picture after a washout at Derbyshire.
Right in, bowls straight again, middle and leg, worked across the line slightly by Everson, but plenty of time so to do, pushing it wide of mid-on. Barnes moves across to his right to field, and again there's a single. The runs have come purely in singles so far. There's been a wide as well. 13 without loss. So the trees absolutely still, aren't they? There's barely a leaf stirring. Beautiful late summer's day up here in the East Midlands. And the outfield, which has looked grey for so long, does have a tinge of green on it at last. In goes Wright and bowls on off stump, pushing out into the offside. If that kick at the stumps hits from Lilly, it would have been the end of Compton. It didn't. He took on the left foot of Aaron Lilly, who is quite a useful footballer. He kicked it at the stumps, running across from extra cover, and Compton would have been a couple of yards short of his ground, but he probably would have considered himself a bit unlucky had Lilly hit one stump with a left-footed kick from, 3 or 4 yards away. He didn't, he missed.
It was risky though from Compton, wasn't it? And Everson never looked like he was particularly ready for that run either.
No,
he was on his heels.
He wasn't. You just wonder whether if Lilly had picked it up and flicked it, but difficult, isn't it? But
yeah.
So another single. 2. Ben Compton moves on to 9. Everson on strike. Right is in. To him, goes through him. Now that one did move and come back a little bit. And he was on the back foot. Beaten on the inside edge. Movement for right. The first really pronounced movement of the day, coming at the end of the 6th over. 14 without loss. Everson 4 off 19. And Compton 9 off 17. The 2 Kent openers, similar in build and stature, have a word in mid-pitch.
Yeah, undoubtedly the ball of the day so far, that one. From Chris Wright. He mentioned the 2 Kent openers, of course, last year would have both been playing a fair bit of second-team cricket for Nottinghamshire, with Compton having signed in the off-season for Kent, and then Everson extending his loan deal to play in this game. Been on loan in this competition ahead of signing permanently for Kent next season. Former England under-19 all-rounder. There's Hendricks bowls to Compton. Fiddles at this one, really, outside the off-stump. Going for a little push drive.
Fraction. Just a warning, there is a commentator cam, so
yeah,
you may be startled to see yourself.
I looked at my screen to see the replay and then saw myself instead. So yeah, maybe
bit of drift.
Maybe just something. Just enough is all it needs to beat the outside edge, of course. Yeah, just a bit of a sign in the last couple of deliveries. So again, Compton goes for a cut stroke. That one just didn't appear to come through with much pace, whether it was a deliberate cutter or not.
It didn't get up that much either, did it?
Just bobbled through to Swindles behind the stumps.
Took it on the second bounce.
Yeah, maybe just held it slightly differently in the hand, the bowler.
Yeah.
A little bit of a knuckleball or something like that. Wobble seam. Here he is again. Beats the outside edge of Compton's bat for the 3rd time in the over so far. So Compton 9 off 20 so far, but really, well, particularly in this over, not looking too assured out there. He had been okay, to be honest. Looking like his normal self. Slow but steady.
Just a bit of shape. Again, nothing spectacular, just enough.
Of course, in this format you get two white balls at either end, don't you? So Hendricks bowling to Compton, defends it back down the pitch, and they have this funny kind of lacquer on the outside, don't they? So maybe just 3 overs in, or 3 and a bit, this ball will be. Obviously 6.4 overall, but maybe just the ball's starting to do a little bit out there.
They do go soft quickly though, don't they? The players tell me. After 10 overs
yes,
each, they're not much used to it.
Yeah, compared to say
beast.
A 50 over ball that you can swing from start to finish sometimes, as this one's flicked away. Down towards long leg by Ben Compton, and the first time in the Kent innings we're going to see something more than a single. Couple of runs for Ben Compton as it's fielded out there in the deep.
A good throw by Evans as well. Got it away quickly, longer away from
they would have been
down there.
Thinking about 3 as a possibility. Wondering if I've got enough time to sneak through the end of this over before I nip next door for an update.
1 ball to come. Watts playing with fire early in his innings. He's flirting outside off stump.
Here comes Hendricks in and bowling to Compton. 11 for him, 4 for Everson. Short ball. 16 without loss. They're going to allow that? They will.
Ben legs it next door. There will be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Eftsoons. Interesting start. 16 without loss after 7. Kent. Everson 4 off 19. Compton 11 off 23. Here comes the update between overs. Hopefully. Perhaps not. Wright is coming down the slope from the Bennett end, bowling to Joey Everson, who's clipping in the air through mid-wicket. Evans is chasing out. He's not going to get there. First boundary of the innings. Nice shot from Everson. Picked it up nicely. Clipped it over mid-wicket. Was in the air. Evans chasing up the rope from deep square. Couldn't quite get there to deep mid-wicket. 20 without loss. Leicestershire chose to bowl first after Vian Mulder won the toss. Mulder captaining Leicestershire in this game in the absence of Lewis Hill, hit on the hand in the nets yesterday. And Kent have made a solid start. They hope for a little bit of moisture in the pitch, Leicestershire, hope for a bit of more movement than they're perhaps getting, but they're bowling very straight and making the Kent openers play. Joey Everson, who was briefly on loan at Leicestershire earlier this season, he's 8 not out of 21 balls. Ben Compton is 11 off 23. 20 without loss, Kent, after 7.2 overs. As Wright is in to Everson, who is driving in the air past the reaching Wright through mid-off to the long off boundary for 4. Wasn't obviously at the pitch of it, Everson, but he trusted his eye, trusted the pitch and punched it away. Round about 7 feet high it was when it went past Wright, who stuck up his left hand. Don't think he got anything on the ball, didn't brush his fingertips or anything like it. It was a gesture more than anything. No chance for Mulder at mid-off to get across. So 2 fours in the over. The first boundaries of the Kent innings. They are up and running. Everson on to 12 off 22, 24 without loss. Wright is in to Everson, who's clipping through mid-wicket again. Could be the third. I don't think so, though, because diving across to his right, Kimber got some hands to it. Evans is able to run across from square leg, stop the ball on the ropes, but it's still going to be 3 for Joey Everson. So a real burst of scoring in this over for Everson. He moves on to 15 of 23 balls, 27 without loss. Kent, 4 balls of the over. We've had 2 fours and a 3 already in it. So 11 off the over thus far. By a long way the most productive of the Kent innings. Mulder just starting to roll his arms at mid-on now, and Wright is making a change to his field for the left-handed Compton. He's decided, Compton I guess has been looking to play the ball away down to third man. He's brought the slip back in. Wright runs in and bowls to Ben Compton, but he bowls on leg stump and it's turned off his legs by Compton, and he's going to pick up 4 for it as well. Poor ball from Chris Wright. It was the in-swinger, but he got it wrong. He'd strengthened the offside, brought in the slip, moved Lilly across from mid-wicket to extra cover, and then he bowled on legs, ball that swung in towards the legs of Compton. He'd clipped it away nicely. So 3 fours and a 3 in the 5 balls of the over so far. 15 runs from the first 5 balls, 31 without loss.
Pop next door, and suddenly everything's going on out there. Kent have decided that they've had a good enough look. Everson going on the aggressive.
Compton waits, gets a straight delivery that he plays back down the pitch towards Wright, who just lets it brush his fingers and roll on to the stumps, but Everson at the other end, despite his youth, far too wily a batter to be caught out in that respect, was long since back in his ground. End of the over, a very expensive one as far as Leicestershire and Wright are concerned. 15 runs from it, 3 boundaries. Everson has 15, Compton has 15, and Kent, we're pretty pleased looking at the scoreboard at the moment, having been put into bat by Leicestershire. They're 31 without loss off 8.
Change of bowling then, and it's the Foxes skipper, the former Kent overseas player at one point in time, 2019. I was looking it up earlier on. Had a short stint with the Spitfires, particularly notable performance in a 4-day match at Beckenham, actually, where he batted for 100 deliveries, got 68 not out to help Kent get a draw against Surrey in that one. He's bowling here, the South African, to Joey Everson, who drives up towards another South African in Hendricks, who Mulder replacing.
It's sometimes hard to remember that Björn Mulder's only 24. He's fitted so much into that time. 10 tests, one-day internationals, T20 internationals, loads of first-class cricket. You know, he's going to have a great career, I think. But
yeah, exciting player, still so much potential. This one's on the hip of Everson, trying to turn it in way into the onside, but collected at mid-wicket and then hurled to Aaron Lilly at mid-on, who's dropped it.
Mulder 452 runs in this competition in his 8 innings. He's averaging 90, because there are 3 not outs in there, but even so, it's a heck of an aggregate. He's also picked up 13 wickets.
Yeah, that's more than any of the Kent bowlers. 13 wickets. Mulder past the stumps, pushed away out towards backward point by Joey Everson. The most for any Kent bowler is Hamidullah Kadri's 12.
As you say, been on very good tracks for the most part. Fairly good tracks for the most part.
Yeah, and then they did, of course, miss one of the group games, which was washed out, as I mentioned, one at Derbyshire.
Did you actually travel up for that then? It was actually, yeah.
Did, yeah. Mulder bowls outside edge from Everson down towards third man. 1 run takes the score on to 32 without loss. Yes, I drove up on the motorway the night before and it rained all the way. And it was one of those where I was thinking, I wonder if this is going to be a wasted trip. Then was in the hotel just by the ground and made my way across in the morning, and there was a bit of early rain, but then it stopped and you thought, maybe we might get a T20 in or something later on, and in the end they just decided that it was just so dry, the ground, that the water was just sitting on top, it wasn't soaking through, so
you couldn't shift it.
No, didn't really even sort of attempt any kind of mop-up job, and it was a bit of a damp squib of a game in the end. As Mulder moves to around the wicket to bowl to Compton, cut away into the offside for a single. Steele in there with a lunging stop. 1 run to Compton, 16 each for these 2 batters, 33 on the board, so just that 1 wide for a right delivery that slid down the leg side.
A lot of concern or comment, shall we say, from Leicestershire supporters about the fact that they've left one of the bowlers out for this game, so they're going to have to cobble together 10 overs.
Mulder again. Everson trying to hit on the up here and beats the man at mid-on as Lilly was sliding away to try and stop it. So Everson, just in the last couple of overs, has gone on the aggressive slightly to try and make use of these power play restrictions. Only 2 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and he's forced that really through wide mid-on to the rope to move to 20 and Kent's 37 without loss, with 1 more over of the power play going.
Yeah, Leicestershire will be getting concerned now because, as I say, there are a bowler down, so having to cobble 10 overs from the likes of Steele, Kimber, maybe even Lilly, all of whom bowl sort of off spin, but fairly occasional off spin. And the thought of what someone like Darren Stevens might do to that is fairly terrifying from a Leicestershire point of view. Wright is continuing from the Bennett end, bowls to Compton, who leans forward, steers it backward of point. Rishi Patel falls to his right, gets a good hand to it, slows it right down. Evans completes the fielding running behind him, but even so, Compton picks up his single, moves on to 17-38 without loss. Last over of the power play. This could be interesting. Everson has shown a readiness to go aerial if he has to in recent overs, and has done so to considerable effect. He was about 3 off 17 off 20 balls, now 20 off 28. In goes right, bowls to him, fullish, he drives, but only as far as mid-off, where Mulder is the fielder.
A couple of wickets for South Africa.
Oh, I forgot about Test match.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
What's
going on?
Bairstow out for 49. Spell of fast bowling from Norkia that's knocked over Bairstow and then Zach Crawley for 38. So he did add 21 runs to his overnight vigil.
How many balls did he face?
101.
He got over 100 in the end.
Exdentary.
Right is in, back foot defensive shot. Nice high left elbow from Joey Everson. Back down the pitch it goes to right. So England are now
147 for 5, so 4 behind. So 5 wickets remaining to try and build a lead. Stokes and Folkes, men at the crease.
It's got a whiff of a 3-day finish about it, hasn't it, that one? But you never know.
Yeah, like the last one did indeed.
Right. Comes bounding in. Bowls. Everson drives. Thick outside edge in the air. Bouncing down towards third man and Steele overruns it. He went past the ball. It bounced and don't know whether it took a horrible bounce, but he just seemed to misjudge it and ended up running past it. Stuck out his left hand. Couldn't stop. As I say, there's a little bit of moisture, and that was not great fielding from Scott Steele down at third man. 4 runs conceded, and Leicestershire will feel slightly unnecessarily. Everson on to 24, leaving a touch dangerously, but profiting by his boldness at the moment. Moves on to 24, 42 without loss. 2 balls left in the power play. Right, looks down at the white ball, muttering to himself. No doubt, runs in and bowls. Everson can defend, having hit that previous delivery 4-4. On the back foot he does. Picked up by Lilly coming in from extra cover, or muttering. Wright says he sometimes if something like that happens, he's ticking a bit. Ticking the next delivery. But he is relatively philosophical. He's been around long enough, Chris Wright, to have known. He doesn't get too worked up. Hendricks is extraordinarily laid back. I'll tell you about him in a minute. As Wright is in, Everson gets one that stays a bit low. He digs it out, drops it out towards short leg, and it's the end of Wright's 5th over. None for 28 for Chris Wright, and it's the end of the first power play. And Kent, I suspect, will be pretty happy with that after having been put in with Leicestershire hoping the new balls would move a little bit and there'd be a little bit of moisture in the pitch. They've been confounded, really. Good, solid start from Everson and Compton. Certainly the first 6 or 7 overs, they were all care and attention. They've been more expansive recently and they've judged it really well. Everson has 24 off 33, Compton 17 off 27. Kent, after 10 overs, 42 without loss. A pleasingly solid start, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Solid to start with and quite conservative out of the traps, but Everson has just blossomed a little bit in the last couple of overs and shown that little bit more intent. So Mulder around the wicket to Compton, turning this one away out towards a short mid-wicket. Fielder's now out at third man at fine leg, deep square. So Leicestershire keeping men in the ring, for Compton in particular. I wonder if they might push a couple back for Everson potentially.
Louis Kimbus just started to swing his arms a bit, so I suspect he's going to be the first of the quote-unquote cobbled together bowlers.
Mulder once more. Good delivery, bit of movement to beat the outside edge of Compton's bat. Through it goes to Swindles. Wait to see the replay. There was indeed a little bit of movement in the air off the pitch. Just a good line, really. Really close to the outside edge and not really far away from the off stump. Bit of wobble, perhaps, particularly as it went past the batter, actually. Here he is again. Compton turns him to the short mid-wicket fielder for a dot ball.
322 runs for Ben Compton in this competition in his 7 innings, best of 87. So a pretty solid return from the opener. Only Ollie Robinson has a higher aggregate, but then he did get that huge score, didn't he?
Yes, he got 206 in a successful run chase at Worcestershire. As this one's off the pads away into the onside. Yeah, he's had a good tournament, Compton. 75 in that game where Robinson got the double century. Half century against Essex when nobody else at all got any runs, and then a couple of 80s, 87 and 81 against Northampton, Yorkshire, both at Canterbury in successful chases.
Nice murmur around the ground, which is beginning to not fill up, but decent crowd now coming in.
Order bowls down the leg side. Is there an edge? There's something, because the umpire shakes his head and doesn't signal wide, so must have brushed thigh pad on the way through.
Sounded very paddy, didn't it?
Just seeing the replay now. Sliding down, Compton trying to flick it away. Umpire deciding no bat involved. 17 he has. And Mulder bowling to him. A short ball which he thinks about trying to hook. That will be signalled as a wide, as it was down the leg side. Speaking about Mulder's efforts at Beckenham, there is a Kent women's game at Beckenham today, which is particularly interesting for one reason, which I'll mention in a moment, as Compton steers this one wide of third man for a single. So playing against Essex, currently Essex against Kent. The score there 42 for 3 Essex, but just come on into the attack for Kent's women, a certain A. Key, daughter of the director of cricket for England, Rob.
Good to see. Thinking of George Adams and people like that. Daughter of Chris, of course, of Sussex. In the family.
44 without loss after 11. Here comes that next bowling change.
This is where it turns square. I suspect not, but Louis Kimber into the attack relatively early as a sort of siren goes up Milligan Road. I don't really recognise that. I know a fire engine when I hear it, but that certainly wasn't a fire engine. He's going to come around the wicket, Kimber. He's very much a batting all-rounder, but he did take 4 wickets against Gloucestershire, off the top of my head. Round the wicket he goes to bowl to Compton, slightly short. Compton goes back and cuts it away to the sweeper on the offside. There is Sam Evans, comes in from the ropes. Compton takes his 1, moves on to 19, 45 without loss. It was Gloucestershire. Also scored 68 in that game, Louis Kimber, so he's certainly had a very impressive Royal London Cup so far. Goes over the wicket to Jerry Everson, who clips it firmly, waited for the very slow delivery, clipped it along the ground through mid-wicket. Lilly fell across to his left, couldn't get there. Barnes, or Barno, as Harry Swindles calls him, congratulating him for the throw. Throws in from long on, and there is one again. Kimber back round to the left-hander. Is in, tosses it right up, driven out into the offside, hard down into the ground though, so it bounces up quite slowly, and Kimber moves quite, or appears to move quite slowly. He's in fact one of those young men who's brilliant at all sports. He plays golf to about 5 or 6 or something like that as well. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Compton, this time pushing it into the gap to the right of Scott Steele at extra cover. Evans comes into field and 1 is taken. Compton on to 20. But he's fairly consistent for an occasional spinner. Louis Kimber, he bowls, famous last words, very few sort of full tosses or long hops, goes in and bowls, and that is smashed over long off for 6 by Everson. It was a bit of a half volley, it was in the slot. Chris Wright was up on the edge of the circle at mid-off. Everson just leant forward and lifted it high, and it landed about a foot over the ropes. Didn't try and overhit it. That was probably the key then. That was a really meaty, solid blow by Joey Everson, who was chased onto 31. As I say, he was on, I think, 3 off 20 balls, now 31 off 35, and looking very, very dangerous. Brings up the Kent 50 too, as well, and we are only in, or coming to the end of the 12th over. Already beginning to look threatening, these two.
Slightly shorter boundary straight as well. I thought I was going to bounce.
Slightly.
But cleared the rope in the end.
And as a consequence, mid-off is now back at long off. Kimber in to Everson, who goes back to a ball that might just have turned into him a fraction. Stayed a bit low. Pushed back down the pitch on the onside. Moves across the field, Kimber, and there is no run. But picked up the 6 off the over. Made it 9 off the over altogether. 53 without loss, Kent, after 12.
So, of course, a half-century stand coming up with that blow down the ground. And a good start for the Spitfires. They have plenty of batting to come. Ollie Robinson, Joe Denley, Alex Blake, Darren Stevens, Harry Finch. All recognised batters before you get into all-rounders and bowlers. Mauled up. Pushed away by Compton out towards point, dot ball.
A few of the Leicestershire supporters getting in touch. Consensus among them seems to be that they would have liked to have seen Roman Walker playing as a proper extra seamer, really. Perhaps leave out Steele. We shall see.
Mulder bowling a short ball, which is pulled away hard by Compton, but out towards Evans, sweeping on the onside boundary. So just 1 run will be added.
You can get in touch with either us on Twitter if you like. Morning to Springsteen, who has, at Fox's Cricket 22, at Ben Watts Sport.
Yes, indeed.
The 2 Twitter feeds. You can email me if you like, richardray23 at gmail.com, Ray, R-A-E.
Also got kencricket@gmail.com. So either way you would like to get in touch. And that's Mulder to the right-handed Everson. Squares him up a touch, this one, as he goes back to defend and plays it out towards backward point. Just takes his helmet off and wipes his brow. Good noise from the Leicestershire fielders. Trying to G up their skipper, keep everyone on their toes. They will have the comfort of knowing that whatever this pitch doesn't do, perhaps, they'll be batting second on it. And chasing whatever score Kent can muster, 54 without loss, as this one is softly played defensively into the onside, offside rather.
Yeah, predictions. We've seen 12.5 or so overs, and I think Kent are looking at 330, 340 minimum here.
Now that is one advantage, perhaps, of batting first on a flatter deck, that if you do get a good score, you do take advantage. Can create that scoreboard pressure for the team batting second, as this one's turned away very well, clipped hard into the onside, sliding attempt on the boundary rope, got hands to it.
Will Davis out there, so one of Leicestershire's sort of acting 12th men.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, wasn't able to flick it back, just ended up pushing it into the rope a yard or so on from where he'd made his dive. So Everson with another boundary, moves to 35.
Just thinking of the number of players over the years I've seen sort of appear for Leicestershire, move on and then come back and punish them severely.
Here comes Mulder to Everson. Defends this one, kept a little bit low perhaps.
Everson appears to be the latest.
He's joining
Here we go.
that fine tradition
Yeah.
that Darren Stevens has been one, indeed, to.
I don't know if he pioneered it. It's been going on for quite a long time, but Steve-O certainly is a very prominent member of that
from a Kent angle.
fraternity.
Yes. Normally they play for Nottinghamshire, of course.
Yeah. Davis comes back off. I'm trying to see who's going back on. It's usually Nick Welsh, and Welsh is back out there now, so it's usually Welsh fielding on that side of the ground. So for some reason, the Zimbabwean briefly came off. Kimber to continue from the Bennett end. He's got a slip, so they think there is a little bit of turn there. Compton is forward, pushing it into the gap in the covers. Evans comes in from the offside boundary and fields. One is taken. Might just be a bit there for the spinners. Very slow turn, as we mentioned. While the ball is hardish. Kimber back over the wicket to Everson, who's hitting high over long on. No chance for Barnes into the Melton, or bounced just short, but bounced into the Melton Building Society family stand. That was a lovely, clean hit from Joey Everson, lofted over sort of wide mid-wicket stroke, wide long on. Lovely pickup, and it sounded like a rifle going off high over the ropes. And he moves on to 41 at a runner ball now.
Sometimes when you see it go that high off the bat, you think it's not going to make it to the boundary, but you just knew that was going all the way. He'd hit it clean enough.
Kimber is in. Everson's going the same place, and that, if anything, is higher still into the awning in front of the hospitality marquee over there. It was straighter and consecutive sixes for Joey Everson, who's moved on to 47, 71 without loss. And Leicestershire's gamble at the moment of leaving out one of the seamers is not paying off. Kimber goes for consecutive sixes, 22 off 9 balls he's conceded now. In again to Everson, quicker and flatter. Everson just goes back, works it into the leg side. Steele quickly onto the ball. Throws at the non-striker's end. Kimber can't stop it, but curiously Everson can with his pads accidentally as he runs to complete the single. Moves on to 48, 72 without loss. Trouble for Leicestershire, 72 without loss after 13.4 overs. Compton playing the secondary role at this stage of the partnership. Watching Everson lay waste the Foxes' attack. Round the wicket goes Kimber. Reverse sweep attempted, not timed. Oh, but he's going to pick up runs. There's a misfield by Bjorn Hendricks on the edge of the circle. Gives Kent an extra 2 runs. He shakes his left wrist. It bounced up and hit him on the wrist as he tried to field. A little casually, it looked like. And Evans had to run around to his right to complete the fielding. 2 runs to Ben Compton, 24 without loss.
We've seen a couple of misfields so far, haven't we? I think it just exemplifies how dry that outfield is, how hard it is when your elbows hit the floor.
Round the wicket goes Kimber to Compton, bowls on to the leg stump. There's an appeal for a leg before, looked to be sliding on down the leg side to me. Don't think it's straightened enough. Is signalled a leg by umpire Baldwin, so there was no bat involved, but it didn't do enough to turn and threaten the leg stump, said umpire Baldwin. And indeed, Kimber's appeal was less than convincing. End of the over, 75 without loss after 14, so 17 off the over, including 2 sixes, and Mulder has a problem. 3 sixes Jerry Everson has hit now. 2 off Kimber, 1, sorry, 3, all 3 off Louis Kimber. Mulder bowling himself as Ben goes next door to update radio. Kent bowls straight to Ben Compton, who just works it just in front of point. Patel reaches to his left as he runs to his left, can't get there. Welsh has to complete the fielding. One is taken. Compton on to 25, 76 without loss. Everson on 48 already, or 43 deliveries. Showing now. Why Leicestershire were keen on signing him. Waits with bat raised as Mulder is in to him. He looked to get into position to drive there, had to adjust. It was a good delivery from Mulder. Ended up stroking the ball back down the pitch towards Vian Mulder. Foxyfield, his fifth bowler. Business. Sad face, sad face, sad face. Everson is in, clipped in the... I beg your pardon, Mulder is in too. Everson clipped in the air through the vacant square leg down. Knew what he was doing there. Out towards Welsh on the square leg boundary. Takes one. Moves on to 49. Takes his helmet off as he reaches the non-strike end. Mops his brow. Hot work out there. There are a few white clouds around now. Little fluffy white clouds away to the south and the east, just drifting across the ground to the south. We're in the Ayleston district of Leicester for Kent supporters. In goes Mulder and bowls, turned out by Compton towards mid-wicket. Should be two, and there are going to be two. Good placement by Compton. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. And they are struggling a little bit, I'm afraid, because having won the toss and chosen to bowl first, they are seeing the Kent openers establish a really solid opening partnership, and more than that, Joey Everson, who was briefly of Leicestershire earlier this season before moving on to Kent, has hit Louis Kimber for 3 sixes in going to 49 of 45 balls. Ben Compton is being a little bit more circumspect. He's 27 off 43, but they are 79 without loss coming to the end of the 15th over. The pitch looks pretty flat, and it looks as though Kent are going to score well over 300 on it and give the Foxes a really tough chase. They need wickets, Leicestershire, and they're not coming at the moment, with Kent 79 without loss. Dot ball there that Compton tried to steer out into the offside, got a thick bottom edge, bounced down to silly point, no chance of a single. Mulder turns, runs in and bowls. Compton gets a fullish delivery that he works out towards mid-off. I think he was looking initially to work that into the leg side, had to adjust, ended up pushing it out towards mid-off. Dot ball, end of the over, the 15th, 79 without loss. Just the 4 runs from it then. But what is Leicestershire's strategy going to be from here? Just the 2 overs for Louis Kimber. And he is now being taken out of the attack, and Scott Steele is going to get his chance. It's going to be similar sort of bowling. If anything, he bowls more slowly, Steele, his off-spin, than Kimber. Went for 25 from his 2 overs. But he's a much shorter man, Scott Steele, so the deliveries tend to be a little bit flatter. Everson on 49. Long on and long off and mid-wicket or out. He's going to pick up the one he needs there. No, he isn't for his 50 because he hits it very firmly, but only as far as Kimber, who's now at mid-wicket. And Kimber moving across to his right stops the ball smartly. Steele steps in and bowls a long hop down the leg side that Everson will be furious he missed out on, really. He went down on one and he tried to sweep it away, but again he picked out a fielder, this time Bjorn Hendricks, who formed the long barrier and made the stop. Steele is in. Everson is working that one into the leg side, wants the one, but Evans is quickly on it, moving to his left at square leg, and he is sent back into his ground. Everson, that is, by Compton. Just looking for the one to get to his 50 here. In goes Steele, bowls to him. It's a ball that bounces and I think came off the outside edge and rolled out towards third man, but there was something there for Steele, who has caused Everson just a problem or two. That is going to be his 50. It's a long hop down the leg side that is swung away and to the wide long leg stroke deep backward square boundary by Everson, and that is his 50. It's come off 50 deliveries. 53 he has. He's hit 3 sixes. I know that. Quite how many fours, I'm not sure yet. In goes Steele, goes back this time Everson and works it through mid-on out towards long on and takes one. End of the 16th over, 84 without loss. 6 fours and 3 sixes for Everson in that 50 ball half century, a runner ball half century. And as I say, he was on 3 off about 20. Lesson there for all batsmen. Get yourself in and you can then score very, very quickly. We have only had 16 overs. There are 34 overs left. Kent already 84 without loss, and Everson, if he keeps playing this way, could be looking at a really hefty score indeed. Change of bowling. Mulder is taking himself off and bringing on Ed Barnes. Ben back alongside, having given the good news to the listeners down in Kent and around the district.
It was just teasing in that previous over. Joey Everson kept thinking I was going to tell them about his half century, and a couple of moments where he thought he was going to get a single, had to run back into his crease for 1, and then eventually getting the ball shot away for 4. So Barnes to bowl to him, which he pushes out towards point. First ball on the spell from the seamer. Heard a rapturous round of applause for the Everson half century from the Kent players. So I think their dressing room is pretty much fairly below where we are.
Directly.
Yes.
One has to be quite hopeful regarding the effects mic, but usually the language is very good.
Here comes Barnes. Fuller delivery, which Everson drives gently up towards mid-on into the onside for a single to move on to 55, and the Kent scored to 85 without loss. In this 17th over, Compton there on 27 from 45, but Everson has upped it in order to move to his half century from 50 balls. Just seeing a couple more men now posted out on the ropes. Sweepers either side at mid-wicket and cover. Third man and fine leg as well. As Barnes, there was a full delivery which Compton flicks hard into the onside, runs the first one hard, thinks about coming back for 2, but in the end perhaps a wise decision to just keep it to 1.
Lilly out there now, it tends to be his role in the sort of last 30 or so overs.
Yeah, splendid work from him out there in the deep. Thanks to Kester, who's been in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com. Who's
pretty pleased, I would imagine, isn't he?
Oh, I think he's still revelling in Tuesday's last-ditch win. As this is down the ground from Everson and over the rope into the sight screen for 6, and he's just cleared the front leg and
clubbed it back.
T20 style, just bopped it over the bowler's head. Clubbed, a good way of putting it. A real swing of the bat to force the ball back over the bowler's head.
A despairing Fango Fox in Melbourne says he didn't look like he knew which end of the bat to hold when he was with us. What's going on? But he does now.
He's worked it out, yeah.
He's worked it out.
He has worked it out. Scored a century at Cardiff against Glamorgan earlier on in the competition, albeit that is his only score of note, but he has been moved up and down the order a little bit as Barnes bowls, and he forces this one up towards long on, who's been posted back on the rope as a result of that previous stroke for a single. Yeah, he got that 100 when he was indeed opening the batting, and then Tuanda Mayeye came back into the side after injury for a couple of games, and then he's missing from the Kent team again because he needs to have some dental surgery, struggling with his wisdom teeth, giving him aggro.
Orthodontic treatment.
Yes. So he's absent from the side, along with the likes of Marcus O'Riordan due to injury, if you like, as Barnes bowls to Compton and angles this down to third man for a single. And then guys away at the 100, the likes of Daniel Bowe-Drummond and Jack Leaning, Jordan Cox, Sam Billings. Quite a number of them are in the batting department from a Kent point of view. Obviously, Zach Crawley in the Test side as well. Made 38 today. Only really, in terms of the bowlers, Matt Milnes, Fred Clarkson, who are missing. England now building a lead over South Africa. And Crawley for 38 and Bairstow for 49, the men out today. Stokes and Folkes still at the crease.
Steele, who only went for 5 in his first over, and I use the word advisedly, only, will continue. They've got to get these extra 10 overs from some. Barnes too has been punished. Leicestershire, he's going to go round the wicket. Scott Steele to Ben. Compton tosses up a full toss, which Compton wipes out towards deep backward square, but doesn't get it. So it rolls fairly slowly out towards Nick Welsh in front of the Leicestershire banners. I see a Leicester City banner has joined it today as well. I think that's a Leicester City.
Yeah, it looks like
banner.
it.
A lot of concern about City at the moment. Back over the wicket goes Steele and bowls, and it's a swinging, and he's gone. Everson has gone. He went for the sweep, and he was trying to sweep it off straight. Umpire Baldwin didn't hesitate. He was swinging off the straight, and Everson, who was looking so dangerous and so good, raises his eyes to the heavens in dismay. He knows he's, to a certain extent, perhaps given it away. It's a super position to be in, and he's given Kent a great start, but he really could have gone on and made a really, really big score. Pretty impressive, though, from Jerry Everson. He goes LBW Scott Steele for 62 off 57 balls.
Yeah, it's a good applause from the crowd as he walks off. But as you say, Richard, a clear look of frustration on his face. He, as the decision was given, walked away and looked towards the heavens, and almost as if to say, there was 100 out there for me today, and I've missed out by missing a straight delivery, going for the horizontal bat shot, the sweep shot. And either you play that stroke when the ball isn't going to hit the stumps, or if it is, you've got to back yourself to make contact, and he didn't. So a vital breakthrough for Leicestershire, 95 for 1 in the 18th. And a player who is looking in good form, familiar with the surroundings here at Grace Road, and dangerous knock in progress comes to an end. So 62, Everson departs for, and Ollie Robinson comes out at number 3 to join Ben Compton, who's on 30.
Goodness, Leicestershire needed that, but plenty of batting to come, in-form batting as well. Steele 1 for 6 from 1.2, and at least 3 of those have been rank long hops. But maybe it's going to be his day. He's got a slip in, because one did bounce at Everson in his previous over. In he goes and bowls, and it's wide half volley that is driven away by Robinson for 4. So to describe Steele's bowling as a mixed bag, I think would be a reasonably fair description. Absolute gift of a half volley, just what you want first up. Thank you very much. And Robinson, who, as Ben is saying, is a batter in form, didn't miss out, stepped out and drove it away to the extra cover boundary. 99 for 1. Steele is in. That's a better delivery. Dropped at slip. Dropped at slip by Aaron Lilly. Went for the drive, thick outside edge. It was low, but it was very, very catchable, and Lilly put it down low. And how Leicestershire could pay for that. Steele is in again. 2 Robinson bowls a rank long hop down the leg side that Robinson lets bounce through to Swindles and is signalled wide. The 100 is up for Kent. All happening in this over.
Certainly is. Robinson encouraged by that boundary to get off the mark, going for another big drive and edging it.
Steele is in, Robinson is forward, just poking it a little tentatively, understandably enough, gets a thick outside edge, it rolls down towards short third man, Barnes moves to his left to field, Robinson takes 1, moves on to 5, 101 for 1. Again, too casual from Lilly, who's got a very, very good pair of hands. Round the wicket goes Steele, bowls very short, Compton goes back and cuts him away through the offside, but only as far as Evans coming in from the boundary. See the replay on that to make sure it did carry, but it did carry. Second ball, Ollie Robinson. Straight to Lilly. Low, but that's why he was there, and down it went. Leicestershire, you feel on this pitch against a good Kent batting lineup, cannot afford to miss catches. And they have 102 for 1 at the end of the 18th, which saw a wicket, a chance, and plenty of runs as well. 8 of them.
Start the next over then, Barnes. Turned away by Compton for a single. Just trying to get all the information into a tweet from that previous over.
Good luck.
Everson out LBW, missing the sweep shot, then the boundary from Robinson's get off the mark, then he's nicked off the next ball.
Hendricks has a word with Barnes. Gestures at his offside field. He feels he'd like a little bit more cover. He's going to get some lilies going back from the edge of the circle.
So Robinson waits on 5, not out, 3 balls into his innings. Times this one up towards long on. And important from Leicestershire's point of view that they can try and atone for that error and get Robinson early, because if not, he's capable of producing a similar kind of knock to Everson. Can find regular boundaries. Natural timer of the cricket ball. As Barnes bowls to him, and again pushing this one up towards mid-on. He's just about fielded that one safely via Mulder as he moved to his right and then had to go back to his left and seemed to slip over as the ball nestled into his fingers.
He's a very happy man at the moment, Ed Barnes. He's a huge Leeds supporter. He's bouncing with their start.
I bet he is. Here he comes again, driven down the ground. You mentioned the Leicester City flag over on the far side. I was driving past a pub on my way to the ground. 15-minute drive I had this morning coming from the in-laws. And I saw a pub which had Leicester City Premier League winners and then the FA Cup from a couple of years ago as well. Banners on the side of the building.
Doesn't look like it's going to be that sort of season for the Foxes at the moment. Footballing Foxes, that is.
In bowling, Barnes, driven by Robinson out towards the sweeper on the offside, and it was timed so well. It almost beat him, and he had to move, what, 3 or 4 yards to his right there, Lilly in the deep.
Got a horrible feeling that they're going to deeply regret that miss, because that was beautifully timed.
That's what I mean about him just being such a natural timer of the ball. He's so aesthetically pleasing to watch when he's in nick, Ollie Robinson. And for all the chatter about Darren Stevens and how he might be leaving Kent at the end of the season, it's almost been forgotten as this one's flicked away by Compton down towards fine leg, that Robinson potentially
He's off to Durham, isn't
could be on his way. Yeah, Durham is the county
it's a done
that
deal, mate. Well, it's a done deal.
he was there, wasn't he, on loan earlier on in the season, and yeah, from a Kent point of view, they've got 3 wicket keepers in Robinson, Cox, and Billings, and
Durham don't have a keeper essentially, really.
The last we heard officially from Ollie Robinson was that he was concentrating on this one-day Cup competition, and then he was going to be considering his options.
A young lad called Tom McIntosh kept for them in the Royal London Cup game on Tuesday.
Has Ned Eckersley been keeping for them at all?
He did at the start, I think, of the season, but obviously he's now left the club as well, so he has actually departed Durham. Steele round the wicket to Compton. Lops one up on towards middle and leg. Compton has to wait for it. It was quite nicely flighted, that, by Steele, and just works it out towards Mulder at mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, so for all the Darren Stevens Canterbury send-off the other day.
Steele is in, drops short outside off stump, cut down into the ground by Compton, bounces up towards Lilly, who bounces into his stomach, and then he lies there. It's something of a drama queen, is Aaron Lilly. He loves a bit of theatre out there, and he lay down as though shot, basically, like a footballer. Tackled. In goes Steele, bowls and advances down the wicket. Compton. Steele may have seen him coming, dragged his length back a bit, and Compton just ended up rather shoveling it back down the pitch on the offside. Good so far, this over from Steele, who steps in and bowls. Compton goes back and digs it out right in front of the stumps. Goodness me, that was a quicker, flatter delivery. He did well to play it off the pitch there. That was a big risk by Ben Compton. He's just looking a little bit fractious in this over, as though he wants to get on with it. In goes Steele, bowls to him. He's driving that out into the offside. Kimber is quickly onto the ball, throws it back to Steele, who takes off the bails, but Robinson is quick between the wickets, got in. He had to really get the afterburners on, and did. Made his ground in the end, certainly not comfortably, but solidly enough. But just as I say, just a whiff of awkwardness about those 4 deliveries for Ben Compton. He looks like he wants to get on with it and is struggling a little bit. And he wouldn't have done his side any favours had he run out Ollie Robinson there. I suspect Steele is in to Robinson, who just leans forward and clips the delivery, nicely timed out through mid-on, out towards long on. Rishi Patel finds himself out there briefly. And one is taken. Robinson on to 7, 107 for 1 at the end of another good over from Scott Steele. The best he's bowled, actually. Just the 2 runs from it, but also sort of consistent as well, and adapted his length according to the batsman. 3 overs, 1 for 15 for Steele, so that's 5 of the 10 overs that they've got to find. Leicestershire have been bowled. 107 for 1 after 20.
Yeah, of course, Kent cricket fans, an emotional Canterbury send-off for Darren Stevens earlier on in the week. If Robinson is indeed to move on to pastures new, we may well play in the red ball stuff before the end of the season, as he goes into the onside slightly aerially for a single. Safe enough as it goes out towards deep mid-wicket.
They did sort of emphasise it was his last List A appearance, didn't they, really? So
yeah,
they left open the possibility of him
yes.
playing a bit more red ball cricket.
Depending on what you've heard about whether Kent are going to pick him before the end of the season, Darren Stevens in the red ball stuff. They have in recent times, when they've had everybody available, failed to even get Robinson into the 11 for red ball cricket. So it's down the leg side, wide signalled. Stevens has almost got to get into the 4-day team as a bowler and batting at 7 or 8. I've seen Sam Billings as low as 7 in that team when everyone's been available. Barnes continuing. And Compton, the left-hander on strike, 34 for him. Just angles this one down close to his back hip. Just glides the ball wide of third man for a single. As Richard mentioned earlier on, it's an absolutely glorious day here in Leicester. Blue sky overhead, the odd blotch of light white cloud, the sun beating down on this outfield. Barnes with Kent 110 for 1. Live on the BBC. Bowls to Robinson, who, although playing defensively, Pushes this hard out towards mid-off.
The difference with that the wicket falling has made is so marked, isn't it? Compton's just struggling a little bit for fluency. Robinson's still playing himself in, and just gives Leicestershire sort of 3 or 4 overs to drag things back a little bit. But the run rate at the moment is still 5.5.
Yeah, Everson at the time of getting out was absolutely flying along, wasn't he? Having had a slow start, Barnes, Ollie Robinson clips him away in the air, but safe because that fielder in long on is in the circle. So it's a 1 bounce 4 out towards the rope. But therein is an example of how Robinson can try and do what Everson did, and happy to hit over the top of the infield and will look to try and score boundaries.
Went a lot further than I thought it was going to for a minute, but actually just only a couple of bounces before it was over the ropes. 12 off 11 already. Dropped on 4. Ollie Robinson.
So long on now, going back. Hendricks to the rope. It was wide off long on anyway, in truth, that last shot from Robinson. Drives hard up towards Mulder at mid-off. No single will be taken on this occasion. Spectators dotted around the ground. Number on green benches down below our commentary position. I can see a few old school Kent One Day jerseys as well. A few spectators even to our right at this elevated view that we have, as it's off the inside edge of Robinson's bat, clipping away out towards deep square for a single.
It's the Morris Burrows Terrace alongside us. There's a few up here, but there'll be more on the raised stand on the other side of the pavilion, with the pitch being cut on that side.
A couple of Kent supporters joked to me on Friday. They're the owners of the flag that some might have seen at Canterbury, which reads "Steve-O is God." And they said, "Oh, we come and sit with you on Friday." And I said, "Well, you can't be in the box, but you can literally sit next to us. You can get that nice view from the top of the stand, and the seats just next to our commentary position." 115 for 1 after 21 overs.
Steele will continue from the Bennett end. Robinson takes guard again. Looks threatening already. Steele steps in and bowls to him. He's forward carefully, pushing the length delivery back up the pitch to the former Durham man, who mops his brow. Before is in and bowls to him again, slightly fuller, so he can step out, Robinson, and drive it into the gap in the covers out towards Welch, who's out there in front of the 2 Leicestershire sort of flags between the meet and the electronic scoreboard. I think that's new since you were here last, possibly. Not sure. New layout anyway. In goes Steele, round the wicket, down the wicket goes Compton, drives it back, gets to the pitch of it, directly over Steele's head. He leapt into the air with his left hand raised, but it was no more than a gesture really, and with mid-on and mid-off on the edge of the circle, it was a fairly safe shot once he got to the pitch of the ball. Compton picks up 4, moves on to 39.
It's getting slightly distracted by Robinson waving at the dressing room. I think he wants some tape brought out for the toe end of his bat. It's clearly working okay. And Compton joining in.
Steele in again, drops it very short to Compton. I think he thought he was going to chase down the wicket to him. Compton leaned back. He did actually start to step down the wicket and had to cut it away into the gap in the off side, coming up to half past. So Ben's popping next door to update BBC Radio Kent. Steele back over the wicket, bowls, and well bowled. Robinson has to treat that one with respect, just strokes it back down the pitch to Steele. Coming in to finish his over, bowls, goes back, and again it's a straight delivery, and again he plays it straight back down the pitch. Asks for permission from Vian Mulder, as is the tradition Asked the opposing captain for permission to do a little bit of work on his bat. Out comes the Kent 12th man. I think it's James Logan, but I'm not quite sure, with some tape which is being applied to the bottom of Ollie Robinson's bat. 121 for 1 after 22. Kent. The only man out, Jerry Everson, leg before wicket to Scott Steele for an impressive 62 and a threatening 62 as well. He was looking really set for a really big score, Everson. But he went down on one knee, tried to sweep Steele off the stumps and missed it. Given out leg before by umpire Paul Baldwin. Neil Pratt, the other umpire. Tape has been applied. Robinson is happy. Compton, however, will be on strike to Ed Barnes, who's gone for 21 from his 3 overs. Round the wicket goes Barnes and bowls on off stump to Compton, who just waits for the delivery, plays with an angled bat off the front foot, just steers it backward of point. Rishi Patel has to run around to his right to field, and Compton takes a single, moves on to 41, 122 for 1. Little flatbed truck goes up Milligan Road. Away to our left as Barnes turns. Runs in and bowls, clipped in the air over mid-wicket by Robinson, out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Wasn't too much wrong with the delivery. It was full enough though. Robinson stepped out and lifted it nicely, and just a touch too straight. Steele in there at mid-wicket again, leapt into the air, but it was well above him really. No chance of getting there. 4 to Robinson, 18 off 18 to him. Barnes, 62 on his back. Fair hair, runs away from us. Bowls slightly short, whipped away out towards deep backwards square, and it reaches Nick Welsh on a single bounce, about 8 or 10 feet in front of him. It bounces, and just probably for half a second Robinson must have thought, oh, have I just given that one away? It was a slightly casual swing of the bat. Almost hit it too well though, and it could have landed in the hands of Welsh. It didn't. Takes 1, moves on to 19. Come on Barnesy, come on Barno, exhort the Leicestershire fielders. The young Yorkshireman who turns. Longish run, in and bowls, thumps into the pads of Compton. He wants a leg by, then takes a good few steps down the wicket before realising that Robinson is going nowhere and has to quickly retreat into his ground. Does. A docked ball. 127 for 1 remains the score. Plenty of people away under the permanent sort of awnings. The members' stands away on either side of the pavilion as Barnes is in and bowls. Compton is forward, pushing it out to mid-off. Hendricks is on the edge of the circle, and seeing that there's no chance of Steele running across from extra cover to cut it off, Compton calls for the single. Moves on to 42, 128 for 1. See, Radio Leicester may have forgotten the 12:30 update. Barnes back over the wicket, having to change almost every delivery at the moment. Is in to Robinson, slightly short of a length. Robinson goes back, plays it firmly through mid-on. There isn't a mid-on, just Hendricks down at long on. The effect of Robinson's earlier clubbing Barnes to the long on boundary for 6, so it's a comfortable single and is so taken. Robinson on to 20 off 20. 129 for 1, 8 off the over because they did pick up that 4 as well. Run rate up to 5.6 after 23. Barnes has gone for 29 from his 4 overs.
A few Kent players taking a little walk around the boundary. Matt Quinn, Hamid Kadri, as Robinson pushes out towards Sweeper on the offside for a single. George Linder there as well.
I was told by Ned Eckersley, who was on commentary with us a couple of games ago, that if you walk clockwise, it's runs, and if you walk anti-clockwise, it's wickets. I didn't know that.
This one's clipped away by Compton out towards mid-wicket. These cricketers are superstitious, aren't they?
Had you heard that?
I think it's, yeah, is it right
Oh,
for
okay.
runs, left for wickets or something? It's one or the other.
Well, they're walking clockwise, so it must be the other way.
As this one's cut away by Compton out towards backward point where Evans almost falls back on his backside and palms the ball away. Yeah, Linder managing a knee injury, the South African overseas, have not been involved for Kent in this competition all that much, as this one is swept away hard by Compton and will go for 4. Out to the rope. Behind square on the onside, out towards the meat. Always good for a bit of cake. Little tea and ice cream kiosk as well, the lower tier. The Darren Stevens fans have started early. So Compton's boundary moves him to 46. He's moving away and trying to give himself room to play this one into the offside, but straight to the fielder. 134 for 1. Linder played the first 3 games of the competition and not been involved for Kent since, as Compton cutting again. One bounce out towards Evans. Does the fielding at point. He's got some red soles to his shoes as well, Sam Evans, which goes perfectly with the almost red breast of the Leicestershire kit and the red caps that they're wearing. One of the Kent Cricket media staff, who will remain anonymous before he gets pelters on social media, suggested the Leicestershire kit was a little bit like Santa's elves.
There's a vaguely Christmassy feeling about it, isn't there? A bit of tinsel would make the difference.
A bit gold tinsel. Silver and gold. 134 for 1 after 24, so 1 over away from halfway.
And Barnes's overs, he struggled a little bit to restrict the scoring rate, and the fact that Mulder's having to bring Wright back at this relatively early stage, indicative of the problems Leicestershire face. Wright is in from the pavilion end outside off stump, takes one hand off the bat there, Robertson, as he carves it away through backward point for 4. And there's a sort of odd cheer from the Kent faithful there. Robinson just given the width, had to reach for it a little bit, so much so that it, as I say, ended up taking his bottom hand off the bat, but he got loads of it, and it is under the covers over there and into the advertising hoardings between the Family Society stand and the old manual scoreboard. Not as old as the one in the Les Ames stand, but one of only 2 remaining.
Yeah, still a beauty.
No. As Wright is in again, and again it's width, and again it's a brilliant diving stop away to a half stop away to his left by Rishi Patel, which saves 2 runs. He slows it down, which means that Evans can run around to his right from third man to field. But otherwise, that was heading in pretty much the same direction. 6 off the first 2 balls of the over. Wright has been expensive as well. 140 for 1.
Wondering if that was on the fall through to point.
I think it was a possible. There was no great reaction. There was a bit of an ooh, wasn't there? But
yeah, it's harsh to call it a drop because it was absolutely smashed in his direction.
if you see the replay, in goes Wright and bowls a bouncer, just drops his hands, Robinson, and pulls out of an attempted pull.
I did see it, but it was hard to tell. You can't quite see if it carried through, but possible.
I'll make a note, post chance.
Yeah, possible drop to chance. Yeah, you can always, as you're saying about the manual scoreboard, few too many of these grounds that have electronic ones. At least here they leave it on the electronic scoreboard. It's when they put adverts and other things up on.
Yeah.
And then you suddenly look around, there's no score available.
Right is in, hit up into the air by Robinson, should be caught by Kimber at extra cover and is caught by Kimber at extra cover. That was a most curious shot from Ollie Robinson, who was walking off with the ball already in mid-air. It wasn't there to be driven away, and having picked up a 4 under 2 already in the over, he didn't need to play the shot. He went for it anyway, tried to hit it high and straight, just skied it up into the air, and in the end the drop off him on 4 isn't as expensive as it threatened to be. He goes, caught Kimber, bowled right for 27, Kent 140 for 2.
Yeah, he was just trying to hit it over the top of mid-off up in the circle, downtown, and hit it straight up instead. So disappointment for Robinson, who looked like he was just trying to move things on, get Kent trending back in the right direction, up the run rate, but frustrated with himself and just walking off, holding the bottom of his bat and thumping the handle into the ground as he's making his way back to the pavilion, replaced by Joe Denley, the Kent skipper, coming out at number 4. But yeah, disappointing end to what again threatened to be a very promising innings for Kent. Another useful and timely wicket for Leicestershire on the stroke of halfway in this 50 over innings.
Yeah, really curious decision, I think, there by Robinson. Still, to say, coming to halfway, Kent, having been put in, I suspect would have taken 140 for 2. If one of they can keep playing around Compton, can't they, basically, at the moment, so Denley can maybe be aggressive, Blake, Stevens, Finch, the 6 hitting Grant Stewart. So without that 6, Kent wouldn't be here, basically, off that last ball against...
yeah, absolutely.
Right is in to Denley, who leaves a delivery outside off stump, bounces through to Swindles.
It was dramatic as well because Grant Stewart turned down a single off the penultimate ball, hit it out towards mid-wicket. He was 6 off 3, missed the first one, hit the next one, but told Hamid Kadri to stay there. And then, yeah, luckily for him, it was kind of a back of length ball and moved across his stumps, heaved it away for 6. Gave them the chance.
Right is in, bowl straight, and Denley on his back foot blocks it back down the pitch, actually into the stumps in the end at the non-striker's end. 140 for 2 at the end of Wright's over. His 6th, he has picked up a wicket. His 16th of the competition, takes him 1 ahead of Bjorn Hendricks, having played a match more. Halfway for Kent. Usually double it after 30 overs, don't you? But they are looking well over 300 here. Leicestershire just managed to, with those couple of wickets, just put some sort of gentle break on them.
So Compton coming down the pitch and driving. This next delivery from Steele out towards wide, long off for a single. Bring Denley on to strike. Still yet to score. The Kent skipper. Stabbing his bat and waiting then for the off spinner. Flicks this one away and will get off the mark out towards deep square leg for a run. So 4-2 for 2 as Compton, just shy of a half century, dabs this past the stumps, but living a little bit dangerously the way he's backing away into the leg side and opening up his 3 stumps behind him to try and carve the ball into the offside. Steele to him again, this time a better looking stroke as he got right on the front foot to drive it away for a single to move to 48. Yeah, the previous one, he's basically just chopped it off the line of off stump. If he missed it or dragged it on, would have been bowled. Quick over so far. Denley trying to pull away into the onside. It was slightly back of length from Steele, but didn't really get up and ends up deflecting off Denley's pad.
It's very kind of you. Some would say long hop.
Some would say complete drag down.
It was.
Denley didn't cash in. This time he'll get a run, flicking away into the onside. You can tell I'm a bowler, can't you? He just missed his length there. End of the over, but a useful one from Leicestershire's point of view. 26 gone, 144 for 2 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online. Richard Ray and Ben Watts, your commentators for this one. Compton a couple away from a half century. Denley there on 2 as Kent look to rebuild after the loss of Robinson for 27, and then earlier on Joey Everson 62.
Yeah, really impressive from Everson. That will please a lot of Kent supporters and anticipating great things from the young all-rounder. Right is into Joe Denley, cuts back a little bit, comes back at him and goes past his inside edge, the Kent skipper, and over the top of the stumps, well over the top of the stumps, but again, right, perhaps just dragged his fingers down the seam or across the seam. It was just, perhaps he just banged it in, but did get that little bit of movement back into Denley. These will be old adversaries, I'm sure. In he goes, right and bowls outside off stump, cut down into the ground, bounces up for Patel, leaping to take the ball two-handed above his head at backward point. Nice clean stop for Rishi Patel.
That was good fielding. I looked over his head to see if it had gone beyond him. So really good hands to pluck that out the sky, because it was hit hard on into the ground and bouncing up.
He's taken some super catches in that position, because it's not an easy position in which to field. Right is into Denley, who's chipping it in the air, only just over mid-on. It'll run away. I say only just over. It was probably 8 to 10 feet that it pitched beyond Bjorn Hendricks as he turned. I don't think he got all of it quite, but he got enough of it. That's the main thing. And once it drops over the infield, going down the slope towards the pavilion here at Grace Road, it's probably only just going to accelerate, and did over the ropes for 4. Denley's first boundary, 148 for 2. Denley on to 6.
You can see what the plan is for Kent. You can see why Compton is so important. The other guys like to play their shots.
Right is in, bowls to him, tucks him up a little bit, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, where Steele is the fielder.
A number of Kent's successful run chases have been built on Ben Compton doing a job from one end and guys scoring more fluently from the other.
It's important then that he doesn't get anxious or anything like that. There was a couple of overs when he just looked a little bit over anxious to pick up his 1s and 2s. I'm sure Denley, the experienced Denley, will reassure him. Just keep playing the same way. As right is in to Denley on off stump. Good length ball, perhaps fractionally short of a length. Just dabbed out towards backward point.
I think maybe later on in the innings, as you get kind of 10-15 overs out, then you really want to make sure that the likes of Darren Stevens, Alex Blake, Grant Stewart come in, and Compton will have to maybe open up slightly. I wonder what they'll think is a good score here.
Right is into Denley again. Good delivery on off stump. Denley can only work it with the back foot this time as far as Patel at backward point. End of the over. 4 runs from it. That one scoring shot that was lifted by Denley. Had to take the risk, but did. He's on 6, 148 for 2 after 27. Got to be 330, 340, you would have thought, be in their minds, if not more. Possibly.
Yeah, I think,
another 200
like
from
you're saying,
here.
you normally try and double your score from 30, don't you? So
Yeah.
3 overs out from that, but Kent just
Wickets
shy
in
of
hand.
150.
Yeah, wickets in hand. Yeah, no, minimum, I would have thought.
So Steele to continue. Compton clips away into the onside. No run there for him.
Steele's done well here, famous last words, but he's got through 6 overs, 1 for 30. He would have definitely taken that.
Particularly has done well against Compton. It's kept him very quiet. Just steering this one, opening the face slightly to play it into the offside for 1, Compton. So nicely played. It's got over 1,000 runs in the championship this year, Ben Compton, and then in this competition over 300 as well. Denley taking strike. Steele just dragging this one down, and it's been hit hard, but again, a Leicestershire fielder does really well to stop this.
Fantastic work by Kimber. Diving to his right, got a hand to it. Just sort of shakes his hand as he picks himself up, Louis Kimber there, but jeepers.
That was absolutely smashed by Denley. So he's saved his team 3 runs as Compton drives into the covers, out towards the sweeper on the offside to move through to his half century, and for him a 5th score of 50 plus in this one-day cup competition from 73 balls. Ben Compton and the Kent score up to 151 for 2. Compton a more conservative 3 boundaries and no 6s to his name compared to, say, Everson earlier on with his half century. As Steele bowls to Denley, flicks this away into the onside. They're on the first one hard. They're going to come back for 2. Good running between the wickets on that occasion. One ball to go in the over. Denley taking strike. Steele coming that bit wider on the crease and gently clipped away by Denley up towards long on for 1. So it would be 1-5-4 for 2 with Denley on 10 and Compton on 50 at the end of the 28th.
Leicestershire's PA confirming what you already know from Ben. Solid half century. It's been pretty important in laying a very, very solid foundation for Kent. 22 overs remain, 154 for 2. Plenty of hard-hitting batting to come as well. Denley just beginning to get going. He's on 10 off 14. Looks around him. Sees a long leg and third man and deep square. Also man out on the cover boundary. And presume a long on as well. Quite hard to see. Yep, there goes Hendricks. He's walking back there now. As right is in. Denley is down the wicket, trying to swing it away, clubbing style, and missed it by quite a long way actually there. Advanced down the track, right. He went very early, right. Saw him coming, banged it in. Denley did still try to club it away. As they missed it by quite a few inches. Foot or perhaps a bit more over the top of the stumps. Right is in again, fuller this time. Denley stayed in his crease and dabbed it down through the vacant gully down towards third man. Takes 1. I kind of don't like to see Denley doing that because it just doesn't look as though it comes completely naturally to him. I know he does score very quickly, but he's such a correct player normally that it doesn't look quite right.
Yeah, it's almost like T20 power play mode. A younger Denley hitting over the top when he used to open up with Rob Key in his fearless white ball days as a plucky youngster.
Right is into Compton. Bit of a bouncer. Compton just up on his toes, has to ride it. Drops it down at his feet on the leg side.
Not so these days. He includes himself in the older players bracket. I was chatting to him pre-season and he said something along the lines of, you know, me and Darren. I said, are you in the same category as Darren? He's 10 years older than you. But sees himself as one of the senior men in the dressing room, certainly.
I think he's the only survivor of the last time these two sides met in List A cricket, which was 2012. As right is in, outside off stump, just leaning forward Compton, playing the ball off the pitch down again through wide gully, down towards Barnes at third man and taking 1. 51 for him. Right, coming towards the end of his 8th over, 1 for 40 at the moment. think Mulder will want him to keep a couple back, but you never. He does usually bowl out relatively early, right? Usually the first of the seamers to be done. Mulder himself might keep himself back for the end. In goes right and bowls to Denley, who's up on his toes to a shorter ball, dabbing it down towards third man, who doesn't take it at the first attempt, Evans. He has to make 2 grabs, and seeing that, Denley might have gone for the second run anyway, but it made it a comfortable second. He moves on to 13, 158 for 2. Couple of bare bods in the Uptonsteel family stand. Hope you've got your sun cream on. In goes right, bowls. Henley cuts him hard away, and this time Rishi Patel can't get there, diving to his left, and it runs across the wide third man stroke deep backward point boundary for 4. Poor way to come out of the over. 4 right, width, and no length either really, and Denley crashed it away. He moves on to 17, 162 for 2. 8 runs from the over as a consequence. Run rate remains 5.6. 29 overs have now been bowled. Denley and Compton exchange words in the middle. Compton checks his guard with umpire Baldwin, because Bjorn Hendricks is coming back on now for the second of what will be 3 spells. His 2 middle overs. His first 4 were pretty good. He conceded just 8 runs from them, as Everson and Compton treated him with respect.
Just looking back through a previous one-day scorecard between these two teams, a quarter-final here at Grace Road of the T20 in August 2011.
Remember it well.
It's Compton facing up to Hendricks, nicks him. Genuine edge. He was trying to run it down to third man anyway, but the sub-fielder down there with some good work moving away to his right as Compton gets a run.
Nat Bowley, who has played a couple of games in the competition, made a 50. His maiden 50. Arguably should have been playing in this. He's a very competent batsman and decent young off-spinner.
One to look out for.
Hopefully.
Shades in the blonde hair. That's Denley on 17. Faces up to Hendricks. Clips it away with nice timing into the onside in front of square. Should get 2 for this, as Evans chases around the boundary to do the fielding. Yep, Denley was playing in that game, as was Darren Stevens. I did wonder if maybe Alex Blake might have been as well, but not in that game that Leicestershire managed to chase down Kent's score with 4 balls to spare. 203 for 3 was posted as a Mahmood. Got 91, half century for Van Yarsveld. And then it was Wayne White and Matthew Boyce who were in at the end to get the Foxes over the line, as Hendricks bowls. Tries to clip this one away again into the leg side, Denley, but comes off the thigh pad. No run as it drops into the offside. So 165 for 2, approaching the 30 over mark. So that double your score at 30, thinking does put Kent around 330, doesn't it? Feels like they need that kind of a score. It's not going to be an easy pitch to defend on. The way it's played so far. Full delivery from Hendricks was just nicely driven by Denley wide of mid-off for a single. A couple of balls remaining in the over. Compton 52 on strike, 166 for 2. Be nipping next door for a BBC Redican update very shortly.
I hope they remember you, he says, affronted at the fact that BBC Radio Leicester forgot at 12:30. Usually better at the top of the hour. Newsreading normally remembers.
They get a passive-aggressive phone call from me if they don't remember. Here comes Hendricks. Short ball. Compton goes for a pull, aiming it towards the shorter boundary, but makes no contact. Through to Swindles.
Did you forget? Is that sort of phone call?
I'm waiting to do a cricket update here. I'm supposed to be on the commentary. Could you please come to me after you've now played this track? The people of Kent want to know the score. 166 for 2. There's a fair few people who have made the trip from the Garden of England for this game. A number of you tuning in from afar as well. As this is cut away by Compton, but into the ground and straight to the fielder. A tumbling Patel again, doing some very useful fielding for his team. 30 overs gone. Kent are 166 for 2, batting first here against Leicestershire in this one-day cup eliminator.
Key thing is 8 wickets in hand. They've got Denley in now, 20 of 21. Compton, as we've been saying, playing the sort of anchor role. Blake, Stevens amongst those to come. So doubling from this point of view should be on the cards. If things go really well, could get over to 350, and however good the pitch, that sort of score takes an awful lot of getting. So Wright is back off after 8 overs, and Mulder has brought himself back on from the pavilion end. Bowls to Denley, thick bottom edge. That's slightly short of a length delivery outside off stump, drops it down almost at his feet. Swindles comes running up from behind the stumps to field. Gauntlet shed en route. I just realised my bottle of water has been sitting in the sun for the last 40 minutes, and he's now almost bubbling. In goes Mulder and bowls down the wicket. Comes Denley, then swings the delivery away down towards deep backward square where Welsh is the fielder. Again, he went early. Mulder banged it in, pulled it away. Takes 1, moves on to 21. Here comes the update from BBC Radio Leicester. Mulder's bowled well, 18 from 4.2 overs so far for Leicestershire's captain. He's going to go around the wicket to Ben Compton. In, Compton edges just wide of Swindles, who dives away to his left, and it runs down to the fine third man boundary for 4. Mulder's hands on his head. It was almost within range of Harry Swindles. He's flirted with disaster a few times, Ben Compton, but he's done so successfully. He moves on to 56, 171 for 2. Here comes the update as Mulder bowled him. And as you come to me, Vian Mulder, the acting captain of Leicestershire, has just made a vital breakthrough. He has bowled Ben Compton for 56. He was the other opener, the Kent openers. He and Joey Everson gave them a really good start, took them to 95 in the 18th over before Joey Everson went leg before wicket to Scott Steele for 62. The other wicket to fall, that of Ollie Robinson, who was caught by Louis Kimber, a skyer off the bowling of Chris Wright for 27. Compton's demise means that Kent are now 171 for 3 in the 31st over. After 30 overs, you normally look as the batting side to double the score, so they'll still be hoping to get 330, 340, and that always takes some getting. However good the pitch is, the Fox is hoping to restrict them to less than that. Kent now, after 30.4 overs, 171 for 3. Good delivery from Vian Mulder and an important breakthrough. Ben Compton batted very solidly for his 56, took the odd risk, and his previous delivery he was a little bit fortunate to get away with, but he's gone now for 56 of 81 deliveries, I believe. Try and find out how many fours he hit. 4 of them. 80 deliveries, in fact, for his 56, with 4 fours. Leicestershire have stuck at it. Compton wasn't trying to do anything outlandish with that delivery. It was just a good off-stump delivery from Vian Mulder. May just have excuse me, held its own a little bit. Alex Blake comes to the crease to replace his fellow left-hander Compton. He waits with bat raised as in goes Mulder and bowls to him. He leans forward, sees it going fairly slowly towards Bjorn Hendricks at mid-on and calls Denley through for a comfortable single. 1 ball to go in the 31st over. Rise in volume from the enervated Leicestershire fielders as Mulder goes in and bowls, and is on driven firmly by Joe Denley. Bounces down towards long on, and one is taken. 172 for 3 then at the end of the 31st over. 6 runs from it, but a wicket, that of Compton. So Blake will just have to look to just a few deliveries to play himself in. Denley is, as I say, going nicely on 22 off 24, and no doubt he will now pick up the initiative. 19 overs remain, 173 for 3. Ben back alongside. Were you mid?
Just about to do it, actually. I was.
Okay.
So, yeah, able to bring the BBC Radio Kent the news that Compton was out. So he has been the glue in the Kent innings thus far. Maybe, just maybe, not the worst time for him to get out, with guys like Blake, Stevens, Stewart, Finch to come, as Hendricks is in. Denley edging this one. A thick edge going for the drive down towards deep backward point.
Goodness me.
Fielder down there has stumbled over the ball on a couple of occasions to try and throw it in. It's Welch out there.
It is. He's normally pretty good, but made a bit of a Horlicks of that one, didn't he?
Denley ends up getting 3 runs for his troubles. And I think originally would have been thinking 2 at best. He was just jogging through for that 2nd run and then able to come back for a 3rd in the end. So Kent, while they won't mind to now have Blake at the crease, I think they need to make sure that, you know, Compton's wicket almost isn't in vain. They don't want to miss the fact that he is such a stable character at one end. As Hendricks bowls a short ball to Blake, through it goes to Swindles. That's a good bumper to the new batter.
264 runs in his 7 innings for Alex Blake, highest of 81. Average 37, strike rate of over 100, 108.
Yeah, they don't want him to come in and play recklessly. He's got 3 half centuries so far in the competition. 81 against Lancashire in that win earlier in the week. Got a 66 and a 62 earlier on in the competition, so he's looked in good touch this season. A couple of double centuries in second team cricket for Kent. Hendricks bowling to him. Oh, and playing a big drive at this one. Misses as it goes through to Swindles. Good bowling from Hendricks, and just as Kent will be thinking about trying to up the rate, this is when you've got the 2 overseas in Mulder and Hendricks operating from either end, and suddenly life not so easy out there.
Quite pacey, that delivery, wasn't it? When he comes down the slope, even in his middle overs, he can surprise, I think, Hendricks.
Here he comes again. Denley Blake rather just pushes him out towards cover. Yeah, I think there'll be a part of Kent that, as we're talking about, will be thinking about 300, 330 and really trying to get on with things, but at the same time can't afford to be reckless, having done the hard work to get yourselves in this position, laid the platform. But need to pick your moments almost to go big in these remaining 18.2 overs. Hendricks, left arm seam, 3 dot balls in a row. Steered around the corner on the swivel by Blake, pulling out towards Welch on the square leg boundary.
mentioned that Hendricks had driven through the night after not playing for the Southern Braves, being summoned down presumably fairly lucratively for a brief sojourn down at
Yeah, hope he got
in
his
Hampshire.
expenses paid for his petrol.
And the rest, I would imagine. But he drove through the night to get here for the game against Durham, and then Leicestershire were really struggling. I think they were 60 for 6 at one stage.
He's bowling around the wicket to Joe Denley. Drives gently up towards mid-on for a single, but good change of angle for that final delivery. End of the 32nd over, 178 for 3, Kent.
Yeah, they were 60 for 6, and then there was a stand between Rishi Patel and Aaron Lilly, but Paul Nixon revealed afterwards that around about sort of 60 for 5, 60 for 6, Hendricks went to sleep. He said on the bench, just stretched out. He said he can sleep on a clothesline. He said he just stretched out on the bench and went to sleep. He said we didn't dare wake him. He said, although he was sort of only 2 men away from being in, when the next wicket fell, they woke him up. Hendricks sort of yawned. He said, put on a pair of pads. Was summoned out there within 2 balls of him waking up, and then he sort of calmly played a part in a 30 stand. In goes Mulder and bowls, clipped away through mid-on by Denley, down 2 long gone. Barnes is the fielder. 1 is taken. And yeah, as I say, took part in an unbeaten stand of 30 with Eddie Barnes to win the game.
Just love to be that relaxed before you go out and play a game of cricket.
Mulder just licks his fingers before gripping the ball. He's going to go around the wicket to Alex Blake. He is in and bowls straight. Blake blocks it back out into the offside, to mid-off in fact, where Barnes has come up from long off for the new batsman. Reaches him at a rate of knots. The baseball caps, or not baseball, are they known as snapbacks, something like that? They're sort of big baseball caps that Leicestershire wear in this, but
the big flat peaks, don't they?
They've sort of faded more. Either they're a different colour to start with, but in goes Mulder and bowls. Blake is thick outside edging that one. It straightens on him a fraction out towards backward point. And they look, I know they like a faded cap, Leicestershire, but the professional cricketers, don't they? But
true.
I think these are faded rather more quickly, or they're a slightly different colour.
Yeah,
the dye has been
kind of like
slightly washed out,
They
hasn't it?
almost look like a reddish orange now with the sun-kissed fade to them.
The shirts obviously have retained their orangeness, bright redness. The caps less so. In goes Mulder and bowls, clipped in the air out towards deep backward square, but wide of him, and that's going to bounce away. Lily's not going to get there, so a nice wristy pick up from Blake, which is approved of by the Kent spectators down, the members I think down below us, because assuming the old reciprocal arrangements apply in this competition, they're all sitting on the members' benches down below us in front of the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel County Ground as it is at the moment. Graces. Nice pick up by Blake, his first 4. Anticipating the arrival of the great man already, the Kent followers, as Mulder is in to Blake, who's got something to say about that as he goes forward and plays it out towards mid-on. Hendricks comes in and as much for show as anything sidearms the ball at the stumps. Misses them. Blake had made his ground anyway, moves on to 7. He's hoping to be around. It will delay the entrance of Steve O for a while yet. Coming to the end of the 33rd over. You'll get a fairly spectacular round of applause though, Darren. The local boy. Mulder is in, bowls to Denley, clips it out towards mid-wicket, the foolish delivery, but you heard the call of wait as he saw that Steele was going to get there, falling across to his left, and that is the end of the 33rd over. 184 for 3, 6 runs from it.
Thanks to Dave for tweeting me, enjoying the live stream, watching on, and then Tinian88 as well. Thinking of you, he's stuck at home with COVID, but Thank you for the excellent commentary on the live stream. Well, we send you our best wishes. Hope you're feeling better soon. We're pleased to bring you this commentary on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online via the website and on the app, as well as on the live stream via Fox's TV. 184 for 3. As Hendricks continues, Blake tries to muscle this into the leg side, but doesn't time the ball. Fielded at mid-wicket, was eyeing up that shorter leg side boundary.
Jake's feeling rather pleased with himself. He tweeted 20 minutes ago, Compton's going to go really big here. But he put a sort of little gif saying, don't want to jinx anything. So he's quietly smug at the moment.
Talking the wicket into existence. A bit of reverse psychology. So Blake 7 off 10, but clearly wants to try and get on with things as Hendricks bowls to him, and he drives up towards mid-on and turns Denley back, and good job he did, because there's a direct hit at the bowler's end. Denley had reached into his ground in time. Of course, the test match going on as well today. No further wickets lost at lunch. England 212 for 5. Stokes 34, Folkes 33.
Now the cricketer has revealed something that affects us.
Ooh, here comes Hendricks. Driving into the covers, Blake. Good one hand on that. That may actually, ironically, give Kent the opportunity to come through for 2. If Kimber hadn't touched it, it may well be that they'd have only been managed 1 to the sweeper.
Which seems to be that 14 championship matches will be retained.
Okay, because there had been talk about cutting that down for next
to
season.
10. That was the big fear, but it looks as though, if the cricketer is to be believed, we will be playing 14 county championship games next season.
Hendricks left arm over the wicket, then, again, Blake has a real hack at this one, trying to aim it into the leg side, but plays and misses. Well, that is good news. I remember, of course, as much as there was talk about reducing it, that tweet from the England captain, Ben Stokes,
yeah, hopefully helped.
Almost agreeing with somebody that it shouldn't be cut down. And so, yes, I'm sure the England captain's opinion, the Test skipper's view, would have been taken into account.
That was an email from Peter Turner. Thank you for that, Peter. That's lifted everybody, I'm sure. If confirmed.
Yes. So Blake. Gets a beamer from Hendricks. That is a no ball. And Blake will now have the opportunity for free hit next ball. Wasn't expecting that to come to him in that sort of fashion, but he did use his bats to prevent any damage.
He needed to as well, didn't he? That was a horror.
He's aiming for the Yorker and got it so wrong. So over-pitched that he's ended up...
Was about chest high in the end.
Yeah,
it was well above waist high,
well
wasn't
over
it?
waist, as you say. Nasty. So
warning is given.
Free hit, can't change the field. 188 for 3. What ball will he bowl here? Goes full when it's hit straight to the fielder by Alex Blake. It was a full wide Yorker from Hendricks, and that one he did bowl it exactly where he wanted to. Straight to Rishi Patel, that backward point from Blake, who remains on 9. Hendricks with a couple more to come, or just one more in fact, to come in the over now. Here he is once again, down the hill, past the umpire. Flicking this one away, Blake out towards deep backward square leg for a run, so he'll keep the strike for the next over. 34 gone. Kent's run rate just above 5.5, 189 for 3. And with 16 to go, starting to get to the stage where they'll be thinking about really trying to up it going into the final 10 overs with wickets in hand. But Leicestershire bowling well at the moment with Mulder and Hendricks in tandem.
Hendricks has bowled 7, Mulder 6, He's got 1 for 30 at the moment. Kimber had a couple. How many did Steele have in the end? 6 in the end? 7? I'll check on the scoring rate. So he might have a couple
Steele
left to bowl.
7.
Mulder round the wicket to Blake, who is driving somewhat airily at the straight ball, gets a thick inside edge that flies very much in the air out towards deep square, where Lily fields, takes his 1, moves on to 11. Yet to really find his timing, Alex Blake, but plenty of time.
Wasn't aiming it there, was he?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Barnes bowled 4 overs for 29 earlier, Kimber 2 for 25, Steele 7, 1 for 36.
So they've got 7 overs to find between those 3, one way or another. In goes Mulder and bowls lovely straight hit from, and it's 6 into the Kent dugout from Joe Denley. Lovely swing of the bat. Didn't again try and overhit it, just hit through the line of the ball, lifted it high over long off. It bounced once and then almost, well, it did go into the dugout. One of they've left the T20 dugouts there, and the Kent 12th man just leant to his left as it thudded, having bounced into the perspex behind him. Lovely straight hit. Mulder is in again to Denley, and he's looking to work it on the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Thumps into the pad, bounces out, back down towards Mulder. Dot ball. Lovely hit from Denley.
Yeah, it was just really controlled as well, wasn't it? We've seen Blake try and play a couple of hacks really so far, but it just shows that you don't need to play ugly shots to be aggressive out there. That was a really nicely stroked 6 down the ground.
Mulder in again. Denley has just to wait for one, might just have held that back a fraction on off stump, and he did wait for it and steered it away backward of point, but Patel managed to make the stop, and he seems to have hurt his left knee or foot somehow. Seemed to take the ball fairly clean. I don't think it hit his left knee or foot, but perhaps it did. Perhaps he just trod awkwardly. Dot ball anyway. Seems to be okay as Mulder turns. Sort of bustles into the wicket rather and bowls onto the legs of Denley, tries to whip it away. He was advancing down the wicket and making a bit of room at the same time. Mulder followed him again into the pads, bounces out into the leg side. The leg by this time is taken. Because Steele has a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball, but he's come back well after conceding that 6. Mulder, 1 ball to go in his 7th. As I say, they've got to find 7 more overs from that combination of Kimber, Steele and Barnes. Leicestershire, that's a lot of overs with only 15 remaining after this. Mulder back round the wicket to Blake. In, bowls. Blake is leaning forward, steering it, but only as far as Patel a backward point. End of the 35th over. 197 for 3, so 8 from it, which including the 6 after the 6. At any rate, Mulder would probably have taken 1 for 37 from 7 for him. And to whom does he turn now? He's talking to Scott Steele. It is going to be Steele. Blake will fancy this, I suspect.
Helmet coming out for the wicketkeeper. Yeah, it felt like this had to be the moment to start trying to eat into, as you say, those 7 more overs that he needs via Mulder from his 3 other bowlers, other than himself and Hendricks and Wright. So as I mentioned, Steele 1 for 36 from his 7 earlier. Pretty effective in tying down competent.
Which isn't bad, is it, really? But I think he'll be a bit nervous now, I suspect.
Where will Denley try and attack him? Lofts this one up, drives hard out towards extra cover. In the end, it was almost Yorker length and unable to really dig it out. Straight to the fielder there, Denley, who has a runnable 33. Up and over cover might be a thought process. Instead, he's pulling hard up towards long on for a single. Alex Blake will certainly be eyeing up that leg side boundary, you would assume.
Indeed, shortish boundary over there. Any changes mid-wicket.
Not much change in the field, actually.
No.
Surely
You bowl full outside off stump and invite the drive, or you certainly don't bowl too short.
no, that's got to be the plan, to go
surely
well outside the off stump, so Blake can't swing it away. He's just going to move deep square leg round to deep wicket. Cut away hard by Blake. Out towards the sweeper on the offside, so just the one run taken. Well bowled, bowling to his field. Scott Steele, 199 for 3. Denley back on strike. A little bit wider on the crease. Denley goes hard, wide of long on. They might look to come back for 2 here. Blake's very quick between the wickets. Good running indeed. So 200 comes up for Kent. 201 for 3. 2 more. Joe Denley. The skipper on to 36. Steele bowls to him again, and off the back foot he's forcing this straight to cover. So a tie over so far. Just 4 off it.
The first 5, can he get away with a single off this
get
ball?
Out of the over.
Yeah.
It's going to come around the wicket to try and do so. Just changing the angle. Bowling here to Denley, who swings hard into the leg side and will get a boundary. It's been missed by the fielder out there at long on, who was moving around and got there Kimber, but the ball has snuck underneath him and away to the boundary. So Denley moves on to 40. Unfortunate for Steele to have bowled 5 very tight balls to then concede the boundary to a 5 for 3. Kent after 36 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online, and via the Leicestershire live stream of this Royal London Cup quarter-final, eliminator, whatever you want to call it. The next game is a semi-final. That's the game that these two are trying to reach to head to the south coast.
Hampshire on Tuesday. 11 o'clock start, we are told now, not the 2 o'clock start that was previously advertised. In case anybody's making provisional plans out there, whether you support Kent or Leicestershire.
Not sure if that's better or...
You're going to have to get there much earlier than you.
Means you get home earlier.
Yeah.
Would have been a late one otherwise.
It would. Barnes is back on, replacing Mulder at the pavilion end. Round the wicket he goes to Blake, bowls straight. Blake having a little bit of a look, just pushes it back up the pitch to Ed Barnes. So dot ball to start with, and then Blake sort of shrugs a little bit at Denley. Denley might have been saying, work it for the 1. A lot of gaps on the leg side, certainly square leg is vacant. Lilly is out on the boundary out there. Long leg is up on the edge of the circle, so he's sort of short fine leg. Barnes into Blake, who pulls it out towards mid-wicket and over Lilly, who looked as though he was absolutely in the game there. He took a couple of steps backwards, but it dropped over his head, over the ropes. 6, and just about cleared Lilly. It looked as though it was going to go down his throat for a minute, but in fact it probably was just too far over his head. He didn't jump or anything like that, but I don't think he could have got there.
Yeah, it's a hard one for the fielder, because if he's right back on the boundary rope, I think potentially he can take the catch, but if he's then right back on the rope, you can nudge it for 2s, and so he has to almost be thinking about coming in a few yards off the boundary to try and stop the runs on the floor.
Barnes into Blake again, outside off stump, hard down into the ground. It's steered by Blake, bounces up quite nicely for Patel at backward point. He makes the stop. Blake has moved on to 18 with that 6.
Yeah, went flat though, didn't it, to the longest boundary.
Did. 211 for 3. Davis is on, down at long gone, which has been Hendricks' fielding position by and large, so maybe that Hendricks is off at the moment. Barnes, as Ben pops next door, is in and bowls. Blake is driving, not timing it, goes out towards extra cover where Steele fields. Blake has taken the 1 anyway. 19 to him. Denley 40 off 37. innings you feel sort of really in the balance in terms, you know, they're going to set a decent target, whatever happens, Kent, from here, but it could be a really, really testing one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Which way is it going to go? Are they going to be able to get it up to around about 350 or potentially more? As Barnes is in to Denley, slightly short, pulled by Denley, out towards deep backward square for 4. Slightly short of a length, rocked back on the back foot. Denley waited for it and made sure he found the gap. There is a man out there at deep square, but no chance at all for Welsh. And second boundary off the over to go with Blake's 6 is a 4. 216 for 3. 11 off the first 5 balls. Barnes has gone for 40 from his 4.5 overs so far. He's going to go over the wicket to Denley again. Bowls. Denley goes back and turns it nicely out towards deep backward square. Didn't put quite the force in it. It was a turn rather than a pull. So Welsh can get around and pick it up. And 2 taken by Denley. End of the over. 13 from it. I beg your pardon. Yes, 13 from it. 218 for 3. Hendricks comes back on to replace the 12th man as Kent's 12th man comes out with drinks and a towel for Joe Denley, who's on 46 off 39, and Alex Blake, who is on 19 off 23, 42 off 5 for Barnes. Another 12th man coming out, or whether it's the same one, don't think so, but more drinks and towels and what have you for the Kent players. I think he was just sent back for something else there. Denley towels down his head. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Sporting a rather natty pair of sunglasses, the Kent 12th man, and a rather less impressive moustache. Got to be said, slightly caddish. Steele is in, bowls to Blake, goes back, cuts, doesn't get anything on it, not taken cleanly by Swindle's dot ball. Kent are 218 for 3 in the 38th over, so they've stuck at it, Leicestershire, on a flat pitch this after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. The run rate is pretty much under 6, just under 6. If Leicestershire can somehow keep it to that, they will be pretty happy in the circumstances. Kent will be looking to extend their score up past even 350. So as I say, the innings rather in the balance. Joe Denley is 46 not out, Alex Blake is 20 and not out, as there's an appeal for a stumping that is turned down. 219 for 3, Kent. There was an attempted sort of slog sweep there by Joe Denley. Didn't connect. Swindles took the ball outside off stump, whipped off the bails, but Denley had kept his back foot firmly anchored. Steele is in to him, and that's a short ball down the leg side, and it is swung away by Joe Denley. When you have your 2 men behind square on the leg side, up on the edge of the circle, then you do not bowl short on the leg side to Denley. He found the gap between the 2 and he hit the 4, which brings up his 50. It's come off 41 deliveries. Third half century of the Kent innings.
Second for Denley in the competition, having missed the start of it due to a back issue. Got 61 against Yorkshire.
Hendricks, who had jogged back to pick up the ball, a long old way back there, comes jogging back into the edge of the circle. Steele is in again, Fuller this time, clipped out to mid-wicket. Not stopped there by Patel, falling away to his right. Evans comes in from the mid-wicket boundary to field. 1 is taken. Denley 51. 1 ball left in Steele's 9th over. round the wicket to the left-handed Blake, goes back, cuts and misses over the top of the stumps, taken by Swindles, an inch or two over the top of the stumps. End of the over, the 38th of the innings. 5 fours, 1 6 for Denley in his 50. That came, as I say, from 41 balls. And given he went for that poor ball 4 in that over Steele, to come away with just 6 off it isn't too bad really in the circumstances. 2-2-4 for 3 off 38. 12 to go. And the calls for Steve O are being repeated down below us.
See.
I do.
Albeit the Kent fans will be quite happy to have these two at the crease for the time being. But just to remind them both that if they are to get out, there's a ready-made replacement as Barnes bowls and Denley cuts hard in front of square out towards the sweeper on the offside. Just by the way, if you're seeing me seeming to be texting on the live stream, I genuinely am tweeting the score, not just partaking in social conversation while the cricket is going on. Just making sure I got the details right. When tweeting from our official account at BBC Kent Sport, which you can also use to get in touch, as well as Ben Watt Sport, Fox's Cricket. The usual email addresses as well. 225 for 3. Barnes to Blake, who is bowled, going for a big slog into the onside. And guilty perhaps in the innings, Alex Blake, of just trying to overhit rather than staying true to his technique. And a wicket for Leicestershire at a good time with 38.2 overs on the clock. It will bring Darren Stevens to the crease. That man in particular who's chanting his name will be pleased. But that is a blow for Ken. And a good wicket for Leicestershire. 225 for 4.
Each time that Kent have threatened to get away, wicket has fallen. Out comes Stevens. Let you hear the applause, which is as warm from the Leicestershire faithful as it is from the Kent faithful. Well, he's got 11.4 overs in which to wreck mayhem, and there'll be a few nervous Leicestershire supporters. Last time he played here, in that Bob Willis Trophy game, at the start of last season, he made 0 and then 100 in his second innings at a heck of a rate. So I'm not entirely convinced by the Kent 12th man moustache. I quite like his sunglasses, but
Matt Quinn, he's a man unto himself. Is Mr. Quinn,
but man, the mighty Quinn.
Yeah, it's a little bit RAF fighter pilot, the hair and the moustache, isn't it?
There is something of the 30s about it.
Yeah.
I actually, that's again a very kind, I actually said a slightly caddish moustache, but I think RAF fighter pilot's much better. Hello.
He's a funny guy as well off the field. Good man to have in the dressing room. So then Darren Stevens on strike and defending this one from Barnes. Back up the pitch. Okay, 225 for 4 after that wicket of Blake for 20 in the 39th. Over this 50 over One Day Cup knockout game. What can Darren Stevens do then? 49 he made at Canterbury earlier in the week, and he's off the mark with a little hint of an inside edge into the onside, but softly played underneath his eyes. into the leg side. And of course, there at the crease with his old mate Joe Denley, the two old stagers in the team, which Joe Denley himself, if you missed it earlier on, included himself in that category with his mate Darren Stevens, despite the fact that there's 10 years between them, as Denley drives off the back foot, front foot, no ball. Signalled as this goes up to long on. Just waiting to see that confirmation. Yes, no ball, so a free hit will be up next. They can change the field, Leicestershire, because it's Darren Stevens on strike rather than Denley. Still just about only allowed 4 men outside of the circle, of course, with it being an over and a bit away from the final power play phase, where you can have 5 out. So they're sending long on back. Deep square leg is already out, as is a deep cover. Barnes is going to have a conversation with Hendricks. Hendricks is saying, what are you trying to do here, pal? Where do you think you want that extra fielder outside of the ring? Do I want a mid-wicket? Yeah, so it's going to be deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on, as well as the deep cover. Stevens has a chance, 3 balls in, to have a free swing and to try and get himself going. I wonder if it'll be the slog sweep that he'll try, or will he go over extra cover? Barnes to him, goes full, and Stevens smashes it into the offside, but there is a sweeper out there. Aaron Lilly does his job and keeps it to 1, so well engineered in the end from the bowler, with a bit of help from his mate Hendricks. Good advice for Barnes. Stevens to 2, and the Kent scored a 230 for 4 with 1 ball remaining in the over. Denley on strike. As Barnes, last ball of his 6th, bowls it short, and Denley steers it straight to mid-wicket. So a dot ball, 11 overs to go, 230 for 4.
A decent over from Eddie Barnes, no ball notwithstanding, just about got away with it. And in fact only 6 runs altogether from the over and the wicket of Alex Blake. So Denley and Stevens at the wicket for Kent, 11 overs to go, 4 wickets down, 230 on the board. 10 and over from here gets 340. If Kent would take that now, probably. Because as I say, however flat the pitch is, 340, 350 takes a lot of getting.
Absolutely, it's still enough scoreboard pressure there, isn't there, to be chasing over 300.
Well, Steele is going to bowl out. In he goes and bowls to Stevens. It stays a bit low, and Stevens whips him off the stumps out toward deep mid-wicket. Takes the first one quickly, but Evans had sprinted across to his left and got his throw away almost equally quickly. So just the one for Stevens to start with. And that over. Steele is in, bowls, back goes Denley, chops him away from outside off stump out towards Nick Welsh. On the point boundary, running across to the cover boundary. One is taken. Steele trying to hurry through this last over, goes in and bowls to Stevens, who goes back to a short of a length, slightly low delivery again from Steele, and works it out through the vacant mid-on down to long gone. One taken. He'd take one off each ball. Now Steele, that's for sure. He was in to Denley, who goes back and tries to thump it through the offside, and does manage to, because Barnes dives across the ball at extra cover. It goes underneath him and runs out to the extra cover boundary. In fact, is it Mulder out there? Beg your pardon to Ed Barnes. It's Vian Mulder, the skipper, who rare, I can't remember a mistake he's ever made in the field, to be quite honest, or a catch he's dropped, but he got that one wrong, dived across it, and it goes out to the extra cover boundary for 4 to Joe Denley. Moves on to 58. Steele is in to him. He's just clipping that one away in the gap on the leg side and taking 1. 59 to 38 237 for 4. No, 238 for 4. Beg your pardon. I was ahead of the scoreboard there. In goes Steele, bowls, and Steele smash, and Stevens smashes it back through mid-on. Denley has to leap quickly out of the air. He went down on one knee, hit it very hard, very straight, through that very straight mid-on for 4. That was a shot of huge power and immensely threatening power as well, as far as Leicestershire were concerned. The last ball of the 39th over, clumped for 4 by Stevens, who has now warmed up. He has shed his sleeveless sweater. He hands it to the Kent 12th man. 6 balls was all it took. I can't believe he went out, actually.
He always does.
With it. Oh, he does, he?
Yeah.
Despite the fact it must be a good 26, 27 degrees out
always
there.
bats in a sleeveless sweater to start off, at least. Even if it was 30 degrees plus and he was wearing a knitted white, of a county
Cable
championship,
knit,
cable knit
yeah.
one, he would still wear it.
Well, he's shed it now. 8 off 6. 10 overs to go. 242 for 4. Denley 59. Leicestershire would love to break this partnership early. Barnes. Well, Steele's bowled out now. He's a bit unlucky in that over, perhaps. Barnes has 4 to come, but I suspect it will only be 2 to come because Kimber's bowled a couple.
So Barnes to Denley. Dug in, pulled away. No man there. And over the rope, in fact. Flat for 6, Denley to the short boundary. In fact, the fielder was just probably 5 paces.
Didn't move, did he?
To the left, and yeah, he was never believing that I was coming in his direction. So Denley moves to 65, and it's just the kind of start that Barnes didn't want to have in the over when he knows that Kent are going to attack him. So long on goes back. Of course, 5 allowed out of the circle now. Fine leg and third man are up inside the 30-yard markers. It's a full delivery. That's a good ball. A shout for LBW. I think it's probably missing the leg stump. Umpire does indeed signal leg byes.
Very good Yorker. Or full, anyway. Good comeback from Barnes. But he didn't really appeal, did he?
He's on strike, that man. Barnes to him. Oh, and he smashed this away into the leg side. And where has that gone? Onto the meat.
And over it. Saw it bounce off the roof.
Stevens back at Grace Road.
Back hitting balls over the meat. Just short-armed. He almost missed. I know it sounds ridiculous, but when you look at the replay, he didn't. I don't know how he did that, actually.
He's just got a ridiculous eye. And I was saying this to a couple of spectators after the game on Tuesday, that even now, he does stuff on a cricket field that other professional players, other top players, they can't do. They dream of doing what Darren Stevens can still do at the age of 46.
Yeah.
There's guys in the Kent dressing room that just will be sat watching on from the balcony and admiring and thinking, I wish I could do that.
Well, they're getting a replacement ball. I saw it bounce off the roof and down the other side. There is a road behind there. You're still in the ground there, so it might be found, but it might have also landed sort of on the concrete and bounced over. But I'm certainly mistimed that. I know it sounds ridiculous. And actually, just after he'd played it, he just rehearsed it a couple of times. It still went 25 feet over, high over the top of the rope, over the meat. This could be interesting, these next few overs.
Yeah, Stevens, for one, will certainly look to eye up the shorter boundary. Kent arguably haven't done it enough so far. But if Stevens stays out there for any period of time, he will be sure to rectify that, because if there's a boundary that he backs himself to clear, he will keep trying to hit it in that direction. So Barnes bowls again to Darren Stevens, and he cuts this away hard out towards deep point for a single. was a good adjustment from the bowler there. Stevens just looking at the toe end of his bat suspiciously.
14 off the first 4 balls of the over.
Denley on 65 from 50 deliveries. Stevens 15 from 8. 9.2 to go in the Kent Spitfires innings here at Leicestershire. As Barnes bowls, and Denley on the up has driven it straight to cover. Really good take by a diving Scott Steele, and Denley's onslaught comes to an end. And another very important and timely wicket for the home side to remove the dangerous Joe Denley for 65, when he'll have been looking to really motor in the late stages of the innings. And they've got the wicket, driven on the up, and a smart take. 2, 5, 6 for 5.
He did well to get his hands underneath it, just slightly clothed the drive, as you say, as he drove on the up there. Joe Denley, and he'll be a little bit frustrated, but a really good 65 off 51 deliveries for the Kent skipper. Still 9.1 overs to go, so still a job for the lower order to do for Kent. Stevens has a drink, has a chat to Kent 12th man. Who will it be next? Who's going to emerge from the pavilion? It's going to be Grant Stewart, of course it is. Well, sometimes Finch has come in ahead of him, hasn't he?
Yeah,
but
Finch normally would, so he's promoted. He's been promoted up the order here, Stewart. Off the back of scoring 49 in the previous game and 28 not out, which included that 6 off the last ball against Yorkshire. So yeah, they have got specialist batter Harry Finch dropping down from, well, a couple of games ago he was batting at 6, he'll come in at 8 here. But he is more of a, he's slightly more aggressive than Ben Compton, but he is more of a glue guy, if you like, compared to Grant Stewart, who is a boundary hitter.
And Stewart will be on strike to Barnes, whose figures look a little bit better than they might otherwise with those 2 wickets. First bowling Alex Blake in his previous over. Missing a slog sweep. Now having Denley mistime a drive to extra cover.
So Grant Stewart facing up to Barnes and driving with timing, but straight to the fielder. Steele took that catch a moment ago. So first ball of his innings is a dot, and Barnes finishing an expensive over with a wicket and a dot. So good fight back from him. 9 overs to go, 2, 5, 6 for 5.
Oh, raffle ticket sellers didn't get up here, so somebody's done nicely today. Pay for the day out, hopefully. Well, Barnes 7 overs, 2 for 61. May have to have one more. Mulder replaces Steele at the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes and bowls a bouncer down the leg side, and that will surely be a no ball wide. Well, it is a no ball on height, says. I thought it was miles down the leg side as well, but no ball on height, says umpire Baldwin, so we'll have to be bowled again. Not a free hit, of course. There's no way Stevens could get anywhere near that. Everybody on the leg side out on the boundary. Every single fielder, all 4 of them, as Mulder is in. Bowls Fuller. Stevens whips it away out towards wide, long gone. Takes it, it's fumbled by Louis Kimber, who normally has, as I say, a really good pair of hands and goes a few feet behind him. As a consequence, Stevens can keep the strike. Turns for the second. Does. He moves on to 17, 260 for 5. Frustrating for Leicestershire. Could have had the new man, Stewart, on strike. Instead it's Stevens again. bobs at the knees as in goes Mulder and bowls to him, advances down the wicket. Mulder drags his length back. Good delivery from Mulder. Stevens has to block it off stump and it runs out towards backward point. He continues with his advance down the wicket, completes the single. But a good delivery from Vian Mulder restricts him to just that single. Chris Wright having a word with Vian Mulder. Stewart, Australian born, international from Italy. In goes Mulder and bowls to Grant Stewart, who goes back and works it off the back foot out towards long on and takes one. A relatively recent Italian international as well, Grant Stewart.
Played some T20 qualifiers.
In my neck of the woods, down sort of Almeria area, wasn't it? He played those games. Leicestershire went there for a few days pre-season and got appalling weather, basically. As in goes Mulder and bowls full on leg stump. Stevens waits for it, clips it down towards wide long leg, straight to Bjorn Hendricks, so just the single.
Yeah, I know that we had a Kent club side, Tunbridge Wells, out at the European cricket competition kind of March time, or they went there for their group phase and it was glorious all week, and then they went there for the finals week and it was sandstorm one day.
That was it, sandstorms. In goes Mulder and bowls short, pulled by Stewart, but doesn't quite find the gap. In fact, he finds Aaron Lilly out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, hits it so well it is just 1 to Stewart, 2 to him of 3.
Yeah, they had to reduce the games were 10 overs each anyway. They had to reduce some of them to 5 overs each to get through the group stage of their tournament.
Yeah, you couldn't persuade Radio Kent that Tunbridge Wells' presence required yours.
Unfortunately not.
In goes Mulder and bowls. Stevens makes a little bit of room for himself, but can only sort of manoeuvre it back down the pitch towards Mulder. And that was a pretty good over from Vian Mulder in the end. 264 for 5 at the end of it. 9 from it. No ball didn't help matters. Well, they found the old ball. Dan Nice has just thrown it to Bjorn Hendricks, who's thrown it back to him. Dan Nice is now...
says I don't want it. Umpire might, though.
He's showing it to umpire Pratt, says throw it to me, and so Dan throws it back to Bjorn Hendricks, who does relay it on to Neil Pratt, who's going to have a look at it. So it's emerged from behind the meat, and I'm not sure whether he kept it or whether he chopped the new old one back.
I think he's...
So we're back on the old ball.
We're on the original ball, yes.
Yeah. 264 for 5 after 42, 8 to go.
Going to cut this over fine before the next update, but it'll be after the news, so I should be fine.
Depends.
Depends if the ball gets deposited. Barnes then to Grant Stewart. He's batting well across his stumps. And gets an inside edge. Behind square on the onside. Will only get 1. Generally, it is just ones or boundaries when Darren Stevens is either on strike or up the other end. Don't get many quickly run 2s. Yeah, Stewart is, just having seen the live stream, he's batting almost outside of off stump. He's not even batting on off stump. He was batting wide of off stump to face that delivery. So clear were his intentions that he's trying to swing it to the leg side. Stevens, however, a more orthodox stance as Barnes bowls. He now steps across his stumps and slams it away for 6. Out towards wide, long on. And he is giving the people what they want to see, or at least certain quarters of the crowd.
The utter certainty with which he hit that was must make a bowler's heart break within him. Just, that's going.
He's available for a contract if anyone wants to sign him up for next season.
Believe me, a lot of Leicestershire supporters would have him.
Here comes Barnes. Stevens drives hard, awkward bounce for the fielder at cover. I think he might have got a hand on it. They will come back for 2. There were a couple of Surrey supporters on Twitter who were saying, oh yeah, we should get Stevens for next season. And so I told him the other day, and he said, Surrey, no, I don't think I'd accept that, jokingly. But he knows about the Kent-Surrey rivalry. He's harbouring hopes of a contract from elsewhere. So yeah, any Surrey supporters, unlikely that you'll be watching or listening to us, but Darren Stevens, not interested, he says. 27 he has. Steps across his stumps, hits it on the up, wide of, long off. Hendricks won't get there. 4 more runs to the veteran all-rounder to move on to 31 from just 16 balls and 277 for 5. The Kent score in the 43rd over.
You can't let him get under the ball. You can't bowl sort of length or short. You've got to be looking for Yorkers outside off stump, that
right.
sort of length.
It's got to be either Yorkers or you go really short.
Yeah.
Anything in the middle.
There's an awful lot of balls left in this innings.
2 to go in the over. I might have to duck out after this one. As Barnes to Stevens. Field has been reset. He's in, he's walking across his stump, Stevens, he's driving it hard up towards long on for a single.
Well, that was better from Barnes. It was a low full toss, but there can be quite hard to, obviously to really get underneath. So he was looking sort of for the Yorker length, and although Stevens did manage to get half underneath it, he didn't time it at all. So 14 off the first 5 balls of the over. Stewart on strike as Barnes is in. He steps across outside off stump, hits it hard down into the ground, doesn't time it. Barnes flings himself across to his left to field. The end of Barnes' 8th over, 2 for 75 for Ed Barnes. 43 overs have been bowled, 278 for 5. Darren Stevens 32 off 17. But you feel just almost beginning, just getting warmed up. Still 7 overs left to be bowled. He can do an awful lot of damage. 42 deliveries, legitimate, that is. Well, Mulder, after 1 over, taking himself off again, 1 for 46 off 8, and Chris Wright, who's got 2 to bowl, he's got 1 for 46 off 8 as well. He's coming back on at the Bennett end, so down the slope. It's a glorious day. Update coming for BBC Radio. Leicester as Wright is in. Down the wicket is Stevens and cutting it away through the offside, but Welsh makes a stop on the extra cover boundary. Just a single to Stevens. He moves on to 33. .5 overs remain in the Kent innings. They're 279 for 5, so already they're threatening a really formidable score. And the man so doing is Darren Stevens, a man of Leicester, who Leicester let go a good 12 years ago now, and he's done an awful lot of damage to them in that time since, and he's doing it again today. He's 33 not out of 18 balls. Grant Stewart is with him. He is 3 not out of 5. The Foxes have to keep this to under 350, otherwise the scoreboard pressure just might be a little bit too much for them. Kent now 280 for 5 in the 44th over. That one pulled away by Stewart into the leg side for just a single. Stevens back on strike as Wright is in, bowls a slower ball to him. He steps back, makes room, chops it out into the offside, but again, only as far as Welsh on the offside boundary. Single taken. Canny bowling this from Chris Wright, using all his experience. 4 from the first. 4 from the first. No, just the 3, a single off each ball so far. Of the 3 balls of the over. Right turns. in and bowls to Stewart, who tries to whip it away into the leg side, clip it away into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, thumps off his pads out into the offside right, himself feels in his follow through. It's a really good over thus far. 30 minutes remain until the cut-off time. Not that it really makes too much difference in the overall scheme of things in this competition if you miss your cut-off time. Sun, to a certain amount of relief, goes behind one of the white fluffy clouds as Wright is in. Stewart makes room, pulls it in the air, down to Bjorn Hendricks, who takes the catch at long leg, running in. It was the bouncer from Wright. He went for the hook, really, couldn't obviously keep it down, and it flew down towards Bjorn Hendricks. It was a difficult catch for Hendricks running in from the long leg boundary, got two hands to it, and Leicestershire have picked up another wicket. They are chipping away here a little bit. Grant Stewart can't quite come off this time for Kent. He's caught at long leg by Bjorn Hendricks off the bowling of Chris Wright. For 4, he faced 8 balls. As I say, couldn't quite get underway really, Stewart, but plenty to come as far as Kent are concerned. And the main thing is that Darren Stevens is still there. 281 for 6 after 43.5. Out to join Stevens comes what we talked about, Harry Finch. He will simply, I would imagine, look to give Stevens a strike, really.
Would make sense, yeah. And he's not necessarily a power hitter as such. I thought it was a good bit of bowling there from Wright. Kind of what I was suggesting in the previous over. If you're going to bowl anywhere to Stevens, go really short and make him hook uncomfortably, and as particularly for Wright, bowling with the extra space on the leg side, the longer boundaries, it was always going to take something, you know, a monster hit from Stewart to be able to hook that away beyond the field as they're out there in the deep, and he took on the short ball regardless. So clever bowling from Wright, and in the end a comfortable catch for Hendricks running forward in off the boundary. So Stewart unable to get going and be the man, as he has been in the last couple of games for Kent late on.
Harry Finch, somewhat perhaps harshly described on Quick Info as a pugnacious, squat batsman. That's a little harsh. In goes Wright and bowls to him. He's not the tallest young man in the world, but the squat seems a bit harsh. He pushes it into the leg side right, runs across, sprints across towards mid-wicket to field, and it is just a single to Finch. He keeps the strike in the process. 282 for 6, so a very, very good over from Chris Wright. Conceded just the 4 runs, and he picked up a wicket. 282 for 6 after 44. 6 overs remain. But it won't be often that Stevens will be the taller of the 2 batsmen at the crease, will it, in fairness? So
yeah,
perhaps
valid. Didn't realise Harry Finch had a fan club, but seemingly somebody. Pleased to see him out there, and he'll be facing up to Hendricks, who is returning. 3 more overs to go, so he will bowl out. From this end, the left armour. And as you say, Richard, with every wicket that Leicestershire do take, just stops that momentum in this Kent innings, doesn't it? And it's reducing the chances that they're going to be chasing 330, 340, as we discussed. Closer to 300 they'll think they can do, as this one is hooked away by Finch for a single out towards the sweeper on the onside. Yeah, the Foxes will think, you know, as close as we can get Kent to 300 the better.
Foxy Phil, Steve-O, the difference between 310 or 350.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably about right, actually.
That feels like a good summary. So Stevens on strike. Hendricks just adjusting his field. So Wright has got 1 more, and then Mulder 2 more from the far end. Barnes having bowled 8 overs, 2 for 75.
Yeah,
Most
he's
expensive of the seamers. Steele 10 overs, 1 for 62. Doing a pretty good job. The off spinner. 2 for 25 from Kimber earlier, before Everson took a liking to him. Hendricks, none for 23. It's been economical. Bowls a full delivery, which Stevens has absolutely fired out towards deep cover for 4. That has just pinged off his bat at a rate of knots. He was going for a full wideish Yorker as well, Hendricks. He gave him so little to really hit under there. And Stevens has still managed to free his arms and force the ball out to the Geary bar, and to the one side of the old score box. Looking absolutely resplendent.
It was refurbished a winter or so ago.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic.
Courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road. All the cake that's been eaten went towards refurbishing the manual score. The profit therefrom.
Seems like a great arrangement to me. As Hendricks, wide on the crease, the left armour fires it in. Stevens drives up towards long off for a single this time. Mulder will do the fielding. A lovely clock as well on the top of the score box, and then you can just see the golden fox at top of the clock as well.
Cupola clock. It's about 5 feet high actually, and it was bought by Leicestershire because the original order, the gentleman who ordered it originally for his wherever didn't want it in the end, so it was offered to the club.
Excellent. Hendricks to Finch, cuts away out towards point, straight to the fielder. Stevens has to scamper back into his crease at the non-striker's end, which is where he doesn't want to be.
Some wise person thought it'd be a nice addition to the scoreboard.
Yeah, great addition.
It sits up there nicely. Probably the one building of any architectural merit as a consequence in the entire ground. But there you go.
288 for 6.
I'm sure there'll have been some new building at Canterbury since I've been there last. There always seems to have been.
Here comes Hendricks. Down the leg side. Umpire doesn't signal wide. Finch is looking at him as if to say, hang about, I've not hit that. Neither has it hit me. Must have brushed something in the umpire's view.
Finch doesn't think so, does he? But
no.
Careful not to antagonise the umpire.
Finch is positive that it didn't touch him. Hendricks gets away with it and has got one more ball to go. Goes a full wide Yorker. Good stuff for him. Another dot ball to finish. So 8 overs, number 28. Really impressive figures thus far. And 5 more overs to go.
Yeah, just 6 off that over, with that Stevens crashing 4 through the offside, but only 4. So 10 off the last 2 overs and a wicket. Leicestershire would they take 5 and over from this point on in. 5 to go.
Right to bowl his last then. Stevens, you would assume, will continue to back away and try and hit towards extra cover. Maybe long off as well. Although you would suspect he might be shorter with the way that the field is set up, with 4 boundary riders on the leg side, including Hendricks at long leg, deep square, mid-wicket, and long on.
Right is in, bowls a slower ball. Stevens waits for it and just strokes it out to extra cover. Takes the one anyway. It went straight to Scott Steele, but he's on the edge of the circle, so always going to be one in those circumstances.
Clever bowling though.
Yeah.
Got to be brave as well with your choice of deliveries and slower balls, etc. But fully commit to them also.
Mulder and Wright have a word before Wright turns at the top of his mark, which is just about on the edge of the circle. Runs down the slope, bowls to Finch, who steps back, makes a little bit of room for himself, slightly short of a length delivery that he again strokes out into the gap, into the offside, rather than punches out. Welsh comes in from the offside boundary to field, singles from the first 2 balls of Wright's final over, 2 for 52 for him now. 17 wickets in the competition for Chris Wright. Turns, elbows jutting rather, runs in and bowls down the wicket, goes Stevens, clubs it, one bounce out towards long on, who takes it two-handed to his left. Louis Kimber out there, but it bounced at quite a nice height. It was a real clubbing. I don't know what you'd say, you'd call the shot really. It sort of was thumped at round about chest high most of the way, bounced 10 feet or so in front of Louis Kimber, bounced high, chest high again.
Just heaved it on the walk, didn't he?
Yeah.
And either side of the fielder, it would have probably bounced for 4.
Right in to Finch, a slower ball that Finch can only just work back down the pitch to right. Outstanding over from him so far. But those 2 people under the light blue parasols behind Louis Kimber were quite glad that Kimber stopped that one cleanly, that previous delivery. Have to keep your eyes peeled when Stevens is on strike in the last few overs of an innings. Finch is on strike at the moment, on 3 off 7 as Wright is in. He steps across his stumps this time, it's pulled in the air, but round the corner by Finch, behind square on the leg side for 4. Looked as though Evans might be able to get across to it, but he hit it pretty cleanly. Actually, Harry Finch there just stepped across his stumps well before Wright delivered. Wright banged it in short, but a very nice conventional hook really. Before he got right on top of it, Finch, and out to the backward square boundary. It flew at a rate of knots.
I think you're actually better off taking pace off against Harry Finch. He's grown up playing for Sussex and often opened the batting in red ball cricket, so pace on the ball is what he likes. And back of length as well, talks about him being shorter of stature, plays well off the back foot. So you're actually better off bowling fuller and bowling the slower ball cutters.
Wright is in to him. He stays back in his ground on his stumps and then just works it, turns his wrists on it, pushes it gently out towards mid-on. Kimber has a lot of ground to run in, a lot of ground to cover running in from long on to mid-on. By the time he does so, Stevens had turned and comfortably made 2. He looks very fit, Darren Stevens, for 46, very trim. Yeah, definitely no reason why he shouldn't play another year, 2 years, however many more years he wants when he's playing like this. He's on 41 now off 23. Finch has 9 off 9. There are 4 overs to go. 297 for 6 is the Kent score.
Yeah, of course, this isn't the first time that Kent have announced that he's going to be leaving and they aren't going to offer him a new contract. Last time, he got 10 for up at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire and then followed it up the week after with a double century against Yorkshire at Headingley.
If he wins Kent, the Royal London Cup, for example, I wonder, would they offer him a white ball contract only? Would he take a white ball contract? I don't know.
I think he would. I think if something was offered to him, he would take it, potentially. 297 for 6, 4 overs to go. Hendricks to Stevens, and he smashes this into the leg side. He hasn't got enough on it and will be caught. Stevens' onslaught comes to an end. Hendricks with the wicket, 41. He will walk off with as Hendricks walks up to him and shakes his hand. Stevens looks accusingly at the toe end of his bat and is disappointed at himself that he hasn't been able to clear the man. But he will walk off here at Grace Road, having made 41. And Leicestershire have got, again, another really important wicket at the back end of this Kent innings. With still 3.5 overs to go. All Kent's recognised big hitters, if you like, are in the hutch. And listen to this reception for Stevens as he walks off. I wonder if this will be the last time here at Grace Road.
I suppose it is just possible. It could be his last sort of innings for Kent as well, isn't it, really? But
could well be.
You never quite know. 41 off 24 balls for Stevens. Momentum, but he'll feel disappointed, which sounds ridiculous, but he will. Harry Podmore comes out to join Harry Finch. You just wonder whether Foxy Phil's saying difference between 310 and 350. They'll still be hoping, I would imagine, with 3.5 overs to go, to get the score up to sort of 330 sort of area. I'm liking the Kent 12thers very much. Walking off with the towels balanced on his head at the moment, looking like, I don't know, it almost looks like a turban. Sunglasses on, tash. Stylish, stylish. Scott Steele was the catcher, by the way. Picked him out. A deep mid-wicket. First wicket for Bjorn Hendricks. 16th in the competition.
So Hendricks then to the new man, Harry Podmore, who gives himself room backing away to try and cut the ball into the offside. He kept a remarkably cool head, Harry Podmore, to hit the winning runs off the penultimate ball against Lancashire earlier on in the week. Echoes of what he did hitting the winning runs when Kent last made a one-day cup final, actually, when they beat Worcestershire in the semi.
That was a very impressive win against a strong Lancashire side, wasn't it? Strongish Lancashire side.
I suspect that maybe Hendricks might just have a yard too much pace for him if he can get it right. Podmore plays this nicely in front of square, though, for a single out towards the sweeper on the offside. I would suspect that there may well be a few singles on offer between now and the end of the Kent innings, but from a Leicestershire point of view, that's absolutely fine. It'll be Kent trying to find boundaries now rather than Stevens hitting them at will. So Finch back onto strike. He has 9 at a run of ball, moving across his stumps and then just nudging this one away into the onside for a single.
Yeah, I think the attendance is pretty decent, but the club has had such a short turnaround in which to promote and sell tickets that it's always going to be difficult. They had that little bit longer, I think the attendance would be better, but it's not too bad, I don't think, at the moment. A couple of thousand, maybe.
Podmore on one. Drives hard, straight to extra cover on this occasion. Hendricks, 1 ball remaining in his 9th over, has fantastic figures of 1 for 30. High class international bowler, and the overseas really doing his job for his team. We should see Ian Mulder as well to finish up from the far end. .299 for 7. Podmore waits. Hendricks bowls to him. Hits this hard again into the offside, and that'll bring up the 300 for Kent. So 3 overs to go in this one-day cup eliminator at Grace Road. On BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online, and via the Leicestershire Foxes TV live stream. Richard Ray and Ben Watts watching on with Kent Spitfires. 300 for 7 and 18 balls remaining for them to try and add to this score. And Mulder will come back into the attack, and with the departure of Darren Stevens and Grant Stewart before him, you do just feel like Leicestershire have it within themselves to rein this Kent score in.
I still feel that 330 is a pretty decent score under any circumstances, really.
I think they
They
might
have
struggle to
something
get
to bowl
there
at.
now, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
So 320. But even so, 320 would be, I think, decent. Mulder in from the Bennett end, bowls to Podmore, goes through him rather, tries to pull the slightly short of a length delivery into the leg side, paddle pull, if there is such a thing, all the fielders on the leg side being on the boundary. Doesn't get anything on it, goes through to Swindle's dot ball. Finch wanders down to offer an advisory word or two. Podmore, his navy pads have fluorescent orange fastenings behind them, which stands out dramatically. In goes Mulder, bowls to him, he's backing away, making room, and again he's missing the ball as he tries to help it down, perhaps to third man. Doesn't get anything on it, and again Finch is going to wander down as Podmore looks rather sheepishly at the ground, and Finch, I'm sure, just saying, just stay in line. If you get anything on it, there's a run, because the fielders on the offside who are inside the circle are all on the edge of the circle. So even if it goes straight to a fielder, he can take the run. Mulder is in, bowl slightly short of a length. He is dabbing or guiding that one down towards the third man, or attempting to guide it down towards the third man boundary. It's intercepted en route by Rishi Patel on the edge of the circle, but the one is now taken. Patel was just behind a pillar briefly there, so didn't see him have to stand up for the rest of the over. 301 for 7, 3 to Harry P. His job will be with the ball. Early inroads Kent will be hoping for. Finch, 10 off 10, is on strike as Mulder is in, bowls to him, outside off stump, stands up tall, relatively tall, punches it out towards extra cover, takes one as Steele fields. Lots of deck chairs down there, people basking in this glorious sunshine. Interesting, I saw Kevin Hand's tweet that Middlesex, having been eliminated from this competition, as Mulder turns, runs in, bowls to Podmore, hits him in the unmentionables, and Finch was ready for one, but Podmore, poor soul, wasn't, picked himself up, took a couple of agonised steps down the wicket, was sent back in and returns to his ground, sinks to his knees, head on his forearm, and will just be surely in need of a few minutes to stop his eyes watering and perhaps for the pain to die down a little bit. But the fact he would have been required to run then would have been added, well, not insult to injury, added more pain to the injury, I suspect. He's still down on his knees.
Ouch. Michael Church, kentcricket@gmail.com, saying, excellent knock by Steve-O. Doesn't look like Leicestershire will bowl their overs by 2:34. They just have to start
They don't have to,
the last over by
exactly.
that time.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Mulder is in. Podmore is making room and managing to get a bat on it, push it out towards mid-off and take one. And even if they don't, even if they weren't to, Michael, then the only punishment is you just have one less in the...
Yeah.
No, have one more in the circle, I should say, so it doesn't really make any odds. No.
Debs Pickworth in Oxfordshire saying, Kent can't let Darren Stevens go, offer him a player coaching role. Well, from what I understand, Debs, that sort of an offering would have been something of interest to Darren Stevens. He wants to stay at Kent, or he wants to carry on playing, certainly, but as we know, there is no offer on the table for Kent, for Darren Stevens in any kind of capacity for next season.
Yeah, it should be settled in the area, family and what have you, but...
Yeah, indeed. I can disappoint supporters of the footballing foxes that Darren's son is not going to be supporting the city growing up. As Hendricks is around the wicket, Podmore's trying to heave him away. It's fielded in his follow-through. Instead, there's a football training ground pretty close to Beckenham. If you hit a 6 into the Palace training facilities, I believe that's certainly Darren took his son to go and see his first game a couple of years ago at Sellers Park. So if in the meantime, at least, he's not following his dad's team.
Good on him, really.
So yeah, a battle I might have with my wife going forward. Palace or Leicester City on the football front. As this one is wide of the off stump, and Podmore looks at the umpire as if to say, is that not wide? The umpire says no, and some very good death bowling continues from Hendricks and Mulder. And Kent at the moment are indeed struggling to add to these 303 runs that they've got on the board at the moment since the departure of Stevens.
It was 288 at the end of the 45th. So only 15 runs added. 1, 2, 3, 3 and a bit overs since.
Podmore needs to get bad on ball here. 4 off 11 for him. Short ball and he's hooked it straight up in the air. Keeper dashing to his left. Swindles can't hold on, and in fact he's pushed it away from 2 fielders that were coming in to help out as well. And Podmore gets back for 2. Awkward one because it landed pretty much on the edge of the 30-yard circle, so hard to argue whether that should have been perhaps deep square legs catch, but keeper took ownership. And Swindles scampering away to his left, just couldn't quite get there. Another excellent ball from Hendricks, and Podmore was foxed. Excuse the pun. 305 for 7. I'm going to nip next door.
Give Radio Kent an update on the end of the Kent innings, which is now 9 legitimate deliveries distant. 3 of which will be bowled by Bjorn Hendricks, who turns. Comes in round the wicket to Podmore, who carves it into the offside, bounces short of Sam Evans as he comes running in from the offside boundary. Podmore takes his single, moves on to 6 off 12, 306 for 7. Coming and going on the terrace alongside us, which is covered, for those unfamiliar with the ground, in a sort of iron or steel or whatever grating, hence the noise that you pick up in the effects mic as people come and go. In goes Hendricks and bowls full outside off stump. Looking to drive it is Finch, but only as far as Mulder at extra cover for 1. Here's the update. Hello, just 7 balls to go in the Kent innings. They're 307 for 7, which is a pretty good effort on the part of the Foxes. It looked like it was going to be an awful lot more when they were 278 for 5 in the 43rd over, with both Darren Stevens and Grant Stewart looking extremely dangerous, but both have been dismissed. Stewart caught by Hendricks off the bowling of right down at long leg, and then a few moments ago as Hendricks bowls Harry Podmore, swing and a miss. 307 for 8 now. Darren Stevens, formerly of Leicestershire, of course, was caught by Scott Steele on the mid-wicket boundary, again off the bowling of Hendricks for 41. So the Foxes have fought back really well here with the ball. There are 7 balls to go in the Kent innings. They're 307 for 7. No, they're not. They're 307 for 8. Apologies. Trying to commentate and give news all at the same time there. That was a full delivery from Bjorn Hendricks, and Podmore, big swing and a big miss. Give Hendricks a 2nd wicket and end his bowling. 10 overs, 2 for 35 for Bjorn Hendricks. Outstanding from the big South African left armer. I could get quite tired of that Kent gentleman, constantly calling Steve-O's name. Applause for Hendricks as he walks down to long leg, fully deserved. 307 for 8. 1 over to go, and it's going to be bowled by Vian Mulder. He's going to be bowling to Harry Finch, and he comes bowled short. Finch top edges the ball. It's going to bounce and probably over the ropes. Hendricks can't get, well, he can get there actually. He got his sort of right shin to the ball as he ran along the ropes from long leg towards fine leg. Couldn't get his hand to it, and it goes over the ropes for 4. Ben's back alongside to finish things off.
Yes, indeed. So excellent job from Bjorn Hendricks in his 10 overs, taking that late wicket of Harry Podmore as well. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 35. As Finch fires this one down the ground, straight back to the bowler. Mulder picks it up, throws it towards the stumps.
Finch was miles out of his ground, wasn't he?
He definitely would have been run out if he'd have hit. But missed all 3 stumps to aim at. Mulder, in fairness, he picked it up and threw it back as quick as he could, so it was all in one reflex movement almost. Luckily for him, Swindles was there to make sure there weren't any overthrows either. So Finch on 16, Gilchrist at the non-striker's end. Finch gives himself room and swings it away into the leg side and may well have found the boundary. He has.
Lovely hit.
Long boundary out towards the old score box and the marquee to the one side of it, but fielder out there in the deep, unable to stop it from going for a one bounce four. Interesting that Gilchrist has come in over Kadri at number 10. Normally those two would be the other way round. So Finch with 3 balls to go. Kent score 315 for 8. Mulder bowls. Full and flicked away into the leg side. They will look to come back for 2 here. You would have thought it's going to be thrown to the keeper's end. Good running by Harry Finch to get back for the second. Again, that long boundary in this occasion benefiting Kent because it gave Finch enough time to come back for the second and take on the arm of Louis Kimber out there. Nothing he can really do when he's got to protect the boundary and be right back on the rope to stop 2 runs in that kind of a situation. So 2 balls of Mulder, 1 for 58 to go. Oh, and Finch has played a ramp shot down towards the fine leg boundary, 1 bounce, and it bounces over the head of the rushing Hendricks for 4. So Harry Finch is ending this innings with a real flourish for Kent. What a job he's doing from number 8, 26 off 17 now. 3-2-1 for 8, so Kent do find their way past 320 with the ball to go.
Can make such a difference to a team's feeling if they'd just gone for 3 or 4 of this over, but they've gone for, what is it now, 14 off the first 5 balls, and it just, momentum and impetus.
Yeah, although
Kent.
the Steve-O chant is still being rung out, I might need to go back to that Harry Finch chant with this little cameo. Mulder bowls. Low full toss, and Finch has smashed him down the ground for a boundary. 1 bounce and a 4, and Finch has rocketed in that final over onto 30 from 18 balls and has helped Kent finish 325 for 8 from their 50 overs here against the Leicestershire Foxes. A fantastic final over for Kent. 4 boundaries in it, 1 down towards long leg, 1 to mid-wicket, a ramp shot back over the keeper's head again to long leg, and then down the ground the final ball. Superb stuff from Harry Finch.
18 off it.
18 off the final over.
So Leicestershire will need 326. Is that right? To win, because the scoreboard hasn't put that last 4 up on the board yet. They will need 326 to win the game at pretty much 6.4 runs per over. Half centuries then. Jerry Everson 62, Ben Compton 56, Joe Denley 65, a cameo 41 from Darren Stevens, and good hitting from Harry Finch at the end, 30 not out of 18 balls. 2 for 59 for Chris Wright, 2 for 35 for Bjorn Hendricks, the pick of the Leicestershire attack. Good effort from Scott Steele, filling in really. 10 overs he bowled with his part-time off-spin at 1 for 62. He would have taken that. Eddie Barnes was a bit expensive, 2 for 75 off 8, 21 off 2 for Louis Kimber. We will take a break. Be back with you in around about 30 minutes or so's time here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, but the innings very much, or the match I should say, the result is very much, we feel, kind of in the balance. It's a really good score by Kent, but it is not a decisive, dominating 350, 360 that threatened to at one stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We think this is a good batting pitch, and chasing seconds, Leicestershire will know what they need to get. As I mentioned earlier on flatter pitches, sometimes Kent's bowling attack has struggled to stem the flow of runs, so Leicestershire will believe that they can chase that, while in the other camp Kent will believe that they've given themselves enough runs to play with to create enough scoreboard pressure to potentially try and win. Commentary when they resume for the match. Start of the one up in a as Kemp Spitfires into 10-25 for 8 that they posted in the first of the match, and Leicestershire, the home side, look a 300 to win the game. Heel out to open Grew it under Jenny Swinson behind the stumps. Kent's got a couple of slips to start off with, and they have a long leg and a third man out on the boundary. That's a point, a cover, mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket. Stewart is past the umpire and bowling. Nice delivery, which Welch just felt for outside the off stump. Just had a little nibble to give the pitch a bit of a prod. Worth remembering that Leicestershire started very well with the ball, with Hendricks right, Mulder up top. Here he comes again, and Stewart through to keeper Ollie Robinson. So none for none, Leicestershire. That one left alone by Welch. A couple of you getting in touch at the midway point. Andrew saying, I guess 325 is about par and a good wicket these days. Richard saying, Kent's top 5 all got in but didn't kick on, might be 15 to 20 short. As Grant Stewart bowls to Welch and he flicks away into the onside where Kadri does the fielding.
What's your feeling?
I think it's one of those that could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't like to call it. I really wouldn't.
There is an element of scoreboard pressure, and I think wickets will be key. Can take a couple of wickets up top or regular wickets as things go on. You would back them to defend it, but if Leicestershire can keep wickets in hand, they'll back themselves. They'll believe that it's chaseable. As Stewart is past the stumps, bowling another away swinger through to the keeper Robinson, which is left alone by Welch.
Just pleased to say that we are going to be joined by Leicestershire's captain, not Vian Mulder, but Lewis Hill. He's going to have a few overs with us in a couple of overs, in a few overs' time, just when the innings is underway, to give us his expert opinion. He just showed me his right hand and it's horribly swollen. He said, but he can bend it, which is a good sign.
Stewart bowls, full delivery, driven away up towards Harry Podmore, good fielding at mid-on. So a maiden over to start with for Grant Stewart. Good stuff from the Italian-Australian. And Leicestershire none for none after the opening over.
As indeed were, did they get one off the first over? Kent, I've got 0 for 1, which wasn't right because they didn't lose a wicket until the 18th over.
Right.
So I presume it was.
I think it was a maiden first up.
Yeah, but Lewis's hand is horribly swollen. But athletes are very detached about their bodies, aren't they? The first thing they do is kind of, if they incur an injury, is move it to see what the damage is, and he's flexing it away, but it doesn't half look a second-hand injury of the season for Lewis. He scored very good, I think it was 90 in the first innings against Worcester in the first championship game, but he had during it, and as a consequence of that, that's excellent. So it's managing to be as take as long to this time. Lynn Gilst is going to Oling for Kent from the net and bowls 2 silks. His pass is outside edge. You will not see foot movement with Scott at crease. If he gets in, he is dangerous as a batsman, but he does need to get in. Just 4 in the only innings that he's played so far this season in the last game. Two slips. Gilchrist. Bit of cloud around now as he runs in and bowls, and still is driving, and it's going past, I think, the inside edge. Didn't miss off stump by very much. Steele again just sort of stands and delivers, really, and did it go past?
Kept low.
Kept a bit low.
Yeah, it didn't really bounce.
Welsh has seen the spot, he thinks. Anyway, he comes right down the pitch and gives it a thorough prodding. Light roller on, or was it a heavy roller between innings? quite sure. As Gilchrist is in. Down the wicket is Steele, but again, unconvincing, thick inside edge. Ball squirts out into the onside. They're remarkably diminutive. Kadri,
yes.
Kadri runs in and fields from mid-wicket.
Yeah, I wonder who's taller, him or Finch.
Not too much in it. Gilchrist in to Steele, who's hit very close in front, might just have shuffled across outside the line, actually, of that one. Let's have a look-see on the replay. They're a bit high as well.
Yeah, high, enough doubt.
Yeah. Back pad.
Bowler was interested.
But, yeah, no, there's a nice little bit of nip for him. Back in.
I think less so from behind the stumps, possibly. A couple gave up on it.
Nathan Gilchrist, Zimbabwe born, turns, runs in and bowls, goes past the outside edge again with a ball that just bounces past Scott Steele's limply proffered bat. 11 balls, no runs so far. The two Leicestershire openers, another new combination. It's been Welsh and Patel for most of this competition, and it was very nearly Welsh and Patel in the last match because Patel was very nearly opening in the last match. He went in 3, but Welsh was out first ball, as in goes Gilchrist, and that's at last a reasonably solid shot from Steele, but it is just a forward defensive prod, and that is another maiden. So Kent keeping things extremely tight to start with. They've opened with 2 maidens.
Yep, on the money. Nathan Gilchrist and Grant Stewart. So from their point of view, be pretty pleased with that. Those two guys have at times opened the bowling in this competition, although for much of it, they've had, well, Kent had Matt Henry available for the first game of the competition. In for bowling the rest till go. They see much from earlier the week. This one into well outwards with that of a catch. Square leg to remove Dane Villas in that Lancashire game.
Mike Jelfs on Twitter, challenging target, bat properly and sensibly, and we won't be far away.
Sounds about right to me. I think this could be a nail biter as it's short and pulled away for 4. And Nick Welch underway. And Stewart just dropping his length too short. Whips away off the...
Slight element of relief in that cheer, I think, that greeted that first scoring shot.
Yeah, fast outfield out to the shorter boundary. Those bright yellow seats. Alongside, just up from the meet. Kadri now going back at deep square leg and fine leg up in the circle. Stewart bowls again. Oh, that one again looked like it kept a little bit low, and it's off the outside edge down towards third man for a single. Just get to see the replay. Yeah, certainly didn't bounce as much. Whether it was deliberately bowled with a bit of wobble seam perhaps, or slight cutter, but just an early couple of signs of uneven bounce in this second innings that we didn't really see all too often in the first. The odd, I remember maybe a couple of balls. So 5 without loss. Steele yet to score. Facing Grant Stewart. He's been getting a little bit of gentle away swing. This one off the inside edge, but nicely played, really. Just deliberately turned into the onside. Get himself off the mark. A response from the home fans to all the Steve-O chants we had earlier on. He's at first slip and Ben Compton at second. Stewart bowls, driven away wide of Denley, going for the run. Hits the stumps, Denley, at the batter's end, but Welch always looked home.
throw by Denley. Always good to see the stumps hit.
Yeah, well judged though. The two batters.
Steele was kind of curving, which is always a little bit risky, isn't it?
Yes, it's
But,
Steele, sorry, he made his ground at the batter's end. Welch on to 6. Yeah, he always looked like he was going to make it fine. Stewart once more, final time in this second over for him. Oh, and Steele coming down the pitch and going for a bit of a hoik. Over the top, 7 without loss.
That was an ugly, ugly shot.
Just a bit of a way swing from Stewart, maybe just saw him coming, just pushed it that bit wider. Well, Steele's not going to try and mirror Ben Compton's innings, at least. He's out there for a good time.
No, he hasn't had the impact, made the impact or established himself in Leicestershire's sort of first team really throughout his time at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Scott Steele. Opportunity for him to leave a mark though, as in goes Gilchrist and bowls, and Welsh drives him away through the offside for 4. Just over pitched from Nathan Gilchrist, side off stump, and stepping out, Welsh able to get on top of the bounce and crack it away through the covers for 4. Nice shot from the Zimbabwean. Moves on to 10 off 11 balls.
Showing the proper cricket shots are just as good, just as effective, if not more so, in the early stages of your innings.
Waits slightly crouched at the crease as Gilchrist bowls straight to him. He turns it off middle out towards mid wicket. Kadri is the fielder, bouncing around out there. He's yeah, it's been a bit hit and miss for Nick Welsh. 171 runs, but 127 of those came in the one innings against his former club, Surrey, right at the very start of the competition down in Guildford, a ground with which he's very familiar, Nick Welch, who waits as in goes. Gilchrist bowls to him, thick outside edge, little bit of extra bounce, but it's through the gully area. Might have just been interested had there been a gully. It would have reached him fairly low down, runs down to third man, he takes 1. And he still plays his club cricket when he does play, down there in Wimbledon, I think it is. So Guildford, a ground with which he was very familiar, batted very well down there. Otherwise, it's been a bit of a struggle for him in this competition. Gilchrist in to Steele, who is driving quite pleasantly, but doesn't really get all of it, although it gets past Gilchrist's left hand. Comfortable enough for Denley moving across to his right at mid-off to make the stop. 12 without loss, Leicestershire. 3-2-6 the target. 6.5 the run rate required. Gilchrist is in, bowls to Steele, just a nice high left elbow as he defends that one off stump. His 10th delivery, just the single. I never cease to be slightly surprised how innings mirror each other. I don't know why, because professional cricketers on each side, it's often the way of things. As Gilchrist is in and bowls down the leg, just nibbled down too fine leg by Scott Steele for 4. Well, I say nibbled by Steele. His pads did the nibbling, came off the pad. He looked to turn it down to fine leg. He didn't get anything on it. It flicked the pad. Runs fine, and Leicestershire grateful for the runs. They don't mind how they come. 16 without loss after 4.
Kester on kentcricket@gmail.com says, I know you might not believe me, Ben, but at the start I plumped for 325 as the par score. Hoped Kent would get 340 to feel assured of victory. Well, fairly assured. Let's see how it goes. Could be an exciting finish. Does feel like that, Kester, that as long as the two teams play to their maximum, I think we could well get a fairly nail-biting conclusion. It could well go deep in this innings. Let's see, Grant Stewart bowling and a little bit leg side, turned away by Welch out towards the boundary. Kadri tiptoeing around it to do the fielding. Chuck it in and save a couple of runs at least. Welch to 13, 18 for loss of no wicket. after an excellent start. A couple of maidens first up. Just haven't quite hit the right areas, Stewart and Gilchrist. It's a short ball which has been well stopped by Alex Blake at extra cover. One run will be managed as he parries the ball. But again, Stewart just a bit short there, that delivery, and could quite easily have found its way past Blake for more than just the one run. Welch to 14, 19 without loss.
Surprised they've opened with Stewart, or was that been the usual way of things?
Stewart, they'll normally give Stewart a go from the top on the basis that he does swing the white ball. That's why they've still got the 2 slips in. And there we go. A drive from Steele, which he plays and misses. Stewart got it a bit fuller.
So, convinced by Steele as an opener, got to be said. They did bring Evans in, who is a red ball opener for this game, in place of the unfortunate Lewis Hill, but he hasn't opened, and I don't know where he will bat in the order as a consequence. But
Steele just moving a little bit further across his stumps, but Stewart still swinging that ball away, pushes this Hill one into the covers. Quick single attempted. Blake throws at the stumps. Welch comfortably gets there. Sensible enough cricket. 20 without loss.
Fango Fox is going early. He says, I've waited long enough to say this. I shouldn't be repeating it, should I? But I will, because it wasn't me saying it. He says, Welsh is going to get 100 today. Welsh getting 100. Well, he's made a decent start, 14 or 15, but as you say, Fango going very early.
As one of our Kent correspondents said, top order batters got in, but nobody went on and got that big 100. So this is cut away for 4 by Welch to move to 18, and the Leicestershire scored a 24 without loss, with 1 ball remaining in the 5th over.
Ben's going to pop next door to update BBC Radio Kent. Maybe that we can get to, if Lewis is in the vicinity, we may be able to bring him on. Well, Ben is doing that, but he'll be around shortly, one way or another. Poor ball from Grant Stewart there, short and wide, and sat up nicely for Welsh to crack away through the offside for 4. The sun is now behind a fairly solid blanket of light grey cloud, and it's much more pleasant temperature as a consequence. Stewart is in to Welsh, again a little bit short outside off stump, but a touch straighter this time, and Welsh, having picked up his boundary, just gets up on the back foot and drops it down into the offside. And there is no run. End of the 5th over, 24 without loss. All those 24 runs coming off the last 3 overs, the first 2 maidens. Scott Steele has a couple of 13 balls. Nick Welsh has started very nicely indeed. He's on 18 off 17. And I'm pleased to say that joining me on the mic is the Leicestershire captain, but not playing today, Lewis Hill, as Nathan Gilchrist continues from the Bennett end. Bowls to Steele, goes past the inside edge there. Hilly, did it just come back a little bit?
Yeah, it looked like it did, just come back off the seam.
Still a little bit in the pitch. Yeah, it did come back. Steele just struggling at the moment to find his way. What's it like watching in these? Are you a mass of nerves, or?
Yeah, especially being captain of this format, it's hard to sit still. To be honest with you, whether you're playing or you're not playing.
Are you not required to sit still if things are going well? Is that not sort of part
I was
of the
sitting
law?
still last game on the balcony and didn't move.
That was a nerve-wracker in the extreme. Now they've brought in a 3rd slip. He's standing at 4th, but even so, this breakthrough here. Gilchrist is in, and it's over pitch and slug back. Over a couple of times and over the long ball 4. So Gilchrist had a chance to swing, over pitched on that occasion, and Steele, relieved I'm sure, latched onto it straight away, clubbed it back over mid-off.
Yeah, fantastic shot that. As you said, let's go fuller, and banged it over mid-off. Great intent.
So this, you were hit on the hand in the nets yesterday morning, presumably, when you were just warming up. In goes Gilchrist and bowls to Steele, turns it nicely off his legs. Should pick up a couple, long chase round, might even be 3 in fact. Stewart picks it up, they do turn for the 3rd. Welsh running to the danger end, takes one for the throw. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. After a spot of take that, 7 off the last 2 ball. Good start, is becoming a really useful start as far as the Foxes are concerned. Steele on to 9 off 16. Welsh 18 off 17 on strike. Gilchrist turns, comes in and bowls. Welsh forces it off. Oh, good stop, reaching up to his left at backward point. Hello, a good start by the Foxes, chasing 326 to beat Kent and qualify for the semi-finals of the Royal London One Day Cup. They're 31 without loss. 2 maidens to start with from Kent, but since then Nick Welsh in particular has looked in really good touch. The Zimbabwean has gone on to 18 off 18 balls. Scott Steele just got his first boundary away, clubbed through mid-off. He's on 9 off 16, so it's becoming a really decent start as far as the Foxes are concerned. They're 31 without loss in the 6th over. Update done, and that one was just pushed by Welsh out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Sorry, Hilly. So on Friday, you did it yesterday. You were hit on the hand in the net.
Yeah, and just Mikey Finnan was bowling just a little bit short, bounced a bit, and just got me on the wrong part of the glove, to be honest with you. So hopefully, just badly bruised.
It is the hand they were hit on at the start of the season.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
In goes Gilchrist and bowls. Welsh on the back foot, just turns his wrist on that defensive shot, pushes it out towards mid-on, and it's the end of the 6th over. 31 without loss. Leicestershire be happy enough with that solid start. So you're hit on the hand and you immediately knew, did you?
No, not really. It was similar to my thumb, to be honest with you. It was just a little bit sore, and it was okay after, but just overnight, just a bit of swelling, and tried to get the swelling down, icing and ibuprofen, and just didn't go down really. Had a little bat this morning, just couldn't quite grip the bat, and I think it's only fair as a team to, if you're kind of below 100%, you pass the thing on, and I would have only been about 40%, so I had to be quite honest with myself really.
Grant Stewart continues from the pavilion end, drops a little bit short, still not quite sure whether to go forward or back, ended by fending at that outside off stump, and it bounced past his outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. No run. Yeah, difficult decision, but as you say, it's about the team, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it comes down to in the end. If we're the best chance of winning the game, and that possibly today was, unfortunately, that had to, as I say, hopefully only bruised.
Stewart is in and bowls on an off stump. Steele just drops it out into the offside. Immediately says no as he sees man at cover closing on the ball, and there's no run. So the call went out to Sam Evans, who I saw in the car park. He's saying, I was having my porridge 10 minutes ago. Unexpected, to say the least, as far as Sam was concerned.
he got a little heads up last night, but we
did he?
thought it was all going to be okay. But as the night progressed, he was in nice and early.
In goes Stewart and bowls. Good delivery, little bit of shape to it on off stump, but Steele equal to it, just leans forward, no great stride, saying that Scott isn't one for massive foot movement, but there was a nice little bit of shape to that one. He played it well,
nicely into the ball there as well. He, as you say, doesn't get a massive stride in, but if he gets his weight forward into the ball, he gets in a really solid position.
What's your feeling about the sort of the 3-2-6? It looked like it could have been more at one stage, as Stewart is in and bowls. Steele is forward, looking to push the ball into the gap. Good work at point, moving across to his right, and there is no run.
Well, we said had a little chat before the batters went out. We thought that was par on this pitch. We thought a fantastic pitch. And as you say, we pulled it back really well for the last 10. I don't know how many we went for. It couldn't have been above 70 to 80, I'd guess.
But after 40, it was 242.
So
yeah, about that. And it was only really because of that last over. In goes Stewart, bowls, swung out into the onside by Steele. It should bounce towards the mid-wicket boundary. Fielder puts in the slide. It didn't exactly plug, but he hit it so high that it did back vertically rather than taking a little bit of skip, and he was able to drag it back. Harry Podmore it is out there. Pulled it back, and as a consequence, Steele has to settle for 3, moves on to 12-34 without loss.
I think with these big chases, you need to stay in the game, especially up front. Like, if you don't lose any wickets, you've seen how quickly they can score, how big the outfield is, so we're well in this game.
Stewart is in to finish his over. Welsh is a little bit squared up by that one. a little bit of shape to the delivery again, leaving him, looking to leave him, and a thick outside edge ball along the ground all the way towards backward point. End of a much better over actually from Grant Stewart than his previous one. Still went for 3 off it, 4 overs, none for 18 for him, 34 without loss after 7. Yeah, they started pretty slowly. Our old friend Jerry Everson looked like he was going to remind us what we missed by
hit the ball
failing
nicely.
to sign him, didn't he?
In the first 10-15 overs he was in. That was a good wicket.
I don't know whether he was around long enough for people to get to know him, really. He sort of came and went.
Yeah, he came and went.
Got a bit of an injury, didn't he?
Did he go back to Notts for one game as well, didn't he, before he came back?
Gilchrist is in to Steele, who gets the ball coming back into him a little bit, rather shovels it back down the pitch on the onside. Gilchrist, tall right-hander, fields in his follow-through. But we just kept taking wickets at the right time, or at the right times, just as they were looking to accelerate.
I think 50 over cricket, if you take wickets at regular intervals, it always just slows it down, doesn't it? As you've seen in our fixtures, as soon as you lose wickets, you always have to rebuild, even if it's only for 3-4 overs, and it makes a difference to the total in the end.
Long leg comes in too short, fine, as Gilchrist goes in and bowls to Steele. Slightly short of a length, pushed out into the onside, but more or less straight to mid-on, so no chance of a single. And then Darren Stevens, well, you've played against him a fair few times now. He did what Darren Stevens does.
Yeah.
Hits the ball over the meat, basically. I'm still not sure he got all of that one. But clobbered Eddie Barnes, but Barnes came back well to pick up a couple of wickets. As Gilchrist is in, bowls to Steele, but pushed out into the offside, again slightly squared up. And he stuck at it. It's tough for Barnes, isn't it, bowling with the older balls?
Yeah, I thought in the end we got our plans better to Stevens with going for that wide Yorker, wide line. As soon as you get into his arc, as you've seen over the years, he can dispatch it. So he's a very dangerous player. So that was an important wicket to kind of restrict the runs in the end.
Harry Finch managed to pick up 18 off the last over as Gilchrist is in. Steele is standing up tall, defending on the back foot, back down the pitch on the off side. No run. Feels like a game that could go the distance. This.
It's a fantastic wicket. I have to say that. Everybody in our changing room said how good the wicket was. So
we're hoping for a bit more moisture in it early, but didn't really move, did it?
No.
Gilchrist is in. Steele is edging through third slip down towards the third man boundary. Good work down there by Podmore, sliding away to his left, makes the stop, gets the throw away, keeps it to 1 instead of 4.
Yeah, didn't get as much assistance as we wanted to in those first few overs, I think, to bowl first. I think it was the right decision with the overcast conditions.
Yeah.
Especially if you get, we talk about it a lot, if you get 2 or 3 wickets in that power play, you're well in the game. As I said earlier, you have to rebuild when you lose that many wickets first up.
Gilchrist in to finish his over, bowls to Welch, gets up on his toes and punches it away through the offside in the gap between point and cover to the offside boundary for 4. To the Lewis Hill fan club that is often living over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They're always here. You get fantastic support. There's a lot of people in today for a while. We're really well supported in the one-day format because I think you get the T20 crowd and you get the Championship ground.
Yeah.
So it's great to see all the supporters and hopefully.
I must admit, I do like the format.
Yeah.
Little bit of the cricketer Hilly. I don't know whether you're aware, has printed that they've had a look at the review, Strauss review.
Oh, really?
And that it is still going to be 14 county championship games next season, which is a huge relief, I suspect, for a lot of Leicestershire supporters.
Personally, I quite like the 14 games. I don't know if anybody else disagrees or agrees with that, but
Stewart is in to Steele, who again, minimal foot movement, connects nicely, cracks it away on the offside, but a good diving stop away to his left at backward point.
Is there anything said about the 50 over competition?
That's the only thing I've seen about the championship
really?
so far. So whether they're letting out the information a little piece at a time, keeping everybody on their toes, but that's a huge relief. I've really enjoyed this comp as well, to be quite honest, as much, if not more, whisper it than the T20. Yeah. In goes Stewart and bowls on off stump, just leans forward. Scott Steele blocks it out towards mid-off, where The Kent skipper Denley is the fielder, keeping his slips in with this little bit of nibble around with the cloud cover.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's
Yeah, it's quite high, isn't it?
humidity.
So you'd hope. It looks like a little bit of swing, but these balls, they swing for 2 new balls. They swing for 4 or 5 overs at the start.
No.
And as the field goes out, the ball swings less, I think, personally.
Stewart is in and hit over
Yes,
mid
Steele.
on by Scott Steele. And it's going to run away to the long on boundary, wide mid-wicket almost in the end. So I'm not quite sure. Again, he quite got all of that, but he got plenty of it and more than enough to clear mid-on, and it runs down to the boundary. For 4, Steele on to 17. Difficult, again, for someone like Scott to come into the side, just to cut a couple of games, essentially, and then sort of immediately get into his... I thought he bowled really well in the circumstances.
Yeah, he did.
Because that was a big ask, as Stewart is in again to him. He's leaning forward, pushing it out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, he came on first change as well, didn't he, when they were going all right?
Well,
He
Louis
got
had gone for 21
that
off
was
a
it.
couple, and so Vian went to Scott instead, and yeah,
He's a
10
very
overs for
canny
61.
bowler,
Yeah,
especially in one-day cricket. He gives it a bit of flight, and when you face him, it doesn't feel like it's getting to you, and I think that's why it's such a good one-day. And
there's an
T20
art to
bowler.
taking the pace off in those circumstances, isn't there? And not all bowlers are brave enough to do that. In goes Stewart and bowls, line and length. Perhaps still just a suggestion of shape, and Scott Steele, having blocked it back, makes a gesture with his right. What does that mean?
I think that means he's swinging it away, still to tell Welshie that it's still going. Like, Scott's been lucky not to play at the start. Obviously, we went with Tom Scriven. He did a fantastic job, kind of, in those middle and death overs, so he's quite unlucky. And obviously, Tom unfortunately got injured, so this gave Scott his chance to come in and prove his worth, to be honest.
Last ball of Stewart's 5th over. He is in again, line and length, but you heard the note from Scott Steele as he sort of leant forward. Again, no big stride, just blocked it out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the 9th over, 43 without loss. After 9 overs, Kent 37 without loss.
Podmore to bowl by the looks of it.
I saw Steve-O starting to warm up as well. So he's going to have 1 over in the power play. Harry Podmore. Didn't look like he was particularly enjoying batting out there, but he'll be happier with the ball in his hand. But it was difficult for him coming in against Buren, who's been Big Buren Hendricks has been a revelation in this competition.
I said it at
really.
the start when I did an interview with the guys at Leicester, and I said that he'll be a really important kind of clog in that bowling attack, and he has. Obviously, we lost him for that game against Nottingham, I believe, and like we missed him. Any team have missed a bowler of his quality, and he's come back and shown why he's so good in this format.
Yeah. So Harry Podmore. Stevens is staying at slip. Darren Stevens for him. It is the last over of the power play. Comes in from the Bennett end outside off stump, cut straight to backward point by Nick Welsh, who can't believe what he has done. It was shortish and wideish. It was there to be cut away. Unfortunately, from Leicestershire's point of view, and good news for Kent, he cut it straight, more or less, into the midriff of Harry Finch at backward point. Welsh, having looked dangerous, goes for 22 of 23 balls. He'll be furious with himself when he's there, he'll he?
He seemed to. It looks like he got done by the. It was a bit slower than he thought, I think, by the looks of it.
Bit of a
unfortunately,
loosener, almost.
kind of picked out backward point, which is a shame for us. He was going really well, going to run a ball there as well. But as I say, I think minimum wickets in the power play, and when the field goes out, you can keep building. Because what we found as a team, we scored so many runs in the last 10 overs here with wickets in hand, and that's one of our kind of goals, really.
Keep wickets in hand, you've always got a chance. Rishi Patel, who really did find form in the game against Durham, probably the best innings I've seen him play for Leicestershire, to be honest. I think as good as any of the innings he played last season in this competition in the circumstances.
Yeah, the ball, it did nip around those. I think he faced 99 or 100 balls,
100
and 50
balls,
in one-day cricket. You're looking at strike rate, but I think in that game you're looking at what kind of keep on chasing those runs on with as well.
very, very correct. He's a correct player. He's very well taught. So hopefully that will give him a lot of confidence. But a second slip gone in. Poddington keep it pounding to Patel outside off stump. Wide, says I ball. It come in a fraction, but it did start very wide and is so signalled by Paul Baldwin. Much as I love Steve, I could quickly get tired of that Steve-O chant, to be quite honest.
It's been going on for quite a while, hasn't it?
We
may have noticed that in the dressing
below
room
us as well. But there you go, it is just for today. Podmore is in to Patel, who's waiting for that delivery. Again, as you said, Hilly, it's quite gentle stuff from Pod, but he's just maybe deliberately taking a pace off it. Or
potentially, we thought the slow balls have stuck a little bit, so I don't know if they've kind of clocked onto that. Hopefully not. But yeah, I've not really played much against him, to be honest with you. So I don't know his kind of pace wise, if I'm being honest.
28-year-old, a Londoner by birth. Middlesex he began at, went to Glamorgan, runs in and bowls, and chipped in the air by Rishi Patel, which is how he got out. Caught at mid-on after scoring that valuable half-century against Durham. It did just perhaps stick in the pitch and it was in the air for a long time, but it did at least this time bounce well short of Jerry Everson at mid-on.
What we'll say about Rishi is, as he says to me, he goes, he's not scored the runs he's wanted, but he still looks so confident, I think, personally, and he's hit so many balls in the nets. And if you're going through like, I'm not scored the runs I wanted, but okay.
Podmore even is in. Lovely drive for four from Rishi Patel, over pitched outside off stump, just leant into it, didn't try and overhit it, steered it away through straightish extra cover out to the boundary in front of the electronic scoreboard.
Yeah, but as I was saying, if you're not scoring the runs you want, to keep it nice and simple and not look to change anything and back your ability and your technique, it always comes back. And I think Rishi's done that really well. Like he's stuck to his guns, he's hit a lot of balls, and hopefully we're going to see kind of the rewards in the next couple of innings.
Paul Nixon certainly rates Rishi Patel very highly. Thinks he's genuinely has the ability to play international cricket, as Podmore is in, bowling to him. Straighter, nice high left elbow as he defends the delivery off middle, out towards mid-on, intercepted en route by straightish mid-wicket, who has now come in for that sort of chip in the air, or the ball perhaps that stops a bit. The ice cream van goes down Milligan Road. Mr. Whippy, you ever had one of those?
Yeah, too many.
Have you?
Yeah, I shouldn't be eating them. I try and I'll get Rosie one now, and then I'll have one as well, so it's kind of an excuse to not telling the S&C coaches, obviously.
Podmore is in, bowled him, it's gone through Rishi Patel with a delivery that just might have come back in a little bit. Patel went forward, ball came back in, and I think hit the top of middle, just sort of drifted through, really. He was turning his wrists on it and was doing so a little bit too late. So Harry Podmore might struggle with the bat, but he's not struggling with the ball at the moment. He's picked up his second wicket in his first over. 2 for 5 after 1 over for Podmore, and Leicestershire are 48 for 2. Patel has to drag himself from the crease. Can't quite believe what's happened.
Looks like it's just come back a bit off the seam by the looks of the replay. Credit where credit's due. I'd say Kimber's coming now, and he's probably he's in very good form. Very, very good player.
He is, and he has time to play himself in. He kind of doesn't seem to need it quite often. He plays the same way throughout the entirety of his innings, Louis, but he has been one of the Foxes' top scorers in this competition. In fact, I don't think he's quite the top scorer. No, Vian Mulder is by a distance, actually, but Kimber has 360 runs in his 8 innings, averaging 402, 350 match. Unless power play is done, 48 for 2, and it was going pretty slow there. 48, that's the first, sorry, again, more than this, but always this deserve. And Evans now comes on one league, if anything, from the ball, the
as well.
Yeah, you would want to, wouldn't you, for Steve?
Falsely, see that pre-planned and showed the.
I believe to Durham bound.
Yeah, we've heard that as well. Don't know how true that is.
But at the moment, very much a man of Kent as Stevens wanders up to the wickets. Bowls almost out of the back of his hand, that one, and just turned by Scott Steele out towards mid-wicket. Kadri is pretty good in the field, doesn't manage to stop the ball clean. It runs a few feet behind him, and Steele picks up a single, moves on to 18, 49 for 2.
It's a really important 10 overs coming up, I think. If we can have no wickets lost and go at 5, 6 and over.
I was just going to say, if you're offered 100 for 2 after 20, you'd take
that.
It,
Yeah, definitely.
Stevens is in to Kimber, who's hitting it in the air straight away, but over mid-off, and it bounces down to the long-off boundary for 4. And I suspect quite a few Leicestershire supporters had their hearts in their mouths for a few moments there as the ball was in the air, not least the man to my left, Lewis
As
Hill.
you said, he doesn't take many balls to get in, doesn't he? But if, as a captain, if they're playing with that much confidence, you back them all the way.
It doesn't do your health much good though, does it? Stevens is in again to Kimber, who's squared up a little bit of shape too. That one comes off a thick outside edge and rather squirts out into the covers. Alex Blake, the fielder, substantial figure of a man, Alex Blake out there. They're a fair old mixture, Kent, big and small.
Yeah,
and
they are, aren't they?
Tall and short and slim and wide. Stevens wanders in and bowls. Kimber is leaning forward, just stroking it out to Denley at mid-off. I don't know whether Louis will have faced Darren Stevens at any stage. Probably not, I wouldn't imagine.
No, I don't think so. We haven't played them for a few years.
Well, we played them last year in the Bob Willis here.
Yes, we did.
I can't remember. Yes, Steve-O got 0 in the first innings and 100 in the second.
He did, that was it.
He is in now and bowls to Louis Kimber, who's half forward. Angled bat, defends the ball out towards backward point, then holds up his bat at.
I don't think Louis would have played. Did he play last year? I don't think he played in the championship games.
In the BWT, I don't think. I'd have to look back. He might have been around. He certainly played a few white ball games.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Must have played towards the end of the year, I would have.
Stevens is in. Kimber is looking to drive. Mid-off has gone back to long off, and although Stevens stuck out his hand and I think it brushed his fingers on the bounce, he isn't able to slow it down as it runs out to long off for 1. Kimber moves on to 5, 54 for 2 Leicestershire after 11.
And so he's had a fantastic competition, hasn't he? I think that India game did him really, really good to kind of face that high quality of bowlers. And I think did he get 50? I'm pretty sure.
He did in the second innings, yeah.
You could see his mind thinking, well, if I could do it against these guys, when I go back to county championship one day as T20, I can kind of do it against them. And you just see the confidence that gave him, and you can see like the first ball is over the top of mid-off, and he was meant to do it or not, but the positive intent is showing. I kind of think comes from the India innings, all that he's done since, to be honest with you.
And the India guys were, from what the guys said, were brilliant at talking to
all the
young
guys
Leicester
said
players
that.
and encouraging them and advising them. Harry Podmore is in and bowls to Kimber, who edges through about third slip. A little bit of shape there again for Podmore. Kimber manages to play it with soft hands and it goes wide of Stevens, who's standing at about 1.5 slips really, trying to cover first and second. Picks up a single. We're on to 6, 55 for 2. I don't know whether the Kimber family are here today. They've been at a few of the recent games.
Yeah, I think he said his mum's was coming today. I think he said earlier whether she's here or not. Don't know.
His dad managed to get himself interviewed on the radio against Durham. In goes Podmore bowls. Steele playing slightly across his front pad, but middling it, but only as far as mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, Adam Whitty, my colleague, who was interviewing the crowd at the end of the game.
And his dad was on, was he?
His dad was one of them, but he didn't introduce himself. He just said his name was Philip. And then he sort of gradually let slip that he was Louis' dad.
Oh, brilliant.
They watched most of the games in the Royal London Cup. They were down at Surrey, I remember.
Yeah, they were, yeah.
Podmore sort of bounds in and bowls, goes through. Scott Steele with a ball that comes back in to him, bounces over the top of the sort of angle of the stumps rather, not too close to them, but still
Came
getting
back
some
again, didn't
movement.
it,
It
yeah.
did.
I think you look at a lot of the county bowlers now, the art of when Ben Rain did it here, he just went back in at the kind of the general away swinger now is kind of the stop ball, but the real wicket taking balls are the ones that come back and get the overdoos and the bowls, I think, personally.
Yeah. Podmore is in and bowls down the pitch,
There
goes
we go.
Steele, swings him over the deep mid wicket for a one bounce four. He took a step or two down the wicket. I don't think Podmore saw him coming because he didn't really adjust his length, and Steele swung and connected a long way. Picks up 4, moves on to 22, 59 for 2.
The keeper's coming up now after that. I don't know if he went down the wicket and stuff.
Yeah, he did. He took a couple of steps.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? So keeper's come up. Podmore's not bowling slowly, so be interesting to see how this goes for them.
You'd have stood up to faster bowlers than him, wouldn't you?
I can remember my debut. I stood up to Charlie Shrek.
Did you?
Yeah, that was an interesting.
That wasn't at Surrey, was it? That wasn't your debut when
No,
you scored
Kent,
that 100.
Kent.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my debut there.
Neither of them were particularly slow.
No.
Mid-wicket has gone out now as Podmore goes in, bowls to Steele, who's
that's
working
good
it into
cricket.
that
Get
gap.
past.
Exactly. Mid-on,
lovely.
misses a ball, moves
Keep
across to
going.
his right, and that is going to go out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, that was a bit of a gift. Everson sliding across to his right, had looked to have plenty of time and had made his ground comfortably, but somehow managed to miss the ball, and the outfield, which although it's been softened a little bit by yesterday's rain and greened up a bit, is still pretty quick out there. And
That just shows in cricket, doesn't it? If you put the bowler off their length and you kind of gamble, they've brought the keeper up and he's had to change something and he slide onto leg stump and soon he's worked it through the leg side.
consecutive boundaries then for Steele as Podmore comes in, bowls to him, he's hit him on the pad, there's an appeal for a leg before it's turned down outside the line, or possibly, well, it went on to hit the wicket keeper, so I'm assuming it was an appeal for leg before having just flicked the pads.
A
But
bit high by the looks of it.
a bit
I
high
think.
as well.
Yeah.
So it kind of hit the pads too high. End of the over, a successful one as far as the Foxes are concerned, even. 9 runs from it, 63 for 2. Louis Kimber has 6, Scott Steele has 26. Leicestershire, as Hilly's been saying, could do with these two just hanging around together for a while. If they do, they will score quickly because that's the nature of the way they bat, really. Stevens wanders in from the pavilion end, bowls to
Good
Kimber,
cricket.
punches him through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off, along the ground all the way, takes the one that's on offer. That's all that they need to do. Rate required 6.9, run rate at the moment 5.3, but that's not too important at this
Yeah.
stage. Just if you're getting your 5s,
What is it,
that's fine.
46 and over, 48 runs off the next 8 overs. That gives you 112, I'd guess. Yeah, so with, as I say, 100 for 2, around that mark would be...
Stevens in to Steele, who's punching towards mid-on. Kadri dives across to his left, gets a good hand on it, but can only deflect the ball, slow it down and stop it, but deflected a few feet as well, and Steele calls Kimber through for 1 as a consequence. We've had 1 or 2 run-outs off misfields this season, but that was safe enough. Steele was kind of running to the danger end. If you've got time to hang around for a few more minutes. Single taken, Kimber onto 7. Stevens turns, runs in and bowls. Steele is leaning forward, pushing firmly out into the covers, and there is no run. They've hit 65 of those 326 runs. They've taken 12.2 overs to get them, but they have lost a couple of wickets in so doing. Both in the same over to Harry Podmore. First, Nick Welsh cut a delivery from outside off stump straight into the midriff of the man at backward point, Harry Finch, taking the catch, and then Rishi Patel, having stroked one lovely four through the offside, was bowled by a delivery that just came back at him. He was gone for 4, 48 for 2 at that stage. Louis Kimber, though, one of Leicestershire's in-form batters, has come to the crease. He is 8 not out. Scott Steele, in at the top of the order for this game, is 28 not out of 41. They need these two to stay together, the Foxes, for a while, to feel confident of chasing down this Kent score as Kimber clips Stevens out towards deep mid-wicket. But if they do so, they'll be in a good shape on a good pitch. Now they're 67 for 2. End of Stevens' over. The 13th, 68 for 2, so 5 from it again. Kimber has 9, Steele has 28. I can just see Ben still doing his update, so once he's done, we'll get him back alongside. I don't think the clouds coming back will make too much difference. Maybe a bit pleasanter to be out in. It was hot to get.
It was hot this morning, wasn't it? Again, humid.
If you keep talking, Hilly, we'll get Ben.
Can I talk through a ball?
You can. You commentate. You tell us about this Podmore delivery.
Okay. Podmore runs in. Kimber on the legs of Kimber, chips into the mid-wicket region. Run 2. Leicester move on to 70 for 2. And now you can take over.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, interestingly poised, this one. A couple of big wickets for Kent in that first over of Harry Podmore's. And I had a look at the second one, particularly on the replay, really did nip back.
Yeah.
To get through the defence of Rishi Patel. As this one is defended away softly into the onside by Kimber. And they'll just get one as Compton. In fact, it's Everson who moves around from mid-on to do the fielding.
So these newer balls have done a little bit more this season, we think. As a team, we've been chatting about it, and the first 10-15 overs are so important. Wickets are key as a bowling side.
So Kent have managed to get a couple, but they'll be after a couple more. Still got the spin of the likes of Kadri and Denley to come on. Stevens has just moved to mid-wicket.
The keeper's come up again to Steele.
Here comes Podmore to Steele. Drives him straight back
get
past the bowler. The mid-off fielder can't stop it either. And away for 4 runs.
Lovely straight drive that by Steele.
Moves to 32 from 42. He's almost looked a little bit out of sorts when he's played and missed, and then when he's hit it,
it's hit the middle of the bat. Yeah,
exactly. He's hit it really nice and cleanly and in his areas. And
I think because he doesn't get a massive stride into the ball and he relies on his body weight going through the ball, I think that gives the feeling when he doesn't play a miss, doesn't quite get into the ball. But when he hits the middle, it's a key of batting. When you bowl a good ball, you miss it and you hit the rest of them.
He's on strike for Podmore once again. And again, looking to drive him straight back past the bowler. This time just slightly stopping on the shot. And so 1 run taken, 76 for 2. With Kimber there on 12. And Steele now to 33. So you guys at halfway or before the game thought 3-2-5 probably about par?
Yeah, we thought we thought it'd do a bit more first up. The bowler was discussing that, and we thought just above par potentially, but we thought we could. The last wicket we played at Durham was very indifferent to this one, and we think it's a better wicket.
Podmore bowls.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, he says. Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper. Just not involved in this game due to injury. Frustrating for you not to be out there.
Yeah, I love the captaincy part of this one day. So love being in the middle of it. So to kind of have that conversation with the physio and Nico this morning to say, look, I can't grip it properly. It was best for the team for this match, and hopefully it's bruised and not broke, and then I can move on. Fingers crossed, literally.
Of course, a semi-final awaiting the winner of this game as it's slid down the leg side by Podmore. A wide ball. Already know that that's going to be away at Hampshire.
Yeah, it's really, as a club, I was saying to Richard, it's great to see people supporting. I think this is the first quarter-final we've had for 12 years. Is it 12 years? Yeah, so it's great to be competing in these kind of. And T20 we were so close. If things didn't happen, that happened, and it's great to continue the form into this competition.
Here comes Harry Podmore, 77 for 2. Oh, bowls him again, and another for Harry Podmore, who wheels away in celebration. And he just loves this competition, Harry Podmore. The winning runs in the last group game for Kent, and then with the ball, 3 wickets to reduce Leicestershire to 77 for 3. And he's cleaned up Kimber for 12.
It's another one that's nipped back, isn't it? By the looks of the replay.
Just seeing it now on the screen. And yeah, crikey, that has come back away to nip back through bat and pad and take the middle stump. So joy for Podmore and for the Spitfires, and Kimber on his way.
Just get a little partnership together there as well. It's just a good time to strike for Kent, really. Gonna look to rebuild again. As I said, if we were 100 to 110 after 20 overs, now 3 down, I think you'd kind of take that and look to build later on in the innings. As I say, wickets are key going into that last second half of the innings.
And just tell us about this man going in now, via Mulder, in this competition for you.
What a fantastic! He's been the key man. Like he started slowly when he came over, just getting adjusted to conditions, but now he's playing a different game to everybody else. To be honest with you, I hope I'm not hyping him up too much to get out, but he's been sensational. He's a top bloke as well. Yeah, he's really top bloke.
8 games from so far. He's been not out in 3 of those. 116 his top score. 4 half centuries as well was that. 452 runs to his name, averaging. And Kent supporters know a little bit about him.
Yeah, he played for Kent. Was it 5 years ago?
20. I think it was 29.
Oh, really?
Just a couple of championship games. I was actually chatting to a couple of members, and they said to me, you know, what do you Kent spell? And I said, well, Garth helped Kent get a draw against Say. That was everyone's memory of this. Even back attack for 1 out towards the sweep in the offside. So I think the first thing in county cricket that was with Kent, just a short-term thing, and unfortunately wasn't around for a bit longer to maybe kind of settle in, and now he has settled in and, like you say, worked out the conditions a bit more. Yeah. Leicestershire fans starting to see the best of him.
Yeah, fantastic. He was meant to come in the COVID year, I believe, 2020 or 2021, 2020, but obviously didn't happen, so it's great to have him.
So Stevens to him, the South African all-rounder, driving the ball hard up towards Joe Denley. And, well, when someone times their first ball that well, first ball, it normally bodes fairly well.
Yeah, fingers crossed. As I said, I don't want to overhype him and talk him too much, but he's been fantastic. He's been fantastic for us, and hopefully we can have him some many more years, hopefully.
Stevens once more. In and bowling. And driven back down the pitch. Nice straight bat from Via Mulder.
If you're overseas, they had to go back home because she had the is it
Saini? Yes, indeed, yes, the India fast bowler,
that's it,
who was around for kind of the middle period of the competition. A little bit expensive at times, got the odd wicket. He was particularly good actually in the red ball stuff in the county championship as Stevens bowls. Defended back down the pitch. Yeah, he bowled quick at Warwickshire and certainly got 5 wickets in one of the innings. I think maybe a 6 and a 4 he got in that game.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, helps Kent to get the win in that game. And then a little bit expensive in the One Day Cup. Matt Henry played the first game of the competition, got 3 wickets at Worcestershire.
He had to go back to New Zealand.
He's coming back later in the season, but yes, he's involved and under contract there. As this one's driven away out towards mid-off, another dot ball. So yeah, a bit of mixing and matching, which I guess happens a little bit more often.
Yeah, it does this day and age with so much cricket on around the world. As their clubs can afford to fly them in and out, I think you do it for your high quality overseas players. To be honest with you, I think you need them to be successful. Those guys come in and be world class as they are when they come over.
So Mulder yet to get off the mark. That one just keeps a little bit low from Stevens. It was full and on the stumps, but he waited for it well and played it defensively back up the pitch. Good over
from Darren Stevens, just the 1 run coming off it. Steele on to 34, Mulder yet to score. 15 overs in. And Leicestershire here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online and via the Leicestershire Fox's TV live stream. Our 78 for 3. We've got Richard Ray with us. I'm Ben Watts and the Leicestershire man Lewis Hill alongside me. As Podmore is preparing to bowl his next over. It's somewhat clouded over a little bit as well since the interval.
Yeah, it has a little bit, hasn't it? I don't know if that's having any effect on. There doesn't seem much swing. There seems to be more seam movement than swing by the looks of the deliveries that have got wickets, to be honest.
Podmore into Steele. Nice high backlift at edge.
2 runs.
Will get
Maybe 3 if they push hard.
definitely 2. They're going to come back for the 3rd. And it will just be 2. It's a good old boundary out towards the scorebox.
Yeah, I know what the guys were saying in the dressing room. 3. But as I say, it's a long way. It's a long way out there. It must be, can't be far off 80, 90, 100 metres, to be honest with you. So if you both commit, there could possibly be an extra run there, but you settle on the 2.
By contrast, the slightly shorter boundary to the one side.
Yeah.
As Podmore bowls. Clipped away in the air, but vacant square leg area. So Steele will come through for 1. Yeah, always knew that Darren Stevens would be eyeing up that shorter boundary and backing himself to try and get it away.
Yeah, as I said, he got a few away, didn't he? But I thought we kind of got our plans better in the end, and kind of strange field to have 3 men on the leg side, but it still made him kind of change his plan to try and go across the stumps to still get it there. And luckily, could have been a lot more if he had another 5 overs to go in him, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Got him out.
Bowled well into.
Got him out
well
a good time.
Yeah.
Certainly, as Podmore bowls and is neatly played away by
Might
Mulder.
be 2.
They wanted to. The first one was run hard. Gilchrist throws it in for 1. Nicely played, soft hands by Mulder into the onside. Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, other than that last over from Finch, where he managed to get a couple of boundaries away, the death bowling was exceptional from you guys.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Bjorn's bowled fantastic. I said at the start of the year that this is his format, and to be honest with you, when you look at the start of the year, he was unlucky at the start of the year. A lot of player misses, a lot of drop catches, but he's come back in this competition and showed his quality.
82 for 3 in the 16th over. Driven away wide of mid-off, where Denley does the fielding.
It's such a key position, that mid-off. To have one of your best fielders at mid-off and to stop the push and run, it is massive in one-day cricket, because as soon as you can get off strike, it's key to keep rotating the strike, and it slowly builds your runs up if you get those singles.
Yeah, I guess Denley fielding in that position, also because he's the skipper for this team,
that
but
helps, yeah.
Needs to be it helps to have a skipper and a good fielder in that role. As Podmore bowls, clipped away, but just shy of Darren Stevens, who was in a close mid-wicket.
He's not club captain, is he, Denley?
So club captain Sam Billings,
okay.
who's away at the 100.
Yeah, of course.
Wanted to chat to you as well, actually, about a couple of your guys away at the 100, as I'll wait until after this delivery from Harry Podmore. Steele, the man on strike, 37 for him. As Podmore is in and driven back to the bowler, so end of the 16th. 37 for Steele, 1 for Mulder, 82 for 3. Tell us about Rehan Ahmed, who I think county cricket fans are looking at him and seeing what he's producing, just little clips, etc. Seems like a very exciting young player.
Yeah, do you know what as well, which helps his case? He's a fantastic lad. He's an absolute belter, and he tries his nuts off. Everything he does, he wants the ball. He made his debut for us in the one days last year, and whenever there was a chance, he was saying, "Give me the ball, Skip, I want it." And he was obviously 17, 16 then, I think. To add that as a 16-year-old, that mentality is fantastic. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in some kind of England squad even this winter, to be honest with you, especially if they go subcontinent.
Here comes Stevens, driven away mid-off. Got to be
in the T20s, the U19, and he can definitely play cricket very well. Deserves all the success he's going to get.
Here comes Darren Stevens, 82 for 3. Mulder driving down the ground and for 4. Very well timed, and the mid-on fielder up in the circle. I think it's Compton, yes, who thought about putting in the dive but realised it was
I think that's actually
too
hit
much.
Stevens' toe on the way past as well, by the looks of it. He's kind of gesturing to
Has he just stuck out?
Vian that he just kind of stuck a foot out, if you look closely, I believe.
We'll get a look at the replay here. Hopefully it's not before this next ball is bowled.
It's not.
As this one is again back down the pitch. You're right, again Stevens tries to stick the boot out. I think he might well have hit the stumps if Stevens had left it. As it was, he's almost kicked it to Compton, couldn't quite deflect it. I mean, at the age of 46, we'll have to forgive him for not
definitely
getting down to.
So it seems just I don't know much of. I know a little bit, but he seems a cracking guy and deserves
This one's driven away hard.
Deserves all the success that he's had, to be honest with you.
Out to the sweeper on the offside. I guess the only person in your dressing room who would have played with him is Paul Nixon.
Yeah, he would have. They would have played at Leicester, I would have thought, together.
Yes.
Kent? Or did he?
Yes, at Kent as well.
Did they play at Kent?
Yeah.
No, he seems a lovely guy, and as I say, it's great to. A bit harsh that he got all the blame for the Ashes defeat in thingy, bless him.
That's very true. Talk about green pitches and medium pace bowlers. Darren Stevens would always be the one in that conversation.
But no, you still got to do it. Like,
here he is in bowling, driven away for a
produce
single.
any pitch you want. You still got to kind of be consistent as a bowler or a batter. You still got to hit your lengths. Still got to hit the ball under your eyes. You still got to do your stuff to get that reward. So, yeah, well done to. Hopefully, he doesn't have such a good day today with the ball, obviously. But no, it's a great advert for county cricket and for Kent.
Has become a bit of a cult hero in the county game, and set to leave Kent. Not going to be offered a contract this winter. He would be 47 next year as it's flicked away into the onside. No run as it's stopped by Podmore, so end of the 17th, 89 for 3. But hey, if a team next season has a few hundred call-ups and needs a 50-over cricketer,
I don't know if there's anybody. I haven't heard any rumours, anybody interested, but you will be very surprised if there's not a kind of player coach role if you wanted that somewhere at the 18 counties. You'd be very silly to kind of overlook such dedication to your skill and everything like that. It's as I say, it's a fantastic advert for the county game and for Kent, as I say, and for Leicester when he was here all those years ago.
Yeah, still very much proud of his. Still very proud of his Leicester roots. Absolutely. Podmore about to continue. No, he's done some coaching with the South East Stars with the women's side as well. So he's delving into that, as well as doing a bit out in South Africa when he's been in there in the winters.
Too.
Very nicely flicked away into the onside. And Mulder hurrying back for a couple.
As I said to Richard, if we can stay in the game till the last 15-10 overs, when the field kind of does relax a lot and you can take your singles still, I think we're kind of, that should be our aim.
That's the thing, isn't it? You know, the whole take it deep type phrase.
Yeah, you can score so many runs in the last 10-15 over. You've seen that this year. There's been some massive scores in the game.
Here comes Podmore. Mulder just tickles it down towards fine leg and get 4. Really delicately played. Just straying with his line there, Podmore. And the fielder, Kadri, is more at long leg than fine leg.
Yeah, lovely boundary.
So Mulder to 14, 95 for 3. And it's one of those where required rate 7 and over. If you need 7 off the last over, you're back in your side to get there,
you do, don't you? The way scoring and people hit the ball now, you don't kind of worry till you get to 9, 10 and over, do you? Where back in the day, if you got to 8 and over, you were still worrying.
Here comes Podmore. Again, softly played into the onside by Mulder. Just take 1 here, but they probably could have thought about 2.
Yeah, I think this will be a key partnership I feel. Obviously, we play an extra batter, but we bat all the way, to be honest with everybody, but playing that extra bat in, Steele kind of tries to lengthen our lineup a little bit more. Yeah, as I said, Tom Scriven did really well. He did that at the start, but unfortunately he got injured, so hence the reason Steele gets his chances, doing really well at the minute.
37 from 50 for him so far, 96 for 3 Leicestershire. Words of Lewis Hill. Leicestershire's skipper so far in this competition, but injured in the game, or injured before this game, of course.
Podmore seems to be the dangerous bowler here as well, with that with that nip backer. Not really a lot of swing on offer now, but kind of angling it back into the stumps.
Yeah, a little bit of an inside edge on that previous one from Steele down to Kadri at short, fine leg. Yeah, he's come back into the Kent team in the last couple of games, has had periods out injured as well, so nice for Podmore to be out there playing cricket again. Another attempted drive, which is off an inside edge and skewed away to Stevens at short mid-wicket. Richard was telling us about the match that you played your last couple of games on this hybrid wicket. Seemingly had a bit more in it.
Yeah, well, Durham got to 200 in the end after being 50 for 7, and yeah, it did probably a little bit too much for one-day cricket maybe. Normally they're great pitches here, but the hybrids, I think it's the first time we probably used one in a one-day, and it just...
Here comes Podmore, driven straight back past him.
Yeah, I think it didn't play out the way we wanted it to as a team. But
you
yeah,
managed to get home.
We managed to get home just about. It was cracking seeing the crowd fully behind us. It was a low-scoring thriller, as they say, which sometimes are better than the high-scoring games.
I must admit, as a sort of a fan of the game, but also playing in them, you know, even just at village level or whatever, low-scoring thrillers can be really tense and real sort of nail-biting games of cricket. Sometimes better than, you know, 370 plays 350 or whatever. But looks like we could well get 600 plus runs today. 650 plus if Leicestershire are going to win it. As this one from Stevens is driven back past him up towards Joe Denley at mid-off for a dot ball.
So it's a really key part of the game for us, I think, here. If we don't lose a wicket till, let's say, 7 more overs, and we'll be nice and settled, hopefully, and you can kind of judge your chase from there. You don't want to go too early or lose too many wickets. It really affects you at the back end.
Darren Stevens tight to the stumps, full delivery, which is driven back to him. Collects in his follow through. Another dot ball. Steele on 38. Yeah, Kent have got, as I say, spin to come with Denley and Kadri. Everson, another option with the ball, of course.
Yeah, I forgot about Joey. He didn't bowl last game, did he? I don't think if I looked at the scorecard.
He's kind of bowled in the odd game so far in this competition. This one's cut away behind, square on the offside. Should get 2 at least.
Come on, run.
Yes, Mulder going to come back for the third, just 2. Yeah, he's so far bowled in 4 of the games, but generally when because he's batted either opening or middle order, depending on when Mayeye is played. So he got the 100 against Glamorgan, opening up. Didn't bowl in that game. So Kent seemingly managing him kind of with his bowling. Trying not to overdo him. Young man. He's going to sign on permanent terms next year, as this one's defended away by Steele. 40 for him now. 99 for 3. The Foxes looking to chase down 326 to win the game. 227 more runs required. But as Lewis Hill saying, take it deep, even if you need 10 and over off the last 10.
Let's get over how big this ground is and how fast the outfield is. We back ourselves if we got in that position.
Stevens in, clipped away, straight to the man. Blake does the fielding at mid-on. I guess that was the conversation in the change room beforehand when you were thinking about whether you'd want to bat or bowl first.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, we thought there'd be a little bit more in the wicket first up. The 2 guys played very, very well up top, and obviously that was a catalyst for their innings. But yeah, we thought it'd get better and better, the pitch.
Stevens driven straight for a single, so up comes the 100 for Leicestershire. End of the over from Stevens as well, so 19 into the run chase. And going to have a word from Lewis Hill, and then Richard Ray will be back.
One word will do, Hilly.
Pardon? Oh, no. I was reading the list.
His list of numbers. Well, you get to the point where you daren't say anything about how well people are going or otherwise, in case you kind of jinx them, really. But Viander's looking in reasonable touch. It has to be said. Steele is finding a way. Steele is finding a way. The 100 is up for Leicestershire after 19. We were saying 100 for 2 after 20, so
yeah, we're
not too far.
Yeah, not far off. One less wicket than we would have liked, really. But as I say, we said in the dressing room before, if somebody got 100, we'd be very close to these runs. So as a team, that's an aim, and then we'll see where we are after that.
Dent is going to try you or leg body square leg out. He's also balls to Steele, almost overstretching around the bunch. Just 3 men out for Denley at the moment. They're just looking to squeeze a little bit, Kent, at the moment. Denley is in, bowls slightly short, back foot force out into the offside, into that gap in the covers, out to the fielder out there on the offside. I think is Grant Stewart.
I think Vian will be looking over the mid-off region here if it's in his area, if they keep the same field.
Yeah. They'll learn. They won't have seen, well, Denley will have seen a bit of Mulder. In he goes and bowls to Mulder, who does sort of cross back drive out through wide extra cover, diving across to his right and not getting there is Alex Blake, but mid-off can move across to his left to make the stop, and does. 102 for 3 as Denley is in, drops a little bit short, back goes Steele, starting to time it nicely, just works it, punches it away through mid-wicket out towards the fielder on the leg side boundary, coming in from the rope there in front of the manual scoreboard.
He's kept the 6 in the ring, haven't they, here?
Yeah. As Denley is in, drops a little bit short, and Mulder goes back and pulls it like a bullet through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Beautiful piece of timing from Vian Mulder. Every shot he's played, actually, defensively or offensively, has been right out of the screws, as you say. He moves on to 20 off 16. He looks determined. He looks dangerous from Kent's point of view. Hopeful as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 107 for 3. Denley steps in and bowls. Tosses that one up. Driving is Mulder. Falls away to his right. Blake gets 2 hands to it at short extra. Can't manage to stop it, and it runs all the way through to Podmore, who's at mid-off. And Mulder takes one and keeps the strike.
I think what Vian has showed, that as a cricketer, when you're in good form, you take advantage of it, because you don't always hit the ball as well as you hit it. So, because he got 200 at Sussex, he's really cashed in when he's been in good form. And I think that's the key as a batter. And you get in, you don't give it away. And hopefully that's what he'll be doing.
I must admit, I've been watching the South African Test side slightly nervously, hoping that nobody was going to get injured, and nobody has, thankfully.
Let's keep your fingers crossed on that one.
Absolutely. Rumours circulating around the Uptonsteel that Mulder has committed to a longer stay, or to come back next season at the very least, so fingers crossed that is the case.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because, as you say, as well as being a very, very fine cricketly bloke.
Yeah.
Stephen to Steele, who's driving firmly. It's rather bursting through the hands of extra cover. Kadri to his right, cross with himself. He slowed it down and enabled mid-off Denley to get across to his left to complete the fielding. But
interesting, the off-spinner hasn't bowled yet, has he? To the 2 right-handers. Obviously, we've only got right-handers, so you have to bowl it at some stage.
Stevens is in bowling. Still is clipping firmly, but straight to mid-wicket where Blake makes the stop. Difficult decision from us. I don't know how involved you are, obviously, in the selectorial decisions for the game, but again, gone with one bowler short, arguably, from a pure sort of skill point of view, and looking to sort of make up the 10 overs, so to speak.
Yeah.
In goes Stevens, bowls, and Steele leans forward, defends out to mid-off.
I think we found when Tom got injured, we kind of went with 7 batters, and we felt very, very light at that number 8. It shows how important Callum is, to be honest with you, going spin, especially away from the bat in one-day cricket, how massive he is for us, and we've had to kind of find those 10 overs, as you say. But we felt a bit short on the batting, hence why we've gone with the 8 batters.
In goes Stevens, bowl, pushed by Steele through the vacant mid-on area, or straight-ish mid-on area, down to long on. Stevens looks a bit irritated at the moment, and just hands on hips, staring at mid-on, whether he feels the field isn't quite right, or he's brought long on, came walking in. I thought he was going to come into mid-on there, but he's gone back now, probably wisely. Mulder will be on strike. Stevens is in and bowls. Mulder is standing up tall, playing firmly off the back foot, but Kadri this time falling across to his right at short extra makes the stop.
I think that's one thing that can be looked at for next year for the 100 and the 50 over, if it's together. The guys haven't played a game that have gone to the 100 for us, so maybe that's something that can be looked at.
Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester. As Stevens goes in and bowls, Mulder drives only as far as extra cover. It is very much in the balance there, 110 for 3 after 21 overs, which means they need another 216 from the remaining 29. The rate required then has gone up to 7.5, which sounds quite a lot, but the pitch is playing fairly well, the outfield is fast, and we have 2 set batsmen at the crease in Scott Steele, who is 44 not out, and Vian Mulder, who has been the star of the competition almost as far as the Foxes are concerned, and proving so again. He's 22 not out and looks in supreme touch. If he can hang around for another 15-20 overs, the Foxes are going to go pretty close, but it could go the distance this one. It's going to be tight here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Leicestershire 110 for 3. As Henry bowls and back to him by Scott Steele on the back foot. Denley is in, back goes Steele. Slightly odd looking shot as he looked to force on the leg side, didn't time it, rather thick inside edge.
Just got him a little bit quicker than he thought there by the looks of it.
Might just have skidded on, Tilly said. Denley is in, tosses that one up outside off stump. He goes back to try and dab it down through the offside. Might come back into him a bit. Whether he's got a googly, I don't know. Joe Denley, you've faced him a few times.
I don't think I faced him actually in the...
It just went straight on, to be quite honest, and Steele sort of overcut himself, so to speak. Denley is in, Steele is back, dropping it out into the offside. Do not run out, Vian Mulder, Scott. And he didn't. He sent Mulder back in good time as Blake was quickly onto the ball from extra cover, but little squeeze coming on from Kent at the moment, putting Steele under pressure. Denley goes in, Steele goes back, looks to force it out into the gap in the covers, but he can't get it past the man at backward point. 5 dot balls I think in the over so far now for Joe Denley.
You just take this over now, single or a dot ball, and you kind of just move on.
Accept it, as you say.
Not ideal, but you just kind of get them to the next one, to be honest.
I think it's interesting that Denley's looking to give Steele a possible single here, and Steele is forward, and that is going to be a maiden. Good bowling from Joe Denley. Applause from the Kent faithful. He leant forward to that, but I say he was looking to give him one. I don't mean that really, but he dropped mid-off back to long off, and they wouldn't have minded had Steele, I suspect, picked up one there. But a maiden.
I think I found through skippering as well. That was a good move by Denley, because if you got 5 dot balls, you probably take the single at that stage of play instead of a chip for 4 or a 6. To be honest with you, that's one little thing I've learnt through the tournament. To be honest with you, that there is that time to drop that man back to
take one,
to
instead
take
of
3 from the over instead of a 4 and making it 6, or for example.
Darren Stevens, 6 overs into his spell, comes in and bowls to Mulder, who isn't quite there for the drive, has to check it slightly. Firm defensive push really off the front foot out into the offside.
Just don't want to get frustrated here.
No.
I think
that's the danger.
Little passage of play that's just going on at the minute. It's key just to stay in their bubble and
bowlers allowed to bowl well.
Yeah, exactly.
Overs are limited, remember, for each bowler, as Stevens is in and pushing out into the offside is Vian Mulder. He advanced down to meet the delivery, pushed it slightly wide of Denley and took one. Stevens probably had something out of the corner of his mouth to say to Mulder there. Getting a little bit angsty there, are we, Vian?
I think they would have played together, wouldn't they, at Kent, I would have thought, a couple of years ago.
I would assume so.
He gets married at the end of next month, Vian, actually, thinking about it.
Does he?
Yeah.
In goes Stevens and bowls. Nice straight firm on drive, but good stop moving across to his left at mid-on. Keeps Steele on strike. They're going back to South Africa to get
I
married.
believe so,
presumably.
yeah.
Right,
End of September, I believe
Okay.
they do get married.
I don't know whether his fiancee's been here all the time. She was here, certainly here at the beginning of the season.
Yeah,
wasn't
she's
she?
still here
She's still
now.
here.
Yeah, lovely,
Okay.
lovely lady.
As Stevens is in, drops a little bit short, and on the leg stump, Steele can just work it out towards mid-wicket and take one. Blake slid onto the ball and hurled it at the non-striker's end, but Steele had made his ground comfortably enough. 45 off 73. He's playing the sort of Compton role, well, the role that Compton played, if you like, for Kent. The Kent players, to a certain extent, played around him. As Stevens is in to Mulder, nicely played back down the pitch on the offside, but Stevens feels to his left, and Kent supporters sort of liking this little squeeze that's coming on. 108 for 3 after 20, coming to the end of the 23rd, just 112 for 3. So far, 4 off the last 3 overs. If this is a dot ball, Stevens making Mulder wait. Perhaps
Well,
also
his
he's
hand,
hurting
that
his
one,
hand
I
a bit.
think.
Yeah, shaking his right hand off a little bit. Stevens, he's just waiting for it to the throbbing to die down a little bit. Shaking his right hand again. Mulder does just rob himself busy. Step back to his re-six guard. Stevens is to him to excel towards mid-wicket, and Kettle keeps the stick 113 for 3 after 23. Run rate has dropped very slightly, just under 5s now. Rate required is creeping up towards 8, but 7 wickets in hand. It's a tough one to call. Go the
Yeah, we've got some
distance.
dangerous players to come in. Obviously, Aaron, Harry, and Evan's been hitting the ball really well in the net. So he's been eager to get his chance as well. So hopefully he can prove his worth, all 3 of them.
In goes Denley, and Mulder looking to force. He's hit on the back pad. Bounces out into the offside. Long on, long off. Mid-wicket, or out on the boundary, of course. In goes Denley, bowls outside off stump. Mulder gives himself a little bit of room, tries to chop it away through the offside, but hurries on to him a fraction. And he
Going
steers
very
it to backward
straight,
point.
isn't he, here? He's
Yeah.
not leaving the stumps, which is key for a spinner.
Denley is in again, and that one was very straight. Pushed firmly back to him, to his left by Mulder, but Denley can fall across to his left to make the stop. He's second in the Kent bowling averages in this competition, Joe Denley, 31 overs, 6 for 140 coming into the game. He only concedes at 4.5 and over. That one is driven by Vian Mulder, but again, good diving stop away to his right by Blake.
Really put the squeeze on here,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Kent
Really put the
just
squeeze
good
on.
bowling and good fielding. Fielders supporting the bowlers here, putting Leicestershire under a little bit of pressure. Denley is in and forcing out into the offside off the back foot is Mulder, but again it's Blake, because he has to be a little bit careful, Mulder. It is a straight delivery again.
Denley's trying to rush through these overs as quick as he can as well.
Doing a good job too. He is in and bowling, and Mulder is stroking it out into the offside, but again Blake, who's been battered in this over, but he has fielded extremely well. He's hurt his left hand in fielding that one, but field it he did. So that was another maiden. 24 overs, 113 for 3, and the last 5 overs have yielded 5 runs.
Yeah, they put the squeeze on, bowled very straight. Hit their lengths. It's key that we just keep our composure here a little bit, and there will be overs that go for some later on in the innings, so we've just got to build for that.
Stevens, 7 overs, none for 27, will continue. He may well bowl out here. Vian Mulder for Leicestershire had to do a fair bit of juggling with his bowlers.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
Stevens is in to Steele, who stands up and forces out into the offside. Straight ball again, but only as far as Denley at mid-off, and again there's no run. One more over from Hilly then, with a prediction.
Of
Who's going to win?
Leicester. The Foxes.
I don't expect you to say Kent, but let's pin you down. But by how much and in what over?
As
Stevens is in, and Steele is looking to work it down to mid-on. Oh, Mulder could have been run out there, but mid-on. Mulder having advanced down the wicket, mid-on. I think it's Blake there, just shied at the stumps with the cider hand throw, and he did not hit them. He had all three almost to aim at. Had he done so, Mulder was gone, and that might have been the match with him. Leicestershire survive, 113 for
All
3.
happened very quickly, that, didn't it?
But the
Kind of in that
squeeze is
moment.
having its effect.
Yeah.
It really is. Stevens is in again. 2 Steele, who's looking to cut it away. That is going to be one, as diving away to his left, Kadri in the covers makes the stop.
I'm going to say 48th over and 7 or 8 wickets down.
48 by 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my estimate.
I'll hold you to that.
I'll come on again if that happens. Exactly.
Is that a promise? That, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Stevens is in to Mulder. Little bit short hit in the air by Mulder, just wide of the diving Blake, who's at straight-ish mid-wicket, down too long gone, and it is just the one again. Mulder, despite, I mean, you sometimes have to remind yourself. I was saying to Ben that he's only 24 still.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
He's played so much cricket and at such a high level that you kind of think of him as sort of older and more mature than that, but he's still a very young man relatively.
Just Steele is thinking a lap shot here or something.
Yeah.
If I was batting, that would be my kind of...
Find an outlet.
An outlet.
Yeah. Stevens is in, he's driving, but although he's hitting it cleanly, can't get it past Kadri. To his right at extra cover, no run. Effective from Kent.
Yeah.
Pressure building, as Foxy Phil says. It certainly is. Steele 46 off 77. Stevens is in, bowls to him, back foot again, but all he can do is work it to Blake at mid-wicket. End of Stevens over. 2 from it, 7 off 6 overs, Hilly.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and thank you for the insight.
No
and
problem.
How will the dressing room be feeling?
They were
Nervous?
feeling good at this stage.
Yeah.
There's always a little bit of nerves in there, but there's also excitement
7
there.
wickets in
They're
hand.
in the game. There's 7 wickets to go. That rate doesn't get above 9, 10 and over. We feel like if we aim for 80 to 100 off the last 10 overs, I think that's a gettable total in the last 10 overs. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Hilly.
I'll see you soon.
Good luck, and we will indeed see you soon. In comes Denley and bowls a horrible rank long hop down the leg side. Mulder tries to swing it away, doesn't get anything on it. It's well taken by Robinson, high to his left behind the stumps. The wide is duly signalled. First bad ball Denley has bowled for some little while. He tosses that one up, driven hard, but a really good stop by Denley. Away to his left, keeps Mulder in his crease. And we've been saying what a good squeeze this is, Ben, by Kent. As in goes Denley, bowls and back of a length delivery, and Mulder has got that one away to the boundary. A real release for Leicestershire, just short enough for Mulder to rock back, crack it past Blake out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Boy, did the Foxes need that one.
Yeah, the pressure applied by Kent almost bringing about that run out, that confusion perhaps between Blake, who just tried to lob it up to Stevens, and then Stevens was expecting maybe Blake to try and throw down the stumps, didn't realise the batter was so out of his ground.
Denley in, short again, pulled by off the back foot by Mulder, muscled out towards deep mid-wicket. A good diving, sort of tumbling stop out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary keeps him to a couple, but that makes 7 off the over so far, and there have only been 3 balls in it. Denley is in, Mulder is driving through the very straight mid-on area out to long on and taking 1. 23 for 3. Denley is in, outside off stump. Steele just steers it into the gap in the covers. Again, it was width, a little bit of too much thereof from Joe Denley. So Steele can just push it out into the vacant offside, out to Stewart out there on the offside boundary, towards him anyway. Takes 1, moves on to 47. Denley is in. Mulder is pushing out towards mid-wicket. Can hop across to his left to make the stop, and does. End of the over. 1-2-4 for 3. So 9 from it in the end. And as I say, Leicestershire needed that very, very badly indeed. At this stage, Kent were 144 for 2, 20 runs and a wicket to the good than the visitors in that respect.
202 more required to win, so still a long way, halfway for Leicestershire, but still with wickets in hand. And with Mulder still at the crease. That was a real rank and long hop from Denley, the one that he chucked down the leg side, having bowled a maiden the over before. A little bit of drinks coming out. We've had a couple of emails. Mark emailed a little bit of a go, and I've just seen it, but he said, "Hello all, I'm sending this email from 34,000 feet on my way from Heathrow to Newark, New Jersey. United Airlines Flight 17 took off 2 hours late due to an indicator malfunction in the cockpit. Is this a first for BBC cricket commentary?" Well, I can't say I've ever had an email.
Are you allowed to email from up there, Mark?
I mean, I guess if you've got Wi-Fi up there.
Do some planes out here, they do that
Yeah,
now.
I think
Proper
you can
big
these
big
days.
aeroplanes that cross oceans do that, do they?
So yeah, he's obviously listening to us as he's travelling on the way. So Stevens in and bowling, defended back towards him, and he stops it from going for a single. So, well, certainly a first for me, Mark, to have an email from someone who's mid-air. Says he's enjoying the commentary and hoping Kent can defend 325 and advance to the semi-final. So, well, thanks for your
Safe
email.
Journeys.
Kent
I
Cricket at
wonder if you
gmail.com.
can get the stream.
Well, maybe. It's not bad in-flight entertainment, as this one's driven off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. Where Blake does the fielding.
You could ask the captain if he'd mind putting it up on the on those little backseat TVs.
Yeah, exactly. That would be ideal. God, modern technology, eh?
I mean, without being silly about it, you can probably, on some of them, you'll be able to get YouTube, I would imagine. And of course, Fox's TV is on YouTube, so perhaps he is. Let us know.
Maybe, yeah. Do let us know, Mark, if you're still tuned in. This one's cut away out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single. Steele on to 48. Don't know if we've read out the Test match score recently.
I haven't, certainly, so.
It's 366 for 7. England lead by 215 runs. Ben Stokes got 103 before he departed. Ben Folkes is 89 not out. Stuart Broad making 21 from 14 balls with 2 fours and a 6. Having got severe pad rash from watching the other two bat for a while. This one's off the pad, dropping away into the onside. Robinson goes to retrieve it. 1 run will be taken. Was there some bat involved as well?
It sounded like it, didn't it?
Yes.
Big sound.
So Ollie Robinson, the Sussex one, but the one born in Margate, Kent, is 3 not out. Folks trying to get through to a century. There really is only one Darren Stevens, and a couple of spectators letting us know it. Short ball pulled away out towards sub-fielder out there in the deep. Good fielding, good work. I think it might be...
It's Finch, is it? Little... No, it isn't, because it's a sub, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a sub-fielder. I think it might be George Elam, possibly.
Ah, okay.
Who is indeed son of Mark. He has been doing a fair bit of the sub-fielding role for Kent in this competition. I've seen him a few times, took a catch in one of the games. Then Lee's just sent himself back to long off for this final ball of the over. Mulder on 33, drives straight to Blake though at mid-wicket. So dot ball to end the over from Stevens, who's got through 9 overs, none for 32 so far. And Leicestershire 127 for 3 with 27 overs gone. 199 more runs required from the remaining 23 overs.
The Kent score of 325 was actually too short of their record list day score against Leicestershire, which was made at Canterbury in 1993. 327 for 6. Carl Hooper made 64, and Matthew Fleming made 67. In goes Denley, bowls, little short-armed pull, very straight by Scott Steele for a single that brings up his 50. Taken a fair number of deliveries to get there, 84 of them in fact. But I guess if he's still there towards the end and can get somewhere close to 100, Leicestershire might not be too far away. Denley is into Mulder, who leans forward, works it out towards mid-wicket, calls Steele through for actually a reasonably comfortable single. In the end, Harry Finch, the fielder, 72 on his back. Mulder onto 34. Denley is in, back goes Steele, just drops that one off stump out into the offside. Leicestershire will have to beat their highest ever List A score against Kent if they are to win this game. That was made here at Grace Road back in 1996 as Steele strokes that one back up the pitch. He's got to be careful, Steele, here. It's 50 off 86 now is fine, but he does have to keep the scoreboard turning over, otherwise it piles the pressure on Mulder. In goes Denley, he's dabbing that one out behind square on the offside, but straight to the fielder at backward point, who's Ben Compton. He's got to show that he can accelerate a little bit as well. In goes Denley, and bowls to him. All he can do is work that one to mid-wicket for yet another dot ball. End of the over. Steele 50 off 88. 129 for 3, so 2 off it. 84 balls and 5 fours for Scott Steele. That's fine, but as I say, it's now got to pick it up a little bit, otherwise there's too much pressure on Mulder and those around him.
Yeah, as you say, this squeeze from Kent. Stevens, who presumably is going to bowl out here. 9 overs, none for 32, and Denley 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19.
I won't miss that gentleman. Really won't. Sorry. I'm not conscious of him when he's at Canterbury, but I presume it's the same story there. Stevens, is it in? Is it me or you?
I think it's me.
Sorry.
That's all right. Driven away up to Denley at mid-off. Yeah, I don't know, maybe Stewart could go check on said individual, see if he's had a few too many to be in the ground, perhaps. I don't know.
There's nothing.
Here comes Stevens again. 129 for 3. Oh, attempted lofted cover drive from Mulder. He's throwing the kitchen sink at that, but not made any contact.
He's kind of under pressure to score because Steele has sort of got a little bit becalmed.
Which is ironic, really, considering Steele was the one in the power play that was really trying to hit over the top. You would have thought he has it in the lockup. Darren Stevens, 4 more balls left in the game for him as Mulder drives, and again there's really good fielding from Alex Blake at mid-wicket to cut off a single. Kent just adding together the dot balls. And Kent fans adding their chorus together to call out their hero's name as Darren Stevens bowls to Mulder, driven wide of Denley for a single. Tumbling stop from the Kent skipper. Caroline was getting in touch and asking if Hamidullah Qadri was out in the field, and although he did come off briefly,
yeah,
he was back out there. Is he?
He's got the ball in his hand as we speak.
Indeed. He's extra cover.
He's been pretty much out there all the time, as you say. Just 1 or 2 brief absences, and nothing wrong that we're aware of, is there?
They're just Caroline was just wondering why he hasn't been brought into the attack yet, but Stevens and Denley doing the job. I would have thought he'll replace Stevens in a moment, as this is another dot ball driven back to him by Steele. So really good stuff from Stevens. 1 more ball left in his spell.
He's done the job that, to a certain extent, Hendricks did for Leicestershire, although Hendricks did pick up a couple of wickets. He's only gone for sort of 3.5, just under, throughout his spell. And although he may end up without any wickets, you can't help feeling he's put Leicestershire under a lot of pressure now.
Yes, indeed. Big roll with bat and ball. Here he comes. Steele tries to loft him into the leg side. Is that going to be caught in the deep? It isn't. The subfielder out there has just got sucked in to try and take a catch. And it's bounced awkwardly and gone for 4. So Steele with a relief of pressure. But off the final ball of Stevens' spell, who bowls out, none for 37. Gets a hand off Ollie Robinson and a pat on the back from the keeper.
Denley as well gives him a little tap as he gets his cap back off the umpire and receives a rapturous round of applause. A few standing as well, Kent supporters, to applaud his efforts. 10 overs for Darren Stevens, none for 37. A really critical job in this middle period of the game for the Spitfires. And Leicestershire 134 for 3 after 29 overs, chasing 326 to win, 192 more required from 21 overs.
Denley to bowl his 6th over is in and clubbed over mid-wicket by Vian Mulder for a 1 bounce for. Mulder swinging across the line, but he connected in some style. So a 4 off the first ball of the over. Top of the hour, so will be updates time. Ben has popped next door to talk to BBC Radio Kent. Denley is in, drops a little bit short again, pulled hard out towards deep mid-wicket by Mulder. Good diving stop out there on the mid-wicket boundary by Nathan Gilchrist. Got his left hand down to the ball and managed to save 2 in so doing. He had gone a little bit wider, Gilchrist, after that previous delivery. Mulder picks up 2, moves on to 41. Denley is in, bowls what looked almost to be like a full toss, very low one, as Mulder sort of slightly shuffled backwards, trying to give himself some room, and Denley may have followed him a bit of a thick inside edge, saw the ball run out to Finch at mid-wicket. Denley is in, smashed over mid-wicket again for another 1 bounce for by Vian Mulder. So 10 off the over. The first 4 balls, they're over. Mulder on to 45. Leicestershire desperate for him to stay there, but he is giving. While he is there, the Foxes have a chance. 144 for 3. Denley, having bowled so tightly, goes in and bowls. Mulder goes back, just works in behind square. Stevens runs away to his left, will be a comfortable second. So 12 off the first 5 balls of the over. Greeted rapturously by the Leicestershire faithful. 146 for 3. Mulder on to 47. He's taken 12 off the first 5 balls of the over. Denley is in. To him he goes back and punches it out to the gap in the covers, out towards Stewart on the offside boundary, takes 1. And of the 30th over, a good one as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 13 runs came from it, all hit by Vian Mulder, who has moved on to 48 off 49 balls. After 30 overs, Kent were 166 for 2, so still very much ahead in comparative terms. Leicestershire know what they need to score though now. Well, interestingly, we aren't going to see Kadri bowl yet. Hamidullah Kadri. We are now going to see, I think it's going to be Gilchrist who's going to come back on at the pavilion end, having bowled his first 4 overs, excuse me, from the Bennett end. It is going to be the Gilchrist, 4 overs, none for 17. His first 4 went for, but Mulder has kept the strike. 147 for 3, 179 now needed from 20 overs at 9 runs per over. So just that 1 over that went for 13 has brought the rate down a little bit. Here comes the update for BBC Leicester. Gilchrist is in towards the side boundary. At the moment is Joey Everson, so it's a single taken. Here comes the update. It's a game that's going to go the distance because Leicestershire have moved on to 148 for 3 now. Scott Steele has reached his 50. He's done so fairly slowly. It's come off 84 deliveries. He's hit 5 fours. Batting more aggressively, if you like, is Vian Mulder, the South Africa all-rounder. He is on 49 off just 50, and while he is there, Leicestershire have a chance. They need another 177 runs now as they move on to 149 for 3. They have 19.4 overs to get them. They've got to score at 9 runs and over. They have 7 wickets in hand. As I say, this one is going to go right to the wire. Mulder on 49 faces Gilchrist, and he's punching that through mid-on for his the single he needs for his 50. Beautifully batted. Vian Mulder, 50 has come off 51 deliveries and is his 4th in the competition. He's also got a century to his name, and it means that he's scored now over 500 runs in the Royal London One Day Cup, and he brings up Leicester's 150. In so doing, Gilchrist is in to Steele, who's scooping him over short fine leg. How far is it going to go? For 6. Just stepped right across Scott Steele, picked it up really nicely, and it flew all the way down, almost, well, a good 6-7 feet, I think it landed over the ropes down there, almost in front of the floodlight pylon that's next to the electronic scoreboard. So after that real squeeze affected by Joe Denley and Darren Stevens, the runs have come rather more quickly in recent overs. 13 off the one before this, and 9 so far off this one from Nathan Gilchrist. 404 balls bowled in it. Gilchrist is in, Steele's doing it again! Exactly the same short of shot. This time it lands about 1.5 foot short of the rope, so 10 off 2 balls. Just what the Leicestershire doctor ordered from Scott Steele. He moves on to 65 off 93 balls, 160 for 3. The Foxes, 1 ball to go in Gilchrist's over, the 31st of Leicestershire's innings. They're approaching the halfway point in terms of number of runs needed. 160 for 3, 166 still needed. That is still a lot of runs in a relatively short period of time. Gilchrist is in again to Steele, who is going to be out caught. He is caught by Blake. He clothed the attempted smack over the offside, got it off the top part of the bat. So having taken 10 off the previous 2 balls and not needing to play that shot in any way, Steele does try to get runs again and hits it up to the air. Steele goes for 65 off 93 deliveries. Kent have a breakthrough that they probably needed. The 4th wicket has gone. Leicestershire 160 for 4.
Yeah, definitely felt like Kent needed a breakthrough with these 2 on unbeaten half centuries and threatening to up the rate, and 2 quite exquisite ramp shots from Steele. 1 for 6, 1 for 4. Argument would be he didn't need to play that shot. He'd already got the runs for the over.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
In the end, a nothing stroke and an easy dolly of a catch for Alex Blake, and Gilchrist does the job that his skipper's brought him on to do, and that's take the wicket. So 160 for 4. Lilly comes out to join Mulder, and well, he's having a sensational tournament, isn't he, Liam Mulder? But 500 runs now.
Yeah, 500 runs.
Need somebody else, or at least a few others, to back him out there and to help Leicestershire get it over the line if they are to do so.
Hard to understand that. It must drive coaches bonkers. You've got your 10 off the previous 2 balls. Why give it away like that? But he did. Great effort from Scott Steele for his 65. But hasn't necessarily, it's kept Leicestershire in the game, but it hasn't made any sort of really decisive impact. Came off 94 balls, 7 fours and a 6. But he hung around for another 5 overs or so. That might have made all the difference. He wasn't able to do so. And now we're going to see possibly Kent, we're thinking not before time, Hamidullah Kadri from the Bennett end.
Interesting that it's taken this long for Kent to bring him into the attack. As their top wicket taker in this competition, he's been actually pretty economical as well, going an average of 5.4 runs and over. So yeah, it's this long for Mulder in the previous over to down, and there's a good stop, more swings hard towards the block. I think Denley's 5 overs had gone for 20 something before that previous one went for 13.
The last 2 overs went for 26, so quite why Steele felt he had to do that, I don't know, but there you go.
So the new batter, Aaron Lilly, on strike. Number 7 on his back and ready to face Kadri, flicking this one away with nice timing into the onside, out towards Gilchrist at deep square leg. Just one run will be taken.
Lilly made his list A career best last time out against Durham with his 60. Leicestershire need something along the same lines.
Kadri to Mulder, drives back past the bowler for a single up towards long on.
It's interesting, spinners coming on at this late stage. Gloucestershire, when Leicestershire played at Bristol, gave their left arm a couple of overs with the new ball.
Here's Kadri. Down the ground from Lilly towards mid-on, and he comes in off the rope, but can't quite, I think. Alex Blake down there, getting quick enough to take the catch. Lilly almost trying to chip it down the ground. Either hit it too wide or overhit the chip as Mulder comes down the pitch and drives along the floor up towards Blake for a single.
Lilly, his readiness to hit the ball in the air is sort of disconcerting, really, from the start. And he'll live dangerously while he's out there. That is for sure.
Facing up to Kadri again, 165 for 4 in the 32nd. Chips it again in the air. One bounce up towards Blake. Does the fielding at long on, end of the over. And Lilly on to 3. And, well, with 18 overs to go, 160 is the exact amount of runs required by Leicestershire. Run rate up at 9 and over required.
It's a lot. Just to finish what I was about to say about the Gloucestershire, and he turned it a long way, took 2 quick wickets, and then took him straight off, which Leicestershire were pretty grateful for. And when he got back on, of course, it was with a soft ball. It wasn't bouncing, it wasn't turning, there was no seam left on it, and he was easy to sort of knock around. But I sometimes wonder why. I appreciate they wanted the seamers to get the most out of it they can, but just occasionally, I thought that was interesting piece of thinking. Give the spinners 1 or 2 early, just with the hard ball. But anyway, what do I know? In goes Gilchrist and bowls to Lilly, who's looking to drive, stepped across his stumps, mistimed it, and thick inside edge that rolls out towards mid-on.
Mark's been back in touch from his flight to the US. Is he watching? He says he's had to pay a slightly pricey sum to get Wi-Fi on his transatlantic flight, but he is listening via the BBC website, so he's not watching, but he is listening in. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Gilchrist is in, bowls. Lilly is advancing down the pitch, and Gilchrist, I think, sees him coming, drags his length back a little bit, and Lilly rather smothers it out into the offside.
Martin also getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying, can't compete with the chap flying to the USA, but I'm on a train from Cologne to Hamburg.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Love to hear from you wherever you are in the world.
Gilchrist is in. Lilly is hitting it high over the top of extra cover. That is going to run out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Just advanced down the wicket, but also gave himself a little bit of room, sort of slightly diagonally towards the leg side, and then lifted it over the top of Blake at extra cover, and got plenty of it, Lilly. As I say, he will live dangerously while he's out there. He could have been out 8-10 times getting that 60 against Durham, and I have a horrible feeling from Leicestershire supporters' point of view. The same may be true today, and they can only hope that he lasts a few overs out there. 170 for 4, 156 now needed. Gilchrist is in. Lilly is flaying him high over cover this time, running in from the cover boundary and getting there sufficiently quickly to prevent any extras. Is Joey Everson. Extras in terms of more than 1. Lilly, he's hit the ball in the air more than he's hit it on the ground in the 7 balls that he's faced, frankly, and will continue to do so. He is not good for your health if you are watching and hoping that Leicestershire managed to take this deep. How Mulder must feel, I'm not quite sure, but he's on strike at the moment. Gilchrist is in to him. He's turning it wristily on firmly, but only as far as the substitute fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Just looking down the Leicestershire order, of course, Sam Evans, red ball opener, but hasn't come in yet, so
No.
he's still to come. Swindoll, Barnes, Hendricks and Wright.
Yeah, I imagine it would be Evans next. He's not a particularly, or hasn't been a particularly quick scorer. Here's his opportunity, and hence he's not played any white ball cricket, but here's his opportunity to prove us otherwise. Gilchrist is in. Mulder is defending very straight, and a really good call by him. He sees immediately it's going very straight past the stumps at the non-strikers, and the subfielder running across can't get there, and back on the edge of the circle is Compton really at mid-on, and so there is one to be taken. Mulder keeps the strike, moves on to 54. Lewis Hill was telling us that Vian is going home at the end of next month, obviously at the end of the season. They're going to get married, so really nice news. We knew he was engaged, of course. His fiance's been here throughout the summer. And, as a loyal supporter. You wait till you're married, Vian, you might not see as much.
Cricket widow.
I'm thinking about my own experience. Used to come and watch a lot when we were courting.
This one from Kadri around the wicket is clipped away.
Did you find the same?
Mid-wicket. Well, the first game that my wife, when we were dating, came and watched, I got 0. So she hasn't necessarily rushed back. I think she saw me a couple of times this season. This one's pulled away out towards the deep square leg boundary, where Gilchrist doesn't pick it up cleanly, but throws it in to still keep the ball to just 1. So Lilly on to strike, 173 for 4.
Black Labrador watching at the far side.
Seems to be enjoying its afternoon, wagging its tail. It's Kadri bowling around the wicket. Lilly flicks this away in the air, but short of the man. Harry Finch out there at deep mid-wicket. So far, he's chipped the ball into spaces very well. It's almost like he's trying to chip the ball to run onto the green. And Lilly. Kadri bowling to Mulder, who you feel from a Leicestershire point of view is the key man, and
absolutely.
If Kent can get him out, then they'll feel like they have a chance to win, but the longer he stays there.
I think if they're going to get close, Mulder has to get 100 probably, and maybe a big one.
Does feel like his role is integral. Kadri about to bowl to Lilly, giving himself a bit of room, and goes lofted down the ground and all the way for 6. That's an exquisite stroke.
Yeah, no great follow through. It was just strong, wasn't it? Nice timing.
Just gave himself that little bit of room, which Kadri is trying to prevent bowling around the wicket to him. But hit it straight down the ground in the air. This was flicked in the air, and it'll be short of the man again. One bounce into the hands of Nathan Gilchrist, a deep square leg. I've been able to tell from my voice that just for a moment there you thought it might carry all the way to the fielder, but as it is, 1 run added to the score. Lilly living dangerously, but with that rather exquisite straight 6, has 16 off 10 balls. Mulder there on 56. The required rate still at 9s. 182 for 4
at this stage. Well, the scores are getting more level because Kent were 189 for 3. So there's not too much in it in that respect.
They slowed a bit at the end, didn't they, because of the fine work of Hendricks at the death.
Gilchrist, having picked up that wicket, continues from the pavilion end into Lilly, who clips him high into the leg side. Is he going to be caught? He is going to be caught on the mid-wicket boundary. Well, we have been forecasting it. He got quite a lot of it. He's been living dangerously, but his innings, although it was bright while it lasted, it wasn't the brightest in terms of its execution there. He chipped it in the air, didn't clear deep mid-wicket, 2 hands above his head, took the catch. It's usually been Grant Stewart out there. I think it is Grant Stewart still. He did jump into the air, but he wasn't reaching too high above his head. Took it very cleanly. Gilchrist has his second wicket in the spell. Lilly goes, and Mulder, I don't think will be particularly impressed by that.
Yeah, a little cameo from Lilly, which, while it's helped Leicestershire stay up with the run rate for a couple of overs, it requires someone to stick around there with Mulder. You wonder whether perhaps Evans, who's walking out,
Yeah.
red ball opener, can be that man, can be that partner for Ian Mulder in this run chase. Said all along that if Kent were going to win it with what we deem to be a par score, they would need regular wickets. They've managed to snaffle a couple in these last few after the pressure we saw from Denley and Stevens with their tight bowling in the middle. Still very much game on out there. Just a moment for Kent to enjoy, and a new man to come into the crease.
Well, Sam Evans, now's your chance to have a real impact in white ball cricket. Your job is to work it around, try and score at a runner ball if you possibly. Ian Mulder on board ticking. There are gaps, field at square leg in particular. Evans did expect to be playing. Gilchrist runs in and bowls to him. He's driving pleasantly out inside, bounces up towards Blake, who's a stop, but it thumped into his right hand again, and he was almost flinching before it hit it. He's holding it and wringing it rather. His right hand, that is.
So obviously Lewis Hill would have played,
yeah,
had it been for that hand injury. Where would he have batted?
Good question. Probably as in goes Gilchrist. Bowls, stays a fraction low. Evans plays it quite well though in the opener's way on the back foot and just dabs it down through the vacant third stroke fourth slip down to third man and takes his single. He has been batting four. Whether he would have done, don't quite know. Probably. Everything really on Mulder's shoulders now as far as the Leicestershire are concerned. They still need another 143 as Gilchrist is in. Mulder is on, driving beautifully for four. I think the way he's played in this competition, ever since he got that double hundred at Sussex, he's looked such a high-class international player, which he is. Say he struggled and almost lost a little bit of confidence against the red ball. Made one or two slight technical adjustments, started to get forward a little bit more, as you sometimes have to do against the red ball, and has reaped the rewards. In goes Gilchrist, bowls to him, he goes back and just turns it calmly out through mid-wicket for another single. In comes Stewart. Mulder onto 61, 188 for 5, 138 now needed. 15.1 overs remain. Once it gets below 100, there'll be one or two Kent fingernails being chewed, I would think.
Yeah, I think from the captain's perspective out there, he needs to engineer a way to bowl as few deliveries to Mulder as possible at the moment.
Gilchrist is in to Evans, who's driving into the gap. Good job by Evans. Out towards the sweeper on the offside. In from the offside comes Joey Everson. Nathan Gilchrist takes his sunglasses from the sort of Panama-style black hat currently being sported, well, actually by both umpires, in this case Neil Pratt. End of the 35th over, 189 for 5, Leicestershire.
KentCricket@gmail.com. Ian says, can't compete with a train or a plane, I'm just sitting in my lounge in Norwich with a beer. But also hoping Kent can get through.
Kent at this stage 197 for 3, so just 2 wickets down. Nose turn.
Try going down the spin to the round up the ground for a 6 towards, so it's from his footballs. Give your set batter, your man in form in Ian Mulder, the strike. South African all-rounder waits, comes down the pitch and smashes this into the leg side. One bounce for 4. Out towards mid-wicket, or in between the deep mid-wicket and the wide long on. And that is a special cricket shot. 194 for 5. Mulder to 65 from 62 balls. It does feel like he's on a bit of a one-man mission out there. 8th boundary for him.
Watching him rattle it, it felt like he was sort of playing almost a different game at sometimes. He took 4 wickets and also scored 100.
I was asking Lewis Hill about him earlier on, and he's said just that sometimes it looks like he's playing on a different pitch to everyone else.
Yeah.
He's just nudging this one into the onside for a single. Sensible cricket. Gets his boundary, gets off strike. Says to his mate, over to you. Sam Evans as the sunshine, trying to sneak through the cloud. To Bath Grace Road. This is gently played away into the onside for a single, where Podmore controls with his feet.
This role might just kind of suit Evans. Work it round.
It's the Harry Finch role.
Yeah.
A specialist batter in it. Well, given at number 8, Dave Finch, but I've seen it in Kent's last couple of games. He's ended up getting 40 odd and very usefully. This is swept very nicely. So it was fired in by Kadri. A bit quicker, and Mulder has just played the delicatest little ramp sweep. In fact, I don't think that was necessarily even the shot he was going to play. He adjusted it because of the line.
He did. Because he backed away, didn't he? And Kadri followed him. What a shot that was.
He's up to 70, 200 for 5. To Kent have an answer to their former overseas. As he clips this one up towards long on for a single. 201 for 5. At the end of the 36th, Mulder will keep the strike as well. 125 to win at just shy of 9 runs and over.
12 off the over. Has brought the scores sort of almost level in comparative terms. And again, come back to the fact that Kent had only lost 3 wickets at this stage. Emphasises how much rests on, well, everything rests on Vian Mulder's shoulders as far as Leicestershire are concerned, with respect to those to come, who are Harry Swindles, keeper batsman Eddie Barnes, Bjorn Hendricks and Chris Wright, the 2 bowlers who can also sort of hold the bat. Swindles obviously has a role as a wicketkeeper batsman. Barnes aspires to be a bowling all-rounder. Stewart is back and bowling to Mulder. Tucks him up a little bit, turned it mid-wicket, then indicates with his right hand. There's a little bit of movement back in. His first 5 overs, Grant Stewart cost 22 runs. What he needs now, and what Kent would dearly love, is a wicket. They'd feel that would open an end up, really. And to a certain extent, I think it would. 201 for 5, 125 still needed. In goes Stewart and bowls slightly short. Mulder goes back and just turns it down towards deep square. Realises there's only going to be 1 and holds up his hand to Sam Evans. The one time that he might have been out, Vian Mulder.
It was the run out, wasn't it?
It was the run out, as you say. Alex Blake just sort of, I wasn't sure whether he was side-arming the ball at the stumps or,
yeah, or to Stevens.
Or to Stevens. Stevens hadn't got back.
Yeah, that miscommunication could prove costly for Kent.
Good. Stewart is in to Evans, who is playing his opener's dab down towards third man and taking 1. Oh, almost these updates seem to get closer together. It's the time is going quickly. It is absorbing cricket at the moment. 203 for 5. We're coming up to another update. 1:30. Shadows being cast by the trees. The floodlight is right across the ground now. The one next to the electronic scoreboard. As Grant Stewart runs in and bowls to Vian Mulder, who blocks it back past him. It bounces up horribly towards Joe Denley as he runs in to take the ball. Denley actually turns his head away as it bounces up towards his chest, takes the ball cleanly. But in those circumstances, no way he could pick it up and hurl the ball at the stumps. Just anxious to save his teeth, really, there, as it bobbled up towards him. Mulder on to 73 from 68. 204 for 5, 122 now needed. Stewart is in. Down the wicket goes Evans. It's going to, not going to be caught by Denley. He tried to hit it over the top, didn't get it, and it bounced just a foot or two short of Joe Denley as he came in from mid-off there. Not the shot that Evans needs to play. I guess looking to take a little bit off the pressure off Mulder, but it's okay for Evans at the moment. He's only faced 7 deliveries for his 5, just to keep pushing ones. That's fine. Keep the scoreboard moving. Don't need to try and do anything too much. In goes Stewart, bowls to him. He dabs down on that one as it stays a little bit low and takes the 1 as running in from the edge of the circle. Not quite the edge of the circle. Harry Finch. And he looks as though he's going to try and side foot the ball into the stumps. Doesn't bother doing so, seeing that the very fit Mulder had long since got in to his ground. End of the over. Evans keeps the strike. Moves on to 6-2-0-5. For 5, so just 4 runs from that Grant Stewart over. A good one. 6 overs, none for 26 for him. Joey Everson is going to have a bowl. For Kent. So the experiment, if that's what it was with Kadri, where he got clobbered, he got collared by Mulder in particular. That has come to an end. Denny and Kent to go deep. Have a lively time. 20 overs that he's played in this competition for Kent. Expects to wicket. Goes in and 2 and pulls into straight almost to the fielder. Leg biggest. Evans takes 1, moves on to 7, gets Mulder back down on strike. Mid-wicket goes out for the South African. Deep backward square comes into short, fine leg on the 45, on the edge of the circle, that is, Podmore. Long on goes out as well. .20 needed by Leicestershire off 20.5 overs. Everson is in, bowls to Mulder, who pulls out towards mid-wicket. Should be 2 there, and there will be. Here comes the update for Leicester, BBC Radio Leicester. It really is, and everything as far as Leicestershire concerned depends on Wiaan Mulder. The South Africa international, who scored over 500 runs in this competition for Leicestershire, is 75 not out off 69 deliveries. Sam Evans drafted in to replace the injured captain Lewis Hill in this game, and that is pulled by Mulder over mid-wicket for another 6. He's keeping Leicestershire in this. Sam Evans is with him. He is 7 not out. His job is really simply to give Mulder the strike, but Mulder is playing a quite brilliant international class innings for the Foxes. He's moved on to 81 from 70 balls. He's taken Leicestershire on to 214 for 5. They need still another 112 runs from 12.3 overs at 9 runs per over, but while Mulder is there, they have a chance of doing it. Is he about to take the Foxes through to their first semi-final for 12 years? As Napio, he's bowled him! Mulder has gone, it has gone through low, it's hit him on the off stump, it went through lay, came off the inside edge. Wiaan Mulder has gone for 81, and that could be a fatal blow. 214 now, but for 6. Well, the wicket came during my update, but you heard what happened. Mulder went back, tried to cut Everson away. It did look to stay a little bit low, and it went on to the bottom of the off stump, I think off the bottom of Mulder's bat. Superb innings by the South African, but it has come to an end. At least 5 overs, maybe 10 overs too soon as far as Leicestershire are concerned. He's bowled by Everson for 81 off 71 balls. Leicestershire 214 for 6. They still need another 112 runs, and it's going to be a tough job from here, Ben. Sorry, mate. You just come back in.
I thought you were doing an update.
I was sort of when he was bowled, but sorry about
honestly, that. I tweeted a couple of moments ago that this one felt like a squeaker, and my presenter just asked me, where did I think this game was going? My colleague had just been on and said they thought it was Kent's game, and I said, well, as long as Mulder's out there, I'm a bit nervous. And he hit that crisp 6 to the longest boundary earlier on in the over, and Well, it was just a mesmerising and superb innings from Vian Mulder, and it just felt like he's been a little bit undone by Lady Luck, because to me that kept low.
It did, and I think it came off the... Everson is in bowls, 2 Harris come to place, and Mulder out into the offside, and well, there is still a frontline batter there in Sam Evans. He has had a bit of a look. He's faced 9 balls, but it's a huge ask with the remaining 4 wickets to cobble together 112 runs from, what is it, 12.1 overs. Everson is in and bowls 2 Swindles, who goes back and just turns the delivery out through square leg. Stewart comes in off the leg side boundary and throws slightly wide. Robinson has to run away to his left of field, but does to take the ball cleanly. Single from the last ball of the over means Swindles keeps the strike, 215 for 6. Just got to try and take it deep now, Leicestershire, and see if with 5 overs to go, maybe they need another 50 or 60 with a couple of wickets left. It's still, then it's possible, but I think Kent very, very much the favourites now to go through from here.
That's always the key in these kind of run chases, taking it as deep as possible, because he's up for those fast, even 12 to you've chance in that Campbell's and Evans partnership, and it bunches in.
Streamers, oh, yours is okay, so perhaps if I relaunch it.
I think mine was just buffering briefly.
It's caught up with itself now.
So Grant Stewart back at the top of his mark. And bowls him with a full ball that Swindles has tried to flick away into the onside, and maybe pressure just starting to tell now. And the wicket of Mulder brings about another one for Kent. Grant Stewart removes Swindle's middle stump. It's 215 for 7. Kent require 3 more wickets to win the game, and Leicestershire still 111 runs required. Yeah. Feels like it wasn't the right option for the new batter to be trying to play that shot. I can see why he's trying to pick out the shorter boundary. It's been angled in from a slightly wider angle from Stewart, but so early on in your innings. Feels like he's trying to play that shot a little bit too soon. Yeah. He's paid the price.
Yeah, scramble thinking. Ed Barnes, the first of the bowlers, comes to the crease now. All he can really do is try and push ones. He batted very well in the company of Buren Hendricks to get Leicestershire over the line against Durham to get them to this stage, but this is an altogether different scale, the task facing him now. 111 at 10 runs and over, essentially. 3 wickets remaining. Unfortunately, it looks as though it's going to be not Leicestershire's year, fortunately from Leicestershire point of view, but Kent, who are kind of used to reaching finals fairly in recent years, look like they're going to be going to
the T20 last year, although they were in the competition this year. Putting 2 final, but yeah, I think we're confident going into this. Yeah, maybe start a bit slower than land, but also, and there's a 10 cut kick from on back. Also, obviously, to win their last 2 games to get to this stage, it's almost like they've been playing knockout cricket for the last week or so, and actually, it's maybe just concentrated them, helped them focus, given them a goal to reach. They've pulled off 2 really good performances to beat 2 cracking sides in Yorkshire and Lancashire. Trying to win 1 more to get to Southampton to take on a Hampshire side who absolutely walloped them at Beckenham. So a little bit of revenge to be had, possibly. 2-15 rather for 7, with 11.2 to go. This one a good over. Grant Stewart following on from Joey Everson, and you have to say good captaincy as well from Denley to realise he needed to take off Kadri and bring someone else on in order to look to take Mulder's wicket. Full delivery, driven away by Barnes out towards extra cover. Well, if Joey Everson can be the Darren Stevens replacement that Kent are looking for going forward, being brought on and taking important wickets is some way to go to following on. Stewart past the umpire. Barnes trying to get off the mark, turns this away into the onside. I like his green gloves. That is very fetching with the green trousers and the sleeves at the top. And from Kent's point of view, fans of the Spitfires will be liking Grant Stewart's last over. Very useful one indeed. 2:15 for 7.
Is it a wicket made?
11 to go.
Swindle's
Let me double
He's not
check.
far off. Just the single from it, I think, if there was any runs at all.
I think it was a wicket made.
Just what you need at at this stage of proceedings. Everson, though, having affected probably the vital breakthrough, comes in and bowls to Evans, who's down the wicket, almost giving a return catch there. I don't know quite how he do that, because he got to it on the full and then just sort of scooped it back towards Everson, who put out his right hand, got his right hand to it, and almost gave almost a return catch. That was a curious piece of cricket.
That was.
One was taken in the end, but I think the fact Evans went dancing down, probably telling you what you need to know about how he feels about being able to get the ball away. I think if he keeps playing proper cricket shots, he'd do better. Everson is in to Barnes, full outside off stump, just steps out and can only jam it out rather to Stevens in the covers, and there's no run. Rate required now climbing over 10, 10.3, 110 needed. It's beginning to look as though it might be a comfortable victory, and they won't have felt comfortable, Kent, while Mulder was going. In goes Everson and bowls, and Barnes swings, doesn't time it, thick bottom edge, it trickles out towards mid-on, where Blake is the fielder. Single is taken. Barnes on to, well, he's off the mark now, actually. That's his first run. 217 for 7. Everson is in to Evans, who drives pleasantly out towards mid-on, who's on the edge of the circle, Blake that is, and takes his one.
I'm getting chat from my fellow commentator Matt Cole for saying on BBC Radio Kent that he was being too optimistic about Kent winning this game. But at this point, when I said that comment, Vian Mulder was still at the crease, so I feel like some context is required here.
Everson is in, Barnes is swinging, but again not connecting, thick bottom edge, again it goes out towards Blake at mid-on, who has to come chasing in. Fields does, picks up and shies at the stumps at the non-striker's end, misses them. Barnes had made his ground anyway, 219 for 7. It's slipping away from the Foxes towards Kent, and I think Kent supporters can think about planning that trip to Hampshire. In goes Everson, beautiful drive by Evans, proper cricket shot for 4. Over pitched from Everson, last ball of the over. It'd been pretty good up to that point, just singles had conceded, but I think I just said that Evans is going to be better playing proper cricket shots rather than dancing down, and he did, and stroked it away for 4. He moves on to 13 off 12, and one or two of the Leicestershire faithful beginning to drift towards the Curzon Road and exit now. They never quite know. Evans is a frontline batter, but if he wins it from here, I have to say that even I would be surprised. I'd want to know what he had in his porridge this morning. 223 for 7.
Gentleman after your own heart here, Richard, who is, or Cast 33 at least, who's tweeted me saying, watching on the live stream, but that guy randomly chanting Darren Stevens' name and singing all day is really annoying.
It really is.
Are you within throwing distance of him? If so, can you do us all a favour?
Throw something.
I've got an apple in my bag, but I don't know which one is. I'll have to leave it. His 3-fin round and about a T20 shot.
I've come on it for someone like Barnes, but you don't anticipate it being repeated regularly. BBC cricketer brains, noisy spectator with Granny Smith.
Yeah, turning the headlines in the Mail Online tomorrow would be ideal. Other newspapers available, websites that would certainly pick up on the story.
if BBC cricket commentators started throwing the fruit at spectators. Oh dear. I think he might have gone and joined the queue for another beer because he's gone quiet the last couple of overs. I should have spoke too soon. Oh, big shot. Is that an inside edge? I think it is.
Sounded like it.
And Stewart gets another wicket. It is Barnes who edges behind to Ollie Robinson, into the keeper as he was looking to flail it away into the leg side. And Leicestershire look like they're just running out of steam here now. 227 for 8 in the 41st over of the chase, and still 99 more required to win. Kent need 2 more wickets.
Probably a little bit early for for Barnes. Just try and get Evans on strike. Hendricks, who will come in now, I would imagine ahead of Wright, can hit a big ball, but he can also hang around and just bat for 2 or 3 overs and see if they can pick up runs. And you never, stranger things have happened. But it's a big ask from here as blue sky starts to reappear above us and the sun is shining on Kent. 6-1 is out, having had a chat to Evans. Heard from him, whether it was imparted instructions from the chain, I doubt. 9 overs remain, 99 at 10.2. Stewart has 2 for 30 now from hidden 2.
Actually, he's bowled well in the swing up from the owners. Pretty, where is this bally? 7 for 8. Grant Stewart in. This one is the thigh pad. The new batter, Hendricks. We could just turn the effects mic off.
You could, yeah,
just listen to
have to in the end because he's very, very boring actually.
He's suddenly found a new song from somewhere,
Robert
albeit
Key.
Rob Key hasn't played for Kent for a while. We should have done that 10, 20 overs ago, shouldn't we?
It does rather spoil the sounds, but yes.
I do like the effects mic, but
yeah.
Here's Stewart in and bowling. Oh, hello! What a shot that is from Hendricks. He's boshed it for 6 over square leg. There's a man out there as well. Harry Finch just watched it sail over his head. What a wallop that is.
Picked that up out of nowhere, didn't he, really? He's a big, strong man, Bjorn Hendricks, and he's a left-hander. He plays with a sort of that left-hander's grace, so to speak, but even that was actually quite graceful, that pickup, and square leg and mid-wicket have gone straight back to the boundary. Joe Denley's not having any of that.
Lovely swing of the bat, wasn't it? It's quietened our friend down for 2 minutes at least, as this one is also smashed straight back down the ground this time for 4 runs, and Hendricks has 10 from just 3 balls. And even that, just the control. He's obviously tried to hit it hard, but just again timing his swing through the line of the ball, and that's arguably an even better cricket shot.
If he were to take Leicestershire, I think he'd be chaired from the field, but you'd take 4 or 5 to pick him up.
Here comes Stewart, giving himself room, trying to carve it through the offside. And the end of an over where Grant Stewart picked up another wicket for Kent. And Leicestershire 8 down, with Hendricks coming to the crease though and hitting 2 very important boundaries. The required rate is now just shy of 10 and over, 237 for 8, with Evans there on 13. So do still need to get this run rate moving to give themselves a chance, Evans and Hendricks. Everson's going to continue from the far end. Stumped on Twitter suggests we might need something heavier than a piece of fruit.
Yeah.
Has anyone got any gaffer tape? Don't think I've got any in my
Everson from the Bennett end is in to Evans. He's just turning the delivery off his legs down towards Podmore, who hits the stumps, but Hendricks, who never hurries anywhere, didn't be hurrying particularly there, but he hurried just enough to get into his ground.
Could throw that from Podmore.
It was.
Again, I just thought that kept a little bit low from Joey Everson. It was nicely played by Evans to tickle it around the corner.
He moves on to 14 off 13 balls, 238 for 8. 88 needed off 8.5. Has been done before, but not often when there are 8 wickets down. Just try and take it deep if they possibly can. Joe Denley setting Everson's field in consultation with the bowler. Where we're going to set the field for this left-handed cutting his long blonde mid-third. And balls out stump, a rather awkward side off from Hendricks, who'd made room, who'd cleared his right leg. But as a consequence, it all looked a little bit awkward and uncoordinated, and he missed the ball.
He's not going to go down without trying.
He isn't. As Everson runs in and bowls, good Yorker, dug out by Hendricks, swung out towards deep mid-wicket. There will be just the one because he was sort of back on his heels, having hit that one, Hendricks, so there's only ever going to be one. He moves on to 11, 2, 3, 9 for 8, 87 now needed. .3 overs. Everson is in. Evans makes room. He bowls outside off stump. Evans tries to correct and step back across, but it's too late. So good bowling by Everson. It's been close to the blue line, but he's always going to get the benefit of doubt in those circumstances. Evans having stepped back to give himself room to carve it away. If he just keeps playing the same way, Evans, he's going to be more successful. Everson is in to him. He's driving thick outside edge along the ground all the way out towards backward point. Should get to. The throw's coming in, but Evans is fairly sharp between the wickets. Makes it into 2. Moves on to 16. 241 for 8. 85 needed from 8.1. Everson to finish his over is in. Evans is stepping across, looking to ramp it. If the throw hits, Hendricks could be out. It doesn't. He called Evans through. Evans looked startled to be called through. It was probably the right call, but again, Evans was moving around all over the place. Hendricks has ripped his gloves as he went down. He sort of dived in stages into his ground there, and there's all sorts of bits and pieces of equipment around. Bits of his gloves, I think, essentially, which he ripped as he fell sort of into his crease. Well, Evans keeps the strike, but it doesn't come naturally to him to sort of move around in the crease like that. And as I say, much better just to keep playing.
A couple of the Kent players were rather intrigued at how he managed to rip his gloves there, going for that dive.
Bits everywhere.
Yeah. Ollie Robinson was staring at a particular piece of fabric on the grass.
BBC Leicester going to take, they say, somewhat mournfully the last couple of overs live in the sports programme after 6 o'clock. But not, I don't think, because they necessarily believe Leicestershire are going to get across the line here. But whatever happens, it's been a very decent Royal London Cup campaign by the Fox.
And in their
young son.
To get stage with the real cut. Hit in, they got off. Dewix for the third over low. And Leicestershire 9 down as Evans can himself to go through or over extra. It just had 2 straight and with the timing he was looking for. Stewart has another breakthrough for Kent. Denley holds on to a pretty safe catch. 242 for 9.
And most of the Leicestershire faithful have now sort of had enough. Those alongside us anyway. They know that the writing is very much on the wall. Kent going to get across the line by a good margin in the end, which didn't look like was necessarily going to be the case. We felt the score was round about par, but I think they bowled pretty well.
Yeah, I think that middle period where they didn't necessarily take a wicket, but really did quash the run rate, didn't they? And just feels like that Denley-Stevens tandem really did help create some pressure, which is further down the innings and further down the batting order has just forced players to play shots a little bit earlier than they would have liked in their innings when wickets have fallen.
Yeah, 97 for 3 after 18, 115 for 3 after 25. You know, that's what, 17 runs in 7-8 overs, sort of areas. It just left while Mulder was Leicester have had a chance. Too much pressure.
Grant Stewart bowls, looking for that final wicket, wasn't far away from catching with the grazing the outside of the off stump. Bowling to the new man, Chris Wright. It's been a very good spell of bowling from Grant Stewart, both with the new ball and this spell coming back on. He's got 3 for 40. As Grant Stewart bowls and it's in the air down towards third man. A couple of bounces, an awkward fumble from Everson, who just about retrieves it before the ball rolls over the boundary rope. Chris Wright is underway with a couple. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a couple of minutes. BBC Radio Leicester. BBC Sport Online and via the Leicestershire Foxes TV live stream. Richard Ray and Ben Watts. We had Lewis Hill with us earlier on as well. Grant Stewart bowls him, and that is the game. Kent Spitfires have won here at Leicestershire and are through to the semi-finals of the One Day Cup. Grant Stewart ends with 4 wickets. 244 in the end. Leicestershire bowled out for in the 43rd over. Darren Stevens back at Grace Road will have at least one more game in white ball cricket for Kent. And this Kent Spitfires team, having been playing knockout cricket for the past week or so, it feels like, have won in a row, will go on Southampton for a chance to play in the final.
Well, very, very well played, Kent. An 81-run victory in the end, did we say? With the best part of 7.5 overs left to play. In the end, the bowling was just too good, too tight, and Leicestershire didn't quite have the depth after losing early wickets as well to really put the Kent score under pressure in front of their own spectators. Good luck to Kent against Hampshire. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage here. BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester. Ben Watts, who's going to pop next door now to give the good news to the good folk listening on BBC Radio Kent down in the southeast. And I'll hang around because you'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. But quarterfinals is as far as it's gone for the Foxes, I'm afraid, on this occasion. First for 12 years, this in itself is a good advance. It's been an exciting campaign, 6 wins and stage, and they give themselves an answer in the end. Knew a little bit too much, I suspect, by Joe Denley, and he will be leading them with Darren Stevens into this against Hampshire on Tuesday. But now, from a great, from all of us here up to your camera, it played good luck. We'll be chickens and Leicester to